was out with her scanner, documenting the flora. The scout ship Vanguard was a sleek, arrowhead-shaped vessel, about 30 meters long from nose to tail, with a hull of reinforced titanium alloy painted in the standard Federation gray. Its engines hummed with the low, reassuring thrum of plasma drives, and inside, the cockpit was a cramped cocoon of glowing screens, ergonomic seats, and the faint scent of recycled air mixed with the metallic tang of machinery. Captain Alara Voss, a seasoned explorer in her mid-40s with short-cropped hair and a scar tracing her jawline from an old asteroid mishap, sat at the helm, her hands steady on the controls. But even she felt a twinge of unease today. PX-47 was too quiet on the long-range scans, like the planet was holding its breath. Approaching atmospheric entry in T-2 minutes, Alara announced over the intercom, her voice calm but edged with the focus of someone who'd done this 100 times. "Everyone strapped in back there? Malik, how's the engine readout?" From the engineering bay just aft of the cockpit, Engineer Malik Wren's voice crackled back, a bit muffled by the whir of diagnostic tools. He was younger, early 30s, with a wiry build and a habit of chewing on stylus ends when stressed. "Engines nominal, Captain. Shields at full. But this planet's magnetic field is playing havoc with the nav sensors. PX-47's got some weird fluctuations. Nothing in the briefing packet mentioned this." He paused, muttering to himself, "Of all the missions, why'd I have to lose my lucky data chip right before launch? Swear I had it in my pocket." Biologist Lena Kex, seated in the science station amid vials and scanners, chimed in next. She was the team's optimist, late 20s, with a ponytail that bobbed as she adjusted her glasses. "Could be auroral interference, or maybe something biological in the upper atmosphere. Exciting, right? Uncharted world. Who knows what we're about to uncover." Deep down, though, she whispered to herself like a quiet mantra, "Please let it be something alive, something new, not just rocks and dust again." Security Officer Calder Hale grunted from his spot near the airlock, checking his pulse rifle for the umpteenth time. Broad-shouldered and taciturn, in his 40s with a buzz cut turning gray, he wasn't one for chit-chat. Exciting isn't the word I'd use. Unknown means dangerous. Keep your eyes open, folks. He thought back to his last posting, where unknown had cost him a partner. Ironic, how the safest jobs always turned into nightmares. And finally, Medic Tara Voss, Alara's younger sister by 5 years, sharing the same determined eyes but with longer hair tied back, spoke from the med bay. "Vitals are steady across the board. Just remember, if anyone feels queasy during descent, I've got anti-nausea shots ready. No heroes on my watch." She shot a glance at Alara through the vid feed, adding softly, "Especially you, sis. We both know you push too hard." Alara smiled faintly at that, a rare break in her professional facade. "All right, team, hold tight, entering Atmo now." The ship shuddered as it pierced the planet's envelope, flames licking the viewscreen from the friction. For a moment, all was routine, the G-forces pressing them back, the hull groaning like an old friend. Then, without warning, the world twisted. A ripple distorted the sensors, a wave of energy that made the instruments flicker wildly. Tension spiked. This wasn't in the Sims. "What the?" Malik started, his voice rising. "Captain, we've got a surge. It's not turbulence, it's like the air's folding in on itself." Alarms wailed, red lights bathing the interior. Alara fought the controls, but the yoke bucked in her grip. "Stabilize. Lena, scan for anomalies." Her mind raced. Was this sabotage? Or just the universe's cruel joke? "I'm trying." "Oh God, it's everywhere." Lena yelled, her fingers flying over the console. Readings off the charts. Electromagnetic, gravitational, suspense hung in her words. What if this was the end? No glory, just a glitch. Calder's voice cut through. "Strap down tighter. This feels like a trap." Irony hit him. Here he was, the paranoid one. And for once, he might be right. Tara's tone was urgent, heart rate spiking. "Everyone breathe." She gripped her seat, thinking of home, of unfinished letters. Then blackness swallowed them all. No crash, no explosion, just an abrupt void, as if the universe had switched off. When Alara came to, her head pounded like a drum. She blinked against the dim emergency lighting, the cockpit screens dark except for a few backup panels sputtering to life. Status, she groaned, unbuckling and pushing herself up. Her boots clanged on the deck plating, gravity still online at least. In her mind, a quiet monologue played. We've survived worse, but this feels different. Like the planet wanted us down. No response at first. She staggered to the door, palming it open to the main corridor. Team? Sound off. A cough from engineering. Here, Malik. What hit us? He patted his pockets absent-mindedly. Still no lucky chip. Ironic, how the smallest losses nagged during crises. Lena's voice, weak, alive. I think, scanners are fried. She sat up, whispering to herself, if this ruins my samples, I'll scream. Calder appeared from the shadows, rifle in hand. I'm up. No breaches detected, but the hull's taken a beating. Drama in his tone. He'd seen ships crack open before. Tara emerged last, rubbing her temple. Everyone's got minor concussions at best. But Alara, the recording devices, they're all offline. Black box, cams, logs, wiped or powered down. We have no record of what happened. Suspense built. Who, or what, erased their trail? Alara stared out the viewport at the alien landscape. A dense forest of enormous trees, their trunks as wide as houses back home. Leaves shimmering in hues of violet and green under a diffused sunlight. The ship had plowed a scar through the undergrowth, smoke wisping from the aft section. We crashed blind. All right, priorities. Secure the site, assess damage. Malik, get on repairs. Lena, enviroscan. Calder, perimeter. Tara, med checks. Let's figure out where we are, and why everything went dark. Irony, explorers, lost in the dark. As they moved, the airlock hissed open, releasing them into the humid, earthy air of PX-47. No one spoke of the unease knotting their guts, but it hung there, thick as the mist rolling through the trees. Malik paused, rummaging through debris. Hey, my data chip. Must have fallen during the crash. A small win, mundane amid the chaos, but it lightened his step. The crash site was a makeshift clearing now, the Vanguard nestled in a crater of upturned soil and splintered vegetation. The ship's exterior showed dents and scorch marks, but the core structure held, a testament to Federation engineering. Inside, the crew quarters were Spartan, bunks stacked like shelves, a small galley with nutrient packs, and the hum of life support systems filtering the outside air. Activities filled the days, calibrating tools, inventorying supplies, even a quick game of cards to break tension. For the first 2 days, they worked in shifts. Calder set up the energy fence, a shimmering blue barrier that zapped anything larger than a fist that tried to cross. This'll buy us time, he said, wiping sweat from his brow as he calibrated the emitters. But if something big comes knocking, we're in trouble. He thought aloud, funny, isn't it? We come armed to the teeth, but a fence is our first line. Irony of the stars. Lena was out with her scanner, documenting the flora. These trees are incredible, she said to Alara as they walked the perimeter, pausing to sketch a leaf sample. Trunks at least 10 meters across at the base. Bark's got this fibrous quality, almost like armored skin. And the leaves? Photosynthetic efficiency off the charts. This planet's ecosystem must be hyper-accelerated. Her monologue drifted. If I can publish this, it'll change everything back home. But first, survive. Alara nodded, her eyes scanning the tree line. Useful for us? We need shelter. The ship's exposed. Tension in her voice. What if the mist hid eyes watching them? Definitely. We could fell a few, use the wood for a dome over the site. It'll camouflage us, provide cover from aerial threats, if there are any. Malik joined them, tools slung over his shoulder, fiddling with his recovered data chip like a talisman. Hull's stable, but engines need recalibration. That surge fried the plasma coils. We'll need raw materials, titanium ore, maybe some conductive crystals. But first, yeah, let's fortify. Comedy and irony. Here I am, fixing a starship with sticks and stones. Federation's finest. Tara, handing out ration bars while bandaging a minor scrape on her own hand, added, and medically, we're good for now. But this air's got pollen counts that could trigger allergies. Masks on for extended outings. Subplot simmering. She'd lost her favorite med scanner in the crash, searching bunks daily, muttering, where did it go? Can't treat without it. Calder grunted agreement. Dangerous out here. I saw tracks. Big ones. Not mammalian. Suspense built. What made those? Their first real survey pushed into the forest. The ground was soft, spongy with moss that glowed faintly in the shade. Birds, or what passed for them, called overhead, their cries warbling like distorted flutes. Activities included collecting water samples, marking paths with beacons. "Look at this," Lena whispered, pointing to a clearing. There, grazing on low shrubs, was an insect, a colossal beetle, body the size of a bull, legs like tree branches, mandibles grinding vegetation with a rhythmic crunch. Drama escalated. Hearts raced. "Holy stars," Malik breathed. "That's no bug. That's a tank." Irony. "We travel light years to find cows with exoskeletons." Calder raised his rifle slowly. "Hostile? Tension thick?" "Not yet," Lena said. "Herbivore, by the looks. But if insects get this big, the food chain must be insane. Predators could be even larger." Alara held up a hand. "Observe, don't engage. We need to learn the patterns." As they retreated, another insect buzzed past, a flyer with wings like stained glass, easily 5 meters across. It ignored them, but the wind from its passage rustled their suits. Suspense. Was it scouting? Back at camp, the decision was made. "We cut the trees," Alara said during their evening huddle in the galley, steam rising from synth coffee mugs. "Build a dome. Malik, rig the laser cutters. Calder, security detail. Lena, monitor for ecological backlash. Tara, keep us patched." The work took hours. The lasers whined as they sliced through the wide trunks, the wood falling with thunderous crashes. "Timber," Malik yelled with forced cheer, but his voice trembled as shadows lengthened. "Comedy, if only my ex could see me now, lumberjack in space." "This dome's gonna be solid," Calder said, hauling logs into place. "Interlock 'em like this, natural camouflage." His monologue, "Build walls, keep out the dark. Always has, always will." Lena paused, scanner beeping. "Guys, the sap from these trees, it's got antimicrobial properties. Could be useful for wounds." Tara perked up. "Sample it. We're low on meds long-term." Later, rummaging in med bay, she found her lost scanner under a bunk. "There you are. Mundane miracle." By nightfall, the dome arched over the ship, a woven barrier of felled giants. Inside, safe but alert, they shared stories to ease the tension. "Remember that run on Vega Prime?" Malik asked. "Thought we'd never get out of that sandstorm." Alara chuckled. "This feels worse. At least there we knew the enemy." Irony hung heavy. The forest whispered back, alive with unseen dangers. Weeks blended into a rhythm of survival, but on the 14th day, as the crew ate breakfast in the dome's shadow, the air thick with the scent of alien sap, a change came without warning. Activities like routine med checks and fence repairs filled mornings, but suspense lurked. It started as a hum, low and building, vibrating through the ground. "Earthquake?" Calder asked, standing abruptly, rifle in hand. Drama in his eyes. "What now?" Lena checked her scanner. "No. Energy spike." "Atmospheric?" Her voice cracked slightly. Then the light hit. Not the sun's gradual rise, but a sudden, all-encompassing flash that pierced everything. The world turned blinding white, so intense it rendered the dome translucent, the forest beyond appearing almost ghostly, transparent layers revealing depths miles away. Tension peaked, blinded, vulnerable. "Ah, my eyes!" Malik shouted, shielding his face. "Comedy irony. Great, now we're moles in a spotlight." Alara blinked tears away. "Everyone inside the ship, now." Her monologue. "If this is the end, at least we tried." They stumbled in, the light following, seeping through viewports. "What is this?" Tara gasped. "It's like the planet's lit from within." Subplot closure. Using her found scanner, she checked vitals mid-chaos. Through the glare, the forest unveiled secrets, hidden clearings, distant mountains, even underground burrows glowing faintly. Trees stood like skeletons, their internals visible, veins of sap pulsing. "It's not hurting us," Lena said, peering at readings. "No radiation spike, but visibility. I can see for kilometers. Look, there's a river that way. Structures maybe? Suspense? Structures? Intelligent life?" Calder lowered his hands. "Tactical advantage? Or allure? Irony? We came to see, and now we see too much." The event lasted minutes, then faded, leaving them dazed in normal light. "Records caught it," Malik reported later, replaying the glitchy footage. First time since Crash. Whatever this is, it's cyclic. Planetary phenomenon? Drama built. What caused it? Alara nodded. Use it. Next time, we scout deeper. The blinding light had faded as suddenly as it arrived, leaving spots dancing in everyone's vision and the forest looking ordinary again. Dense, purple-trunked, humming with distant insect calls that now sounded almost mocking after the revelation of hidden depths. Inside the dome, the crew gathered around the galley table, nutrient packs half-eaten and cooling, faces lit by the soft glow of the one working portable console. Malik hunched over it like a man guarding a fragile flame, replaying the glitchy footage from the event over and over, pausing, zooming, cursing under his breath. "Look at this frame," he said, voice hoarse from too much recycled air and not enough sleep. He tapped the screen, freezing on a ghostly outline that might have been a ridge or a structure miles away. The scanners actually caught something useful this time. First real data since the crash. The ship's core processors need silicon derivatives for the plasma coils, rare earths for the shielding relays. Without them, we can't get the engines to full thrust. Synthesizers can refine what we find, but we've got to go get it. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. And yeah, I still can't believe I found my lucky chip under the console. Small victories, right? Maybe the universe owes us one more. Alara leaned in, rubbing her temples in slow circles, the scar on her jaw catching the light. How much time do we have before the coils degrade completely? Her tone was steady, but there was a thread of strain beneath it, captain's burden, always calculating the odds while pretending they weren't getting thinner. 2, maybe 3 weeks if we baby them, Malik replied. But the light event, it cycled. If it happens again, we might get better scans, maybe even spot a deposit from here. For now, we scout. Pairs. No one goes alone. He glanced at Calder. You good for point? Calder crossed his arms, his rifle propped against the bulkhead like an old companion. I'll take point with you, Captain. Lena, Tara, you two together. Malik, you stay here, keep the dome's defenses hot and monitor comms. We try raising the orbital relay every hour on the hour. If we get lucky, rescue's already inbound. He paused, a rare flicker of dry humor crossing his face. Though luck's been in short supply since we dropped out of warp. Feels like the planet's laughing at us. Lena nodded, though her eyes flicked nervously to the dome's woven gaps where purple light filtered through like stained glass. The light showed a river system northeast, maybe mineral deposits there. And those giant beetles, they avoid water, from what we've seen. Could be safer. She adjusted her glasses, a small ritual that steadied her. In her head, if we find nothing today, I might actually start believing we're stuck here forever. Don't think about it, just move. Tara handed out fresh water tabs, her movements precise despite the faint tremor in her fingers. Everyone take extra hydration packs. The humidity's brutal out there, and if we run into another flyer, those wings span 5 meters, easy. Concussion risk if they clip you. She caught Alara's eye and added quietly, and you, eat something real before you go. Not just a bar. I found that lost med scanner under my bunk last night. Least I can do is make sure my sister doesn't keel over from low blood sugar. Alara gave her a half smile, the closest thing to thanks in front of the team. Noted, Doc. They geared up. Lightweight Enviro suits patched with sap-sealed tears that still smelled faintly of tree resin, scanners clipped to belts, pulse rifles for Calder and Alara. As the airlock cycled with its familiar hiss, Calder muttered under his breath, feels like we're ants poking around a picnic. And the picnic owners might be home. The first few days were grueling but uneventful. Long hikes through undergrowth that tugged at boots like living things, returns to camp sore and empty-handed. Conversations over dinner became repetitive, almost comforting in their sameness, a rhythm to cling to. Day 4, galley lights dimmed for night. Malik slumped in his chair, poking at cold rations. Nothing in the eastern ravine. Just more of that glowing moss. Pretty, but useless. Lena perked up despite fatigue. The moss might have medicinal properties. Tara, you saw the samples? Tara nodded, sipping moss tea she'd brewed experimentally. Yeah, antimicrobial. Tastes like wet dirt, but it'll do for minor cuts. Better than nothing. Alara stared at her untouched plate. We need ore, not tea. Tomorrow we push north. The riverbed might have exposed veins. Calder grunted. And if the bugs are drinking there? Alara met his gaze. We stay high ground, use the ridgeline. No heroics. Day 7 brought frustration boiling over. They returned from a long trek, boots caked in purple mud that refused to brush off, to find the dome's outer fence flickering erratically. Malik, wiping grease from his hands with a rag that was more black than gray, power draws spiking again. Something's testing the barrier, big, but not breaking through. Yet, he kicked a crate lightly. If I had a credit for every time this fence glitched, I'd buy a new ship. Calder. Saw tracks today. Clawed. Deep. Not beetle. Something heavier. His voice dropped. Felt watched the whole way back. Lena? Predator? We've only seen herbivores so far. Terra. Or scavenger. Waiting for us to drop. She glanced at the med bay door. Or maybe it's just the planet breathing. Everything here feels alive. Alara, we double watches tonight. And we keep trying the relay. Every broadcast the same ritual. Vanguard to Relay 1. This is Captain Voss. Crash landed PX-47. Request immediate evac. Coordinates locked. Over. Static. Always static. The silence felt personal after a while. By day 12, exhaustion showed in small ways. Snapped replies. Longer silences. During a quiet moment in the cockpit, Alara and Terra sat alone, the only light from the console's standby glow. Terra. You okay, sis? You're pushing too hard. Alara stared at the dark viewport. Someone has to, if we don't fix the ship. Terra. We'll get home. But you need to sleep. Let Calder take a shift. Alara. Calder's barely sleeping himself. Keeps staring at the tree line like it's personal. A pause. Remember when we were kids and you'd lose your favorite toy for days, then find it under the bed like nothing happened? I keep waiting for that feeling here, like the answer's just out of sight. Terra squeezed her arm. We'll find it, or it'll find us. On day 18, during another sudden light flash, shorter this time, almost teasing, the relay finally crackled to life. Malik burst into the galley, nearly knocking over a chair. Got it. Weak signal, but it's there. Relay 1 acknowledging. Alara grabbed the mic so fast her chair scraped. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. Mayday, Mayday. 5 souls aboard, ship damaged, requesting rescue shuttle. PX-47 coordinates attached. A delay that felt eternal, then a faint, beautiful voice. Vanguard, this is Relay 1 control. Copy your Mayday. Rescue shuttle dispatched. ETA 3 weeks standard. Hold position. Confirm receipt. Cheers erupted. Real, ragged, hoarse cheers that echoed off the dome's wooden ceiling. Malik punched the air. Lena laughed until tears came. Even Calder cracked a rare, genuine smile. Calder. 3 weeks. We can make that. Lena, with the elements we're finding, slowly, we might even have the ship partially flight-ready by then. But the hunts continued. Small hulls, a vein of conductive crystal pried from a riverbank, a pocket of titanium-laced rock that Malik carried back like treasure. Each trip riskier, one flyer dive bombed their path on day 22, forcing a heart-pounding scramble into a thicket. The wind from its wings knocked Lena off her feet. Calder hauled her up without a word. Malik, later patching a tear in her suit with steady hands. These things are getting bolder. Like they know we're intruders. Alara, staring at the darkening forest through a gap in the dome, or like something's watching. And waiting. 3 weeks stretched into 4, then 5. The rescue shuttle's ETA kept slipping. First, warp lane congestion, then, maintenance delay at Relay 1, then vague promises of, soon. Hope frayed at the edges like old fabric. The crew still worked, still ate, still joked in that brittle way people do when the alternative is screaming, but the dome felt smaller every day, the forest louder, the insects more watchful. Malik spent most mornings in the engine bay, sparks showering around him as he welded new coils from the small hulls they'd scraped together. He talked to the ship now, low and constant, like coaxing a stubborn animal. Come on, girl, just a little more juice, he muttered one dawn, wiping sweat with a forearm already black with grease. We're so close. Don't quit on me now. He'd found a rhythm. Weld, test, curse, repeat. The lucky data chip sat on the console beside him, a tiny plastic totem. Irony, the one thing he'd lost and found again was the only thing that hadn't let him down yet. Outside, Calder patrolled the dome's perimeter twice before first light, rifle slung low but ready. He'd started marking the bigger tracks with small stakes, silent warnings. Something circling wider every night, he told Alara during a quiet handoff. Not attacking, just measuring us. Alara nodded, eyes shadowed. Or waiting for us to make a mistake. Lena and Tara handled the foraging runs now, shorter, safer loops closer to the river the light had revealed. They came back with pockets full of glittering flecks and the occasional larger chunk of ore, but never enough to feel like progress. Lena kept a running tally on a scrap of bark nailed to the galley wall. 14 crystals, 7 titanium nodules, 3 unknown conductive shards. We're getting there, she'd say, mostly to convince herself. Slowly. One morning, day 37 by their rough calendar, Calder stepped out for his usual sweep while the artificial dawn lights were still warming up inside the dome. He stopped dead 3 paces past the airlock. A silence fell, thick and unnatural. Then, very quietly, "Captain, everyone, get out here, now." They poured out in various states of readiness. Alara still buckling her utility belt, Tara with a med kit half-zipped, Malik with welding goggles pushed up on his forehead, Lena clutching her scanner like a shield. Beyond the dome's edge, sitting on the trampled ground like it had always belonged there, was a cube. Seamless metallic sides, no visible welds or panels, exactly the size of the Vanguard itself, maybe a few meters taller. No tracks leading to it. No scorch marks. No sound. Just there. Calder's rifle was half raised before he even realized it. What the hell is that? Lena's scanner whined as she swept it. No energy signature. No radiation. No heat bloom. But inside, her voice cracked with disbelief. Titanium ingots. Rare earth crystals. Silicon derivatives. Everything we've been hunting for. Refined. Pure. Ready to slot straight into the synthesizers. Malik walked forward slowly, like approaching a sleeping animal. He touched the surface, cool, smooth, faintly humming under his palm if you pressed just right. This wasn't here last night. I swear on every star. I checked the cams at 0200. Tara's eyes were wide. Gift? From who? Alara stared up at the impossible box, jaw tight. Or bait. A long beat. But we need this. Calder, Lena, cover the tree line. Malik, Tara, help me see if we can open it. The cube had no handles, no seams, no obvious controls. Alara reached out anyway, fingers brushing the metal. A soft click, almost polite, and a panel irised open without fanfare. Inside, crates stacked in perfect rows, each marked with symbols that weren't any alphabet they knew. Yet somehow the meaning bloomed in their minds the moment they looked. Use me. Malik let out a shaky laugh. Okay, that's new. Hours passed in a blur of hauling. Crates dragged across the dirt, inventoried on the galley table, contents cataloged with trembling hands. Malik, grinning like a kid on his birthday for the first time in weeks. This is it. Enough to fully repair the engines, reinforce the hull plating, boost the comm array, even patch the secondary life support we've been limping on. We could lift off in days, maybe less. Lena ran her scanner over another crate. But who? The planet's ecosystem doesn't build boxes like this. No tool marks, no manufacturing residue. It's perfect. Calder stood at the open panel, rifle still in hand. Doesn't matter right now. We use it, we get off this rock. Questions later. His voice was flat, but his eyes kept darting to the forest. And we stay vigilant. Double watches. Triple if we have to. If this is help, fine. If it's a lure, we fly out shooting. Alara nodded once. Agreed. But we don't celebrate yet. That night, over a rare hot meal, Malik had jury-rigged the galley heater with one of the new crystals. Conversation turned speculative, almost giddy despite the undercurrent of fear. Tara, maybe intelligent life here. Watching us the whole time. The light flashes, the box, like they're testing if we're worth helping. Lena, or the planet itself. Some kind of response system. Gaia hypothesis on steroids. We damage, it repairs. We need, it provides. Malik, chewing slowly, or we're just lucky. I'll take lucky. After the crash, the silence, the bugs, I'll take lucky and run. Calder said nothing for a long time, just stared at the cube through the dome gap. Finally, lucky things don't come in boxes the size of your ship without a price tag. Repairs accelerated. The ship hummed louder each day, engines purring, lights brighter, systems winking green one after another. Hope solidified, fragile but real. But every night, Calder still patrolled. And every night, he swore the forest watched back. The Vanguard was ready. Engines tested at low burn outside the dome, a controlled roar that shook leaves from nearby branches. Hull patched with fresh plates that gleamed unnaturally clean. Dome disassembled piece by piece. Logs hauled aboard as emergency mass, sap-sealed panels stowed for analysis back home. Final checks in the cockpit felt almost ceremonial. Alara stood at the helm, hands on the yoke she hadn't touched in months. All stations report. Malik, from engineering, engines green. Thrust at 92%, better than pre-crash. Hell, better than factory spec. Lena, science station, life support nominal. Scans show clear skies. No atmospheric anomalies, for once. Calder, near the airlock, perimeter secure. No contacts, but I'm staying strapped until we're in orbit. Terra, med bay, crew vitals good. A little dehydrated, a lot exhausted, but we're as ready as we'll ever be. Alara took a slow breath, tasting recycled air that suddenly felt like freedom. Vanguard lifting off. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. We are departing surface. Rendezvous coordinates locked. The ship rose slowly, engines building from a growl to a steady thunder. Dust and leaves swirled in a vortex below. Through the viewport, the forest receded, trees shrinking from house-sized monoliths to matchsticks, then to blades of grass. Calder's voice cut the cockpit silence. Wait, down there, on the ridge, they all looked. A figure, humanoid in shape, seated in what looked like an ordinary lawn chair, red plastic, weathered, the kind you'd see on any suburban porch. Legs crossed casually, holding a steaming cup, watching them ascend with calm, unhurried interest. No panic, no weapons, just observing. The scale hit like a physical blow. The giant insects they'd feared for weeks? Tiny specks now, ants scurrying across what had been colossal leaves. The massive trees they'd felled with lasers? Grass blades swaying in a breeze. Their ship, 30 meters of solid Federation engineering, pride of the scout fleet, looked no larger than a bumblebee drifting upward from the man's perspective. Lena whispered, voice cracking, We're the small ones. All this time, Malik let out a strangled laugh. The box, the light events, he, or it, left it for us. Like feeding crumbs to ants in the yard. Calder stared, rifle forgotten in his lap. And we thought we were the explorers. Terra's hand found Alara's shoulder. Size does matter. We were never in control. Alara kept her eyes on the figure until atmospheric haze blurred the view. The man raised his cup in a small, almost friendly salute before they lost sight of him entirely. Relay 1, Vanguard here, she transmitted, voice steady despite everything. We're clear of Atmo, docking in 10, and tell command we've got one hell of a debrief. The rescue shuttle appeared on final approach, sleek and silver against the black. Magnetic clamps engaged with a gentle thunk. The two vessels merged, controls syncing, systems blending, hulls locking into one seamless, much larger craft. In the sudden quiet of the merged bridge, the crew sat in silence for a long moment, the only sound the soft chime of status panels going green. Alara finally spoke, half to them, half to herself. We came looking for new worlds. Turns out we found one where we're the novelty. The bugs, the trees, the box, all of it. We were the curiosity. Malik, next time we knock first. Lena, or bring better binoculars. Calder, or bigger guns. Terra smiled faintly, or just stay home. Alara looked at each of them, scarred, tired, alive. Let's get home, she said. And next time, maybe we knock first. The merged ship jumped to warp, engines flaring blue-white against the dark. Behind them, PX-47 turned slowly, a quiet green marble hiding giants who watched, waited, and occasionally left gifts for the very small things that stumbled across their lawn. On the hum of engines, carrying 5 humbled explorers toward the stars they once thought too small. Sam came in all excited and set his discovery on the table. Dad, come and check this out. Sam was careful. He had found other things before and brought them home, but this was special, and he didn't know why. He just knew it, and to be careful about bumping it around too much. His father looked up from the water ledger and pushed his spectacles higher on his nose. If it's another shell from the East Gardens, your mother's not letting you keep it in the house this time. It's not a shell. Sam unwrapped the object from a square of old field cloth and set it in the center of the table between the lamp and the bread knife. It was a ring, no bigger around than the mouth of a jam jar, thin as a willow switch, silvery and smooth, with little ridges running all the way around its inside. It looked too exact to be natural, too clean to have come from the marsh flats or the hunting grounds. It gleamed in the lamplight with a strange, hard shine that reminded Sam of winter stars. His father's chair scraped against the floor. "Where did you get that?" "In the dry run near the western wall," Sam said, "where the stream used to split around the stones. I was looking for crawlbacks. The stream hasn't reached the western run in 6 days." "I know, that's why I could get farther down." It was half buried in the silt. His father did not touch it right away. He had the rough, dark hands of a ditch keeper, hands shaped by shovels and sluice gates and frozen pumps, and those hands hovered over the object as if it might be hot. "That's a retention collar," his father whispered. "It's from the systems." "The systems?" Sam's eyes widened. "Like the deep water pumps?" "No. Bigger. Much bigger." His father picked it up, and the metal pinged with a clear, bell-like tone as his fingernail brushed it. "This is from the old city. The one we're not supposed to go near. This belonged to the giants." Sam's breath hitched. He had seen the giants, of course, everyone in the settlement of Glassdown had. They moved through the high mist like slow, silent mountains, their heads lost in the clouds, their steps making the ground tremble for miles. They didn't seem to notice the people of Glassdown at all, any more than a farmer might notice the ants under his boots. Is it dangerous?" Sam asked. "It's dead," his father said. "Anything this small that came off a giant has been dead for a long time. They don't build like we do. They don't repair. They just exist. But if this came down the western run, it means something's breaking up in the high country." The conversation stopped as the door creaked open. Sam's mother entered, her apron dusted with flour, her face tired but alert. She saw the object immediately. "Eli, what is that?" "System scrap, Martha, from the giants." Sam found it in the dry run. Martha walked to the table and stared at the silvery ring. "The water's been failing for weeks, and now this shows up? It's an omen. We shouldn't have built in the bowl. We should have stayed in the lowlands." "The bowl is the only place the reservoir reaches," Eli said firmly. "If the giants are breaking, the reservoir might be the next thing to go. We need to know what's happening up there." That night, Sam couldn't sleep. He lay in his small bed, listening to the wind howl against the stone walls of their house. He thought about the ring, the silvery collar, and the giants. To the giants, that ring was probably a tiny screw or a washer, something so insignificant it wouldn't even be missed. But to Sam, it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He thought about the scale of things. A giant's hand was larger than the town square. Their voices, when they did speak, which was rare, sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates, a low-frequency rumble that made people's teeth ache and the water in their jars ripple. 2 days later, the water in the reservoir dropped another foot. The ditch keepers were frantic. Without the water, the gardens would dry up, and Glassdown would starve. "I'm going up," Eli announced at the town meeting. A murmur of fear went through the crowd. "You can't go to the museum annex," the elder said, leaning on his staff. "No one goes to the city of the giants. It's a graveyard of things too large to understand." "I'm not going to the city," Eli said. "I'm going to the reservoir spine. If the giants' systems are failing, maybe I can find the blockage. Maybe I can find a way to keep our water flowing." "I'm coming with you," Sam said, standing up beside his father. Eli looked at his son. He saw the ring hanging from a cord around Sam's neck, a reminder of the world beyond the bowl. He saw the determination in the boy's eyes. "All right," Eli said. "You're fast, and you can see in the dark better than I can. But we stay quiet. We don't touch anything we don't have to." The climb was long and brutal. They left the bowl behind, ascending the steep, rocky slopes that led to the high country. As they climbed, the landscape changed. The trees became smaller, twisted by the high winds, until finally, they disappeared altogether. Then, they saw the wall. It was a sheet of metal that stretched up into the clouds, hundreds of feet high, curved like the hull of a ship but vast enough to be a mountain range. This was the reservoir spine, the outer casing of the giant's water system. "Look," Sam whispered, pointing. A giant was there. It wasn't moving. It was sitting against the metal wall, its legs stretched out across the valley. Its head was bowed, chin resting on its chest. It looked like a man, but its skin was the color of weathered stone, and its clothes, if that's what they were, looked like sheets of overlapping titanium. Is it sleeping? Sam asked. No, Eli said, his voice trembling. It's dead. Look at the eyes. The giant's eyes were open, but they were dull and clouded, like frosted glass. Vegetation had already begun to grow in the crevices of its armor. A small waterfall spilled from a crack in the giant's shoulder, a leak in whatever internal system still functioned. They moved past the fallen giant, feeling like insects crawling across a statue. The scale was overwhelming. Every step they took covered only a fraction of the giant's boot. They found the blockage near the giant's hand. A massive piece of machinery, a gear the size of a house, had sheared off a nearby tower and fallen directly into the main sluice gate of the reservoir spine. That's it, Eli said, pointing to the gear. It's wedged. If we can move it even a few inches, the pressure will do the rest. How? Sam asked. We're too small. Eli pulled a crowbar and a heavy hammer from his pack. We don't move the gear. We break the pin holding the latch. For hours, they worked. The sound of their hammers against the giant metal pin was like a tiny ticking clock in a silent cathedral. They were so small, their efforts seemed futile. But then, something happened. A sound echoed from above. A low, rhythmic thrumming. Sam looked up. Another giant was approaching. This one was walking. Its steps were so heavy that Sam and his father were nearly knocked off their feet with every stride. It loomed over them, a shadow that blotted out the sun. Get down, Eli hissed, pulling Sam into the shadow of the giant gear. The walking giant stopped. It looked down at the dead giant leaning against the wall. It stayed there for a long time, silent. Sam watched through a gap in the machinery. The giant's face was unreadable, not because it lacked expression, but because the features were so large it was impossible to see the whole emotion at once. It was like looking at a mountain range and trying to tell if it was happy. The giant reached out a hand. Its fingers were as long as Glassdown's Main Street. It gently touched the dead giant's shoulder, a gesture of mourning that lasted for minutes. Then, the giant noticed the gear. It looked down at the blockage. It looked at the pin Eli had been hammering. Sam held his breath. Would it crush them? Would it even see them? The giant's hand descended. A single finger, tipped with a nail as broad as a house, reached toward the gear. It didn't strike it. It simply flicked it. With a roar of grinding metal, the gear flew out of the sluice gate, tumbling down the mountain like a discarded toy. The water followed immediately. A torrent of white foam and blue power surged through the gate, filling the runoff channels that led down to the reservoir bowl. The giant didn't look at Sam or Eli. It didn't acknowledge their presence in any way. It simply turned and continued its slow, mountain-striding walk toward the horizon. It helped us, Sam whispered, his heart pounding. No, Eli said, looking at the rushing water. It didn't help us. It just cleaned up its world. It didn't even know we were here. They climbed down the mountain in silence. By the time they reached Glassdown, the reservoir was already beginning to rise. The town was celebrating, but Sam felt a strange, hollow sadness. He looked at the silvery ring around his neck. The realization hit him with the weight of a giant's footstep. The scale was too great. The giants were not gods, and they were not enemies. They were just large. So large that the exchange of knowledge was impossible. They lived in the same world, but they lived in different realities. That night, Sam stood on the edge of the reservoir and looked toward the high country. He could see the silhouettes of the giants moving against the stars. "We're the ants," he said to the wind. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid. He was just small, and in a world this large, being small was the only way to survive. Sam went back inside and sat at the table. He took the ring off his neck and set it down. "Dad?" "Yeah, son?" The giant. It looked sad. Eli looked at the ring, then out the window at the flickering lights of the town. Maybe, but if a mountain is sad, what does it matter to the grass at its feet? Sam didn't have an answer. He just knew that the horizon was older than he'd ever imagined, and that somewhere out there, a giant was walking, and it didn't care about the water in the bowl at all. The movers, that was what the elders called them, continued their migration across the ridge. "They are leaving," Sam whispered. "They were never here to begin with," his father replied. The next morning, the water in the bowl was crystal clear, but the silence from the high country was louder than the rushing stream. The giants were gone, and Glassdown was alone in a world that had suddenly become far too large. Sam picked up the ring one last time. He walked to the edge of the dry run and threw it as far as he could. It didn't make a sound when it landed. "Goodbye," he said. The horizon said nothing back. It was just an old, empty horizon, and Sam was just a boy, and that was finally enough. Sam watched the sun dip below the jagged edge of the world, thinking about the city he had never seen and the giants who had lived there. He wondered if, somewhere in that vast, empty city, a giant child was looking for crawlbacks in a dry run, and if they ever found things that were too small to be real. He doubted it, but as he walked back to the house, he felt the ground beneath his feet, solid, real, and small enough to hold. That was the secret. The giants had the sky, but Sam had the ground. And the ground was where the water was. The realization that scale means everything and there is a point that the difference cannot be resolved, even the exchange of knowledge is futile. Sam entered the kitchen where his mother was setting the plates. "Did you find it, Sam?" "Find what, Mom?" "Whatever it was you were looking for out there." Sam sat down and reached for a piece of bread. "No," he said, "I think it was already found." Outside, the first star of the evening appeared, hanging over the reservoir spine like a silver retention collar, lost in the deep, unbridgeable dark. Sam ate his bread and listened to the sound of the water. It was a small sound, but it was his. The end. Wait, there's more. Sam looked up at the ceiling. "Dad?" "Yeah? What happens when the water runs out again?" His father stopped eating. He looked at the water ledger on the corner of the table. "We'll do what we've always done, Sam. We'll look for the leaks. Even if they're too big to fix. Especially then. Because in a world of giants, the only thing that mattered was the things small enough to care about." The movers did not return. But the water kept flowing. And for Sam, that was the greatest realization of all. Scale didn't matter if you were the one holding the cup. The cup was full, and the horizon was just a line. A line he would cross one day, step by small, determined step. Because even the giants had to start somewhere. Even if that somewhere was too far back to remember. Sam closed his eyes and saw the giant's hand again. It wasn't a mountain, it was just a hand. And a hand could be reached. One day, maybe, but for now, there was the bread, and the lamp, and the sound of the water in the bowl. And that was more than enough. Sam smiled. The world was big, but he was here, and being here was everything. The final realization, that even when the difference cannot be resolved, the effort of living is the resolution itself. The end of the old horizon. The beginning of a new one. End of story. Wait, one more thing. As the years passed, Sam grew. He didn't become a giant, but he became a man of Glassdown. He eventually became the head ditch keeper. And every time he went up to the reservoir spine to check the sluice gates, he would look at the spot where the dead giant had leaned. The metal was still there, but the giant was gone. Turned to dust and wind. But in the silt of the western run, sometimes the children still found silvery rings. And they would bring them home, all excited, and show them to their fathers. And Sam would look at the rings and smile. "That's a retention collar," he would say. "Is it from the giants, Sam?" "No," he would reply, handing the ring back to the child. "It's from the world, because the giants were gone, but the world remained. And the world was large enough for everyone. Even the small ones, especially the small ones. The end of the story of the giants. The beginning of the story of Sam. The end. Really this time. Wait, the last page." Sam stood on the ridge, looking out over the reservoir spine. The sun was high, the water was deep, and the horizon was waiting. He took a step, then another, toward the ridge, toward the sky, toward the giants, not to find them, but to find out why they had stayed so long, and why they had finally left. The answer was in the wind. The answer was in the water. The answer was in the step. One small step, after another. The horizon was never ended. This world did not end everything cleanly. Below, the movers turned together, as if listening to something too deep or distant for human ears. Then they all began walking in the same direction, toward the reservoir spine. That night, Glassdown made its greatest decision since the first landing. They would follow. Not immediately, not recklessly, but soon, because the bowl's water was still thin, and the local systems still stuttered. Because the giant city was not empty. Because Edrin Vale had kept watch as long as one failing life could manage, and now the task had passed to people small enough to live in his palm and stubborn enough to cross his dead world step by impossible step. Before dawn, Sam went alone to the chair where Edrin still rested. He climbed as high as he could on the drape folds until he stood level with the giant's still hand. The skin was gray, the fingers motionless at last. Sam set the little silvery retention collar there beside the dry cup. "You did enough," he said quietly. The room, vast and broken, said nothing back. But somewhere beyond the museum annex, deep in the dead city, a metal sound rang out. Not dragging this time, a bell. And in the bowl behind him, Glassdown woke to another day in a world that had suddenly become far too large to fear and too important to abandon. The short but clear realization that scale means everything, and there is a point that the difference cannot be resolved. Even the exchange of knowledge is futile.
The examination hall smelled like fear and recycled air. Danny Wright sat in row 12, seat 47, surrounded by beings from at least 30 different worlds. Some had tentacles instead of hands. Others had scales, fur, or skin that changed colors with their emotions. A few breathed different gases and wore environmental suits. But they all shared one thing in common. They were all terrified of failing this test. The Interstellar Academy on Station Harmony was known for its brutal xenobiology certification program. Only 40% of candidates passed on their first attempt. The rest either failed or ended up in medical facilities after panic attacks. Danny watched a tall Quillen in the front row nervously tap 4 of its 6 fingers against the desk. The crystalline being next to Danny kept making a high-pitched humming sound that probably meant stress in its species. Danny felt fine. Actually, he felt a little bored. He had arrived at the station 3 days earlier from Callisto, one of Jupiter's moons. The journey took 2 weeks in a cramped transport ship, and he spent most of it sleeping or reading adventure novels. His parents had hugged him goodbye at the launch facility. His little sister Amy had cried and made him promise to come home soon. His father had given him one last piece of advice: trust what you know, not what the books say. Now Danny understood why the other candidates looked so worried. The exam hall was massive, with curved walls that displayed slowly rotating holographic images of alien creatures. Some looked harmless, like floating jellyfish or fuzzy caterpillars. Others looked like nightmares, all teeth and claws and armored plates. Each student had a data tablet and a question booklet printed on actual paper, which was apparently more secure than digital formats for important certifications. The proctor entered through the main door. His name was Brevet, according to the identification badge floating above his head. He was a Quillen, which meant he looked something like an upright octopus mixed with a business executive. His skin was a professional shade of gray-blue, and his movements were precise and methodical. He carried himself with the authority of someone who had administered this exam thousands of times. Brevet's voice came through the translation devices everyone wore. It sounded calm but firm, like a teacher who expected obedience but not friendship. He explained the rules. 3 hours to complete 200 questions. Each question would show a holographic creature. Students had to identify the species, rate its threat level from 1 to 10, and list proper containment protocols. No talking, no looking at other tablets, no using external databases. Danny glanced at his tablet as it powered on. The first question appeared immediately. A holographic projection materialized above his desk, showing a small lizard-like creature with purple scales and 6 eyes. Easy. That was a Venusian acid spitter. Threat level 3. Contained using alkaline barriers and maintained at temperatures below 15 degrees. Danny typed his answer and moved on. Question 2 showed a worm the size of a bus with rotating teeth rings. Proxima mining worm. Threat level 5. Contained using sonic dampeners and kept away from metal surfaces. Danny's fingers moved quickly across the tablet. Around him, other students were taking much longer. The Quillen in front was still on question 1, scrolling through reference images on the allowed database. The crystalline being had started question 2, but kept deleting and rewriting its answer. Someone 3 rows back made a sound like a strangled cough, which was probably how their species expressed frustration. Danny worked through 20 questions in the first 30 minutes. Most were creatures he had read about or seen in documentary feeds. A few were species he had actually encountered during supply runs to other colonies. The test was difficult, sure, but not impossible. He started to understand why his parents had insisted he take this exam. If he passed, he could legally handle xenobiology specimens, which meant better job opportunities and more freedom to continue his family's work. Question 37 made him smile. The hologram showed a massive creature that looked like a bear crossed with a tank, covered in crystalline armor plates. That was a Kepler ice burrower, threat level 7, contained using thermal shock systems and gravitational restraints. Danny had seen one of these once during a research expedition. It had tried to eat their transport vehicle, but got distracted by a deposit of frozen methane. Beautiful creatures, really, if you appreciated functional evolution. The exam continued. Danny settled into a rhythm. Read the question, identify the creature, type the answer, move on. Some questions were tricky, showing juvenile forms of species that looked different from adults or subspecies that required careful observation to distinguish. But nothing stumped him completely. Then question 83 appeared on his screen, and the entire atmosphere in the examination hall changed. The hologram materialized slowly, as if the system needed extra processing power to render it properly. What emerged made several students gasp out loud. One candidate dropped their tablet. Another started making a clicking sound that the translation device interpreted as a prayer in their native language. The creature in the hologram was enormous, even in miniature projection. It had 6 legs, each ending in claws that looked like they could tear through ship hulls. Its body was covered in obsidian black scales that seemed to absorb light. 3 rows of serrated teeth filled a mouth large enough to swallow a human whole. A spiked tail, easily 15 feet long in real life, curved behind its body like a scorpion's stinger. But the worst part was its eyes. They glowed with a predatory intelligence that made it clear this was not some mindless beast. This was a hunter that thought, planned, and remembered. The translation text appeared below the hologram. Identify this creature, provide threat classification, and describe containment protocols. Danny looked at the projection for exactly 3 seconds. Then he grinned, picked up his stylus, and wrote one word in the answer field. Fluffy. The crystalline student next to him leaned slightly to see his screen, then jerked back so hard it nearly fell off its chair. The gesture attracted attention from others nearby. Within moments, 5 different species were staring at Danny's answer, with expressions that universally translated to shock and horror. Danny ignored them and moved on to question 84. 3 years earlier, Danny had been kneeling in frozen mud at the edge of his family's property, staring at something that would change his entire life. The methane marsh stretched out before him like a sheet of cracked glass, reflecting Jupiter's enormous presence in the black sky above. Callisto was cold even by moon standards, and the Wright family farm sat on the absolute edge of habitable territory. Beyond their fence line, nothing lived except extremophile bacteria and the occasional ice formation that looked almost alive in the right light. But something was living in the marsh now, something that definitely should not be there. Danny had come out to check the irrigation pumps when he spotted them. 7 large objects, each roughly the size of a beer barrel, partially buried in the frozen slush. At first he thought they might be storage containers that had fallen off a transport ship. But as he got closer, he realized they were organic. Eggs. Huge, leathery eggs with surfaces that seemed to pulse with internal heat. He ran back to the main habitat module, his boots crunching on ice crystals. His parents were in the greenhouse section, arguing about whether their latest crop of hybrid wheat could survive another temperature drop. His little sister Amy was supposed to be doing homework, but was actually building a fort out of storage crates. Ruth Wright looked up as Danny burst through the airlock. She was a practical woman who rarely showed surprise, but her eyebrows went up when Danny described what he had found. His father, Owen, immediately grabbed a specimen kit and followed Danny back to the marsh. Ruth came too after making Amy promise not to leave the habitat. The 3 of them stood in a semicircle around the eggs, breath fogging in the thin atmosphere, even through their environment suits. Owen ran a scanner over the nearest egg while Ruth took tissue samples from the leathery surface. Danny just watched, fascinated by the way the eggs seemed to radiate warmth despite the freezing temperatures around them. Owen's scanner beeped 3 times, then displayed a message that made him curse. Ruth looked at her own analysis tablet and her face went pale. She showed the screen to Owen without saying anything. Danny finally asked what they had found. His parents exchanged a long look, the kind that meant they were having an entire conversation without words. Then his father sighed and showed Danny the scanner results. The eggs belonged to a species called Shadowmaw apex predators, native to a death world designated as Nix-9. They were classified as Category 5 threats, which was the highest danger rating the Galactic Biological Survey used. Category 5 meant that trained military personnel with heavy weapons had a 50-50 chance of surviving an encounter. It meant that entire research outposts had been abandoned after Shadow Maw attacks. It meant these creatures were considered functionally impossible to contain or control. Ruth said they should report the eggs immediately. Owen agreed in principle, but pointed out that the nearest Colonial Authority office was 3 weeks away by shuttle, and the eggs were clearly close to hatching. By the time officials arrived, whatever was inside would already be born. Ruth argued that was exactly why they needed to report it now, before something dangerous emerged. Owen countered that if they reported it, the authorities would likely just destroy the eggs without studying them, which seemed like a waste of a unique opportunity. Danny listened to his parents debate for 20 minutes. Finally, he asked a simple question. What if the eggs hatched and the creatures were not dangerous? What if the galactic classification was wrong? Both parents stared at him. Ruth started to explain that centuries of research backed up the threat classification, that thousands of qualified xenobiologists had studied Shadow Maws, that there was no chance the entire galactic community was wrong about these creatures. But Owen interrupted her. He reminded Ruth about the time they had successfully domesticated those Proxima mining worms that everyone said were mindless eating machines. He mentioned the ice burrowers that now helped them excavate new greenhouse sections, even though the textbooks claimed they could not be trained. Ruth was not convinced, but she was listening. Owen pressed his advantage. He suggested they keep the eggs, monitor them closely and see what hatched. If the creatures showed immediate aggression, they could be contained or eliminated. But if there was even a chance to learn something new, to potentially discover that Shadow Maws were not the monsters everyone believed, would that not be worth the risk? Danny watched his mother think. He knew that look. She was weighing danger against discovery, protocol against possibility. Ruth Wright had never been one to follow rules simply because they existed. She had built her career on finding exceptions to established biological assumptions. Finally, Ruth made her decision. They would keep the eggs. They would study whatever hatched. But at the first sign of genuine danger, they would end the experiment immediately. Owen agreed. Danny promised to follow every safety protocol they established. They built a containment area in the farm's largest storage module, installing temperature controls and reinforced barriers. Owen rigged up monitoring equipment to track the eggs' development. Ruth created detailed observation logs and started researching everything the galactic databases had on Shadow Maws, which turned out to be mostly disaster reports and warnings. The eggs hatched 4 days later in the middle of the night. The habitat's alarm system woke everyone up. Danny rushed to the storage module with his parents, expecting chaos and destruction. Instead, they found 6 small creatures, each about the size of a terrier dog, stumbling around on unsteady legs. They had miniature versions of the fearsome features described in the database: scales, claws, teeth. But they looked vulnerable, confused, and surprisingly cute in the way that all baby animals manage to be cute despite their features. One of the creatures, slightly larger than its siblings, looked directly at Danny. Its eyes, which would eventually glow with predatory intelligence, were currently just curious and a bit scared. It made a sound, something between a chirp and a growl, and took a wobbly step toward him. Danny's mother grabbed his arm, ready to pull him back. His father had a neural stunner drawn just in case, but Danny knelt down slowly and extended his hand. The creature sniffed his fingers, then rubbed its head against his palm. Danny looked up at his parents and said, "I'm going to call this one Fluffy." 18 months after the eggs hatched, Fluffy had grown into something that would give nightmares to trained soldiers across the galaxy. Danny stood in the main yard of the farm, watching Fluffy play with Amy. His little sister was 7 years old now, laughing as she threw a gravity ball across the ice field. Fluffy, all 3 tons of obsidian-scaled apex predator, bounded after it like an oversized puppy. When she caught the ball in her massive jaws, she trotted back to Amy and gently dropped it at the girl's feet. Her tail, tipped with spikes that could puncture ship armor, wagged back and forth in obvious pleasure. The other 5 Shadow Maws were scattered around the property, each engaged in their own activities. Spike was helping Owen repair a section of the perimeter fence, using his considerable strength to lift support beams into place. Princess was being groomed by Ruth, who had discovered that shadow moths actually enjoyed having their scales cleaned and polished. Chomper was in the food storage area, demonstrating her ability to open complex lock mechanisms in exchange for treats. Sweetie was napping in a sunny spot near the greenhouse, her body generating enough heat to melt a circle in the ice around her. Brutus, the laziest of the six, was sprawled across the habitat entrance like a very intimidating doormat. Danny had spent every day of the past year and a half working with these creatures. What started as a risky experiment had become his entire life. He woke up early to feed them, spent his afternoons training them, and fell asleep most nights in the barn with at least 2 shadow moths curled up nearby for warmth. The Galactic Xenobiology database said shadow moths were solitary hunters who tolerated each other only during mating season. Danny's experience suggested the database was completely wrong. The 6 siblings had formed a tight pack with clear social structures. Fluffy was the leader, making decisions and settling disputes. Spike was her second, enforcing rules and protecting the others. Princess was the social coordinator, the one who initiated play and grooming. Chomper was the problem solver, always figuring out new ways to get food or entertainment. Sweetie was the gentle one, often comforting the others when they were stressed. Brutus was the lazy one who somehow still managed to be exactly where he needed to be during important moments. The database also said shadow moths had the intelligence of Earth's great apes. Danny thought that was another massive underestimation. These creatures understood complex verbal commands in 3 languages now. They could solve puzzles that stumped some of the farm's automated systems. Fluffy had figured out how to operate door controls by watching humans do it twice. Chomper had learned to trade, bringing interesting rocks or ice formations to Ruth in exchange for extra food portions. Most importantly, they had never shown aggression toward humans. Not once. Not even when Amy accidentally stepped on Brutus's tail, or when Owen had to remove an infected claw from Spike's foot, or when Ruth took blood samples for her research. Other frontier farmers had started visiting the Wright property. Word spreading through the isolated moon colonies about the impossible creatures that lived there. Some visitors were skeptical, arriving with weapons and suspicious expressions. Others were curious, wanting to understand how a Category 5 species could behave like domestic animals. All of them left with the same confused look on their faces, trying to reconcile what they had seen with what they thought they knew about dangerous predators. Old Howard from the mining station 200 kilometers north had visited 3 times. He was a veteran of the frontier wars and had killed more hostile creatures than he could count. The first time he saw Fluffy, he drew his plasma rifle on instinct. But then Amy had run up to Fluffy, hugged one of her massive legs, and asked if Mr. Howard wanted to play fetch with them. Howard had stood there for 5 full minutes, rifle still drawn, watching a child play with a creature that should have eaten her. He finally holstered his weapon, sat down on a cargo crate, and asked Owen for something strong to drink. The second time Howard visited, he brought his wife, who was a xenobiologist with 40 years of field experience. She spent an entire day running tests, taking measurements and interviewing Danny about his training methods. At the end of the day, she told the Wright family that nothing they were doing should work according to any established theory. The shadow moths should have killed someone by now, or at least shown territorial aggression. Instead, they behaved like a cross between working dogs and extremely deadly house cats. The third time Howard visited, he brought a contract. A mining consortium needed help clearing out a nest of rock borers that were destroying their equipment. Rock borers were tough creatures, but not particularly smart. Howard thought the shadow moths might be able to scare them away without anyone getting hurt. He was offering enough credits to buy a new habitat module. Owen and Ruth discussed it for 2 days. Danny argued that the shadow moths needed challenges, needed to use their natural abilities. Keeping them on the farm doing simple tasks was like asking a calculator to only count to 10. Eventually, his parents agreed, but only if Danny went along to supervise and only if they took extensive safety precautions. The mining job turned out to be the easiest credits the Wright family ever earned. Fluffy and Spike walked into the rock borer tunnels, roared once, and every borer in a 5-kilometer radius fled in panic. The miners were amazed. They had expected a fight, maybe some casualties. Instead, the problem was solved in less than an hour. Word spread even faster after that. More job offers came in. Could the shadow moths help clear ice formations from landing pads? Could they provide security for a supply depot that kept getting raided by wild creatures? Could they help search for survivors after a habitat collapse? The answer to all these questions turned out to be yes. Danny started keeping a log of everything the Shadow Moths accomplished. Not just for the family records, but because he had a feeling this information might be important someday. Every job completed, every creature they interacted with peacefully, every moment that proved the galactic database was wrong about them. His father noticed the log one evening and asked Danny what he planned to do with all that information. Danny had shrugged and said maybe nothing, maybe everything. He was 17 years old, nearly 18, and starting to think about his future beyond the farm. If he wanted to keep working with Shadow Moths, if he wanted to prove to the galaxy that these creatures deserved better than to be labeled as monsters, he would need credentials. He would need certification. He would need to pass the Xenobiology Handler's License exam. Owen had smiled and told Danny that was a fine goal, but it would not be easy. The exam was notoriously difficult, and showing up with 6 illegal Category 5 creatures as practical experience might cause problems. Danny had looked out at the yard where Fluffy was teaching Amy how to track footprints in the ice, and said he would figure it out. After all, everyone said Shadow Moths were impossible to train, and he had managed that just fine. The corporate survey ship appeared in Callisto's orbit on a Tuesday, which was laundry day at the Wright farm, and Ruth was particularly annoyed about the timing. Danny was hanging thermal suits on the drying rack when the habitat's proximity alarm started beeping. Visitors were not unusual anymore, but most of them sent a message first. This ship had just appeared, running what looked like detailed scans of the entire moon surface. Owen pulled up the identification transponder, and his face went carefully neutral, which was never a good sign. The ship belonged to Helix Biosystems, one of the largest xenobiology research corporations in the galaxy. They held contracts with most planetary governments for biological surveys and threat assessments. They were professional, wealthy, powerful, and absolutely not the kind of people the Wright family wanted noticing their farm. 6 hours later, a shuttle landed in the main yard. Fluffy and the other Shadow Moths had been outside when the alarms first sounded, and they immediately formed a protective perimeter around the habitat. Danny had trained them for this scenario, though he had hoped they would never need to use it. The creatures looked alert but not aggressive, watching the shuttle with focused attention. The shuttle door opened and 8 figures emerged. 5 were security personnel in full combat armor, carrying weapons that could probably take down a small building. 2 were scientists in environment suits, laden with scanning equipment. The 8th was a tall Archean woman who walked with the confidence of someone used to being in charge. Her name, according to the identification beacon, was Dr. Fallen. Owen went out to meet them, gesturing for Ruth to stay inside with Amy. Danny followed his father, partly because he wanted to help and partly because Fluffy would not let him stay behind. The massive Shadow Moth walked beside Danny, her presence a clear statement of protection. Dr. Fallen stopped walking when she saw Fluffy. The security team immediately raised their weapons. The scientists started making rapid notes on their tablets. Danny could see the exact moment when Dr. Fallen realized what she was looking at, because her expression changed from professional curiosity to genuine alarm. She spoke in a calm voice, but Danny could hear the tension underneath. She identified herself as the chief xenobiologist for this sector and explained that their survey had detected genetic signatures belonging to Shadow Moth apex predators. This was impossible, of course, because Shadow Moths were a restricted species that could not legally be removed from their native world. There must be some mistake in their scanning equipment. Owen, who was good at talking to difficult people, agreed that it did sound impossible. Then he casually mentioned that the scans were probably picking up the 6 Shadow Moths that lived on his farm. Would Dr. Fallen like to come inside for something to drink while they discussed the situation? The silence that followed lasted approximately 10 seconds. Then Dr. Fallen started giving orders in rapid succession. The security team was to establish a perimeter. The scientists were to confirm the genetic readings. She was personally going to inspect these alleged Shadow Moths, and if they were real, the creatures would be destroyed immediately according to galactic safety protocols. Danny felt Fluffy tense beside him. The other 5 Shadow Moths moved closer, forming a tighter circle. They were not growling or showing teeth, but their body language had shifted from watchful to protective. Spike positioned himself between the security team and Amy, who had disobeyed Ruth's instructions and come outside. Princess moved to block the path to the greenhouses. Chomper, Sweetie, and Brutus spread out to cover the other approaches. Dr. Fallen noticed the movement. Her hand moved toward a weapon on her belt. The security team adjusted their aim, targeting systems painting laser dots across Fluffy's massive body. Danny could feel the situation spiraling toward violence, and he did the only thing he could think of. He stepped in front of Fluffy and told everyone to calm down. His voice came out steadier than he expected. He explained that the Shadowmaws were not dangerous, that they had lived peacefully with his family for 2 years, that they helped with farm work and had never hurt anyone. Dr. Fallen looked at him like he had just claimed he could breathe vacuum without a suit. She informed Danny, in the tone of someone explaining basic facts to a child, that Shadowmaws were Category 5 threats with a documented history of killing trained personnel. They were biologically incapable of domestication. Their aggression was hardwired into their neural structure. What he was claiming was literally impossible. According to centuries of xenobiological research, Danny suggested that maybe the research was wrong. Dr. Fallen's expression made it clear what she thought of that idea. Owen tried to de-escalate by offering to demonstrate the Shadowmaws' training. Dr. Fallen refused, stating that any moment these creatures could revert to their natural behavior and slaughter everyone present. She had seen the aftermath of Shadowmaw attacks. She knew what these creatures were capable of. She had a legal responsibility to eliminate threats, and 6 Category 5 predators living on an unsecured civilian farm definitely qualified as a threat. Ruth emerged from the habitat at that point, carrying a datapad loaded with 2 years of research documentation. She started presenting evidence, behavioral observations, training logs, medical records, footage of the Shadowmaws working alongside humans. Dr. Fallen barely glanced at it. She had made up her mind. The security team moved closer, weapons charging. Fluffy lowered her head and made a sound deep in her chest. Not quite a growl, but close. The other Shadowmaws responded, their movements coordinated and purposeful. Danny realized with growing horror that Dr. Fallen was going to force a confrontation. And if shooting started, people were going to die. Maybe his family, maybe the security team. Definitely his Shadowmaws Amy, who had been watching everything with wide eyes, suddenly ran forward. She ducked under her father's arm, dodged past Danny and threw herself against Fluffy's front leg in a fierce hug. She told Dr. Fallen that Fluffy was nice and that the doctor could not hurt her. 7 security personnel and the most respected xenobiologist in the sector stared at a 7-year-old child hugging a 3-ton apex predator that could bite her in half without effort. Fluffy, for her part, carefully curled her neck around to nuzzle Amy's hair with her massive snout, making sure not to accidentally scratch the girl with her teeth. Dr. Fallen's weapon remained drawn, but Danny saw something change in her expression. Not belief exactly, more like the first crack in absolute certainty. She lowered her weapon and made a new proposal. The Shadowmaws would not be destroyed today, but this situation could not continue as it was. Danny would need to obtain a xenobiology handler's license to legally keep Category 5 creatures. The family would need to present their research to the Galactic Council, and Dr. Fallen herself would remain on the farm for 1 week to observe these impossible creatures. If she saw any signs of aggression, any indication that the Shadowmaws posed a danger, she would personally ensure they were removed to a maximum security facility. It was not the outcome Danny wanted, but it was better than watching Fluffy and her siblings die. He agreed to the terms. His parents agreed. Even Amy, still hugging Fluffy's leg, nodded seriously. Dr. Fallen ordered her security team to stand down but maintain alert status. She told her scientists to begin setting up monitoring equipment. Then she looked at Danny and asked the question that would determine everything. If these creatures were truly as trained as he claimed, would Fluffy obey a command right now? With weapons pointed at her and strangers threatening her pack, Danny met Fluffy's glowing eyes. He gave a simple hand signal, one they had practiced thousands of times. Fluffy sat down, tail curling around her body, and waited. The examination hall erupted into chaos the moment word spread about Danny's answer. Brevet, the Quillen Proctor, stood frozen at the front of the hall, staring at his monitoring tablet like it had personally betrayed him. The screen showed Danny's response to question 83 in bright red text. Fluffy. Just that one word, no threat classification, no containment protocols, just a name that sounded like something you would call a pet rabbit. The crystalline student next to Danny made a sound like breaking glass, which the translation device rendered as distressed confusion. A Vexarian 3 rows back stood up so fast her chair fell over. She started shouting in her native language, and even without translation, Danny could tell she was upset. Other students were pulling up their own databases, trying to understand if this was some kind of joke or if the human had genuinely lost his mind. Brevet finally recovered enough to speak. His voice, usually so calm and professional, had developed a slight tremor. He announced that the examination was temporarily suspended and asked Danny to remain in his seat. All other students were instructed to take a break in the waiting area. The request was phrased politely, but the security personnel who appeared at the doorways made it clear this was not optional. The exam hall emptied quickly, students filing out while casting nervous glances at Danny. Some looked curious. Others looked scared. A few looked angry, as if Danny had somehow insulted them by not taking the test seriously. The crystalline being patted Danny's shoulder with one of its appendages as it left, a gesture that seemed sympathetic. When everyone else was gone, Brevet walked slowly down the aisle to Danny's desk. 2 security guards followed at a respectful distance. The proctor's skin had shifted from professional gray-blue to a troubled purple color. He gestured at Danny's tablet with one tentacle. Brevet asked if Danny understood what he had written. Danny said yes. The proctor asked if Danny knew what a Shadowmaw apex predator was. Danny said yes again. Brevet's skin color deepened to almost violet.
He asked if Danny was aware that his answer to question 83 would result in automatic exam failure and possible psychological evaluation. Danny explained,
in simple terms, that he was not joking or confused. The creature in the hologram was indeed a Shadowmaw, and her name was Fluffy. He had raised her from an egg. She lived on his family's farm on Callisto. She was well-trained, friendly, and excellent at herding cattle. Brevet's tentacles went completely still, which Danny had learned meant Aquilin was either deep in thought or experiencing system shock. The proctor pulled up Danny's application file on his tablet and began reading through it with increasing agitation. His skin color cycled through purple to green to orange, settling finally on a pale yellow that Danny guessed meant surprise. The proctor's voice was barely above a whisper when he asked if everything in the application file was true. Danny confirmed it was. The 6 Shadowmaws, the training documentation, the work records, the recommendation letters from frontier colonies, all of it was real and verifiable. Brevet made a series of clicking sounds that the translator did not bother to interpret, probably because they were the Quillen equivalent of swearing. He tapped his tablet several times, and Danny heard his voice being transmitted to someone else. Within minutes, a holographic projection appeared at the front of the exam hall. It showed Dr. Fallen, the Archean xenobiologist who had spent a week on the Wright farm observing Fluffy and the others. Dr. Fallen looked tired, like she had been working for many hours without rest. But when she saw Danny, she smiled slightly. She confirmed to Brevet that everything in the application file was accurate. She had personally witnessed Daniel Wright working with 6 fully grown Shadowmaw apex predators. She had seen them follow commands, perform complex tasks, and interact peacefully with humans, including small children. She had submitted a detailed report to the Galactic Council, recommending that the Wright family's research be recognized officially. Brevet's skin color went through several more rapid changes. He asked Dr. Fallen how this was possible. She responded with a question of her own. Had Brevet ever considered that the galactic understanding of dangerous species might be fundamentally flawed? What followed was a conversation that Danny only partially understood. Dr. Fallen and Brevet discussed something called the domestication paradigm, referencing academic papers and research studies. Dr. Fallen argued that most spacefaring species had never needed to domesticate predators because they either evolved on peaceful worlds or developed technology fast enough to avoid that stage. Humans, she claimed, were different. Earth was what she called a Class 7 death world, and humans had survived by making allies of creatures that should have killed them. Brevet wanted to know what this meant for the examination. Dr. Fallen's answer was simple. Daniel Wright probably knew more about handling Category 5 creatures than anyone else in the galaxy. His answer to question 83 was not wrong. It was just operating from a completely different knowledge base than the standardized test expected. The proctor asked what he should do. Dr. Fallen suggested something that made Danny sit up straighter. bring in a live specimen. If Danny could demonstrate his abilities in a controlled environment, it would prove his claims beyond any doubt. If he failed or if the situation became dangerous, they would at least learn the truth before anyone took his application seriously. Brevet looked horrified at the suggestion. Bringing a Category 5 predator onto station, Harmony violated at least 40 safety regulations. Dr. Fallon pointed out that they had already violated several hundred regulations by allowing Danny to take the exam without flagging his application for special review. They might as well commit fully to breaking protocol. The proctor spent 5 full minutes thinking, his skin cycling through colors that Danny could not interpret. Finally, Brevet agreed to the demonstration. He would need authorization from station security, medical personnel on standby, and evacuation protocols ready. But if Dr. Fallon believed this was necessary, he would trust her judgment. Dr. Fallon's hologram smiled. She told Brevet she had already arranged for Fluffy to be transported to Station Harmony. The Shadow Maw was currently in a secure cargo bay, sedated for the journey, and would be ready for the demonstration in approximately 4 hours. She had suspected this situation might arise. Danny could not help but grin. Dr. Fallon had changed significantly since her first visit to the farm. Back then she had wanted to destroy the Shadow Maws. Now she was actively helping prove they were not the monsters everyone believed. A week of observation had been enough to transform her from skeptic to advocate. Brevet dismissed Danny to a waiting room while preparations were made. The next 4 hours were the longest of Danny's life. He tried to read, could not focus. He tried to sleep, was too nervous. He paced back and forth, wondering if he had made a terrible mistake. What if Fluffy reacted badly to the station environment? What if being around so many strangers stressed her out? What if she proved everyone right by showing aggression? He trusted Fluffy completely, but he also knew she was still a Shadow Maw, still a predator with instincts hardwired into her biology. If something went wrong, people could die, and his entire family's work would be dismissed as a dangerous delusion. A security officer finally came to collect him. The demonstration area was ready. Dr. Fallon had arrived in person. Medical teams were standing by. Station security had cleared 3 entire sections and established evacuation routes. Half the Galactic Council was watching via remote feed. No pressure or anything. Danny was escorted to what looked like a cargo bay that had been converted into an arena. Reinforced barriers surrounded a large open space. Observation platforms circled the area at a safe height. Dozens of beings from different species watched from behind protective shields. At the far end of the bay was a massive containment cell, the kind usually reserved for the most dangerous criminals or hostile xenofauna. Inside that cell, Danny could see a familiar shape. Fluffy, looking groggy from sedation but otherwise healthy, her obsidian scales reflecting the harsh lighting. Brevet's voice echoed through the bay's speaker system. He explained the parameters of the demonstration. The containment cell would open. If Daniel Wright could prove that the Shadow Maw was trained and non-aggressive, his examination would continue under special review. If the creature showed hostility, or if the situation became dangerous, she would be resedated and returned to containment. Danny barely heard the rest of the announcement. He was focused entirely on Fluffy, who had just noticed him in the arena. Her glowing eyes found his, and even from across the bay, Danny could see her tail start to move in what was almost certainly the beginning of a wag. The containment cell opened with a hydraulic hiss. Every being in the observation platforms tensed. Security personnel aimed weapons loaded with enough tranquilizer to drop an elephant. Medical teams prepared for casualties. Fluffy stepped out of the cell slowly, her massive form moving with predatory grace. She tested the air with her senses, taking in all the new smells and sounds. Her body language showed uncertainty, maybe a little stress from the strange environment and the sedatives wearing off. Then she looked directly at Danny again. Her expression changed completely. The uncertainty vanished. She made that deep rumbling purr that Danny had heard 1,000 times before, and she walked straight toward him, ignoring everyone else in the arena. The weapons tracked her movement. Dr. Fallon held up a hand, signaling the security team to wait. Brevet's skin had gone completely white. Fluffy reached Danny and did exactly what she always did when they had been apart. She lowered her enormous head and nuzzled against his chest hard enough to nearly knock him over. Then she sat down beside him, leaned her weight against his legs, and looked up at the observation platforms with an expression that clearly communicated She was bored with all these dramatic strangers. The arena was completely silent for 3 full seconds. Then Dr. Fallon started laughing, the sound echoing through the speakers. Several beings in the observation platforms collapsed into their seats. One made a sound that the translators rendered as impossible, repeated about 15 times. Danny scratched behind Fluffy's jaw ridge exactly where she liked it, and asked Brevet if they could continue with the examination now. 6 months later, Danny stood in front of a classroom containing the most diverse group of students he had ever seen, and tried not to laugh at their terrified expressions. The Interstellar Academy had expanded rapidly after Danny's demonstration. What started as a standard xenobiology program had transformed into something entirely new: the Human Integration Protocol for High-Risk Species. Danny was the youngest instructor in the Academy's history, and possibly the only one who brought his teaching assistant to class in the form of a 3-ton apex predator. Fluffy lay near the back of the classroom, her presence dominating the space despite her relaxed posture. She was technically asleep, but Danny knew she was aware of everything happening around her. The other 5 Shadow Maws had remained on Callisto with his family, but Fluffy had bonded so strongly with Danny that separating them seemed cruel. The Academy administration had agreed to her presence after extensive negotiations and approximately 50 safety reviews. The current class consisted of 12 students from 8 different species: a Quillen engineer who wanted to work with tunneling creatures, 2 Vexarian soldiers interested in training guard animals, an Archean xenobiologist following Dr. Fallon's research, a human from Mars who had heard about Danny's work, 3 beings from species Danny was still learning to pronounce correctly. All of them had signed up believing they would learn advanced containment techniques and threat management. Instead, Danny's first lesson was about respect. He explained that most galactic species approach dangerous creatures with the assumption that they needed to be controlled or contained. Humans, shaped by Earth's hostile environment, had learned a different approach. They looked at wolves and saw future dogs. They looked at wild cats and saw future companions. They looked at aurochs and saw future cattle. Where others saw threats, humans saw potential partners. One of the Vexarian students interrupted, her voice sharp with frustration. She pointed out that her people had tried to negotiate with Shadow Maws 200 years ago, and the creatures had destroyed an entire colony. How could Danny claim these beings were potential partners when history proved otherwise? Danny asked a simple question. Had her people tried to understand what the Shadow Maws wanted, or had they simply assumed the creatures were mindless killers? The Vexarian started to answer, then stopped. She admitted she did not know the details, only that many had died. Danny pulled up a historical file on the classroom display. It showed the incident report from the Vexarian colony. He pointed out several key details that most people overlooked. The colony had been established directly on top of Shadow Maw breeding grounds. The creatures had not attacked immediately, but had shown warning behaviors for 3 months. When those warnings were ignored, they defended their territory. The report framed it as an unprovoked massacre, but the evidence suggested it was actually a last resort. The Vexarian student stared at the report, her face showing an expression Danny had learned to recognize. It was the look of someone's worldview cracking open, letting in uncomfortable new possibilities. He spent the next hour demonstrating basic training principles with Fluffy. He showed how to read body language, how to establish trust through consistency, how to use positive reinforcement instead of punishment. The students watched in amazement as Fluffy performed complex commands, solved puzzles for treats, and even allowed strangers to touch her scales after Danny gave permission. The Quillen engineer asked the question they were all thinking. Why did this work for humans but not for other species? Danny's answer was both simple and complicated. Humans had spent thousands of years learning to see individual personalities in animals. Most species categorize creatures by threat level and nothing else. A Shadow Maw was a Category 5, end of discussion. But Danny saw Fluffy as an intelligent being with preferences, moods, and emotional needs. He told them about Princess, who was vain and loved being groomed. About Brutus, who was lazy but would protect Amy with his life. About Chomper, who solved problems for fun rather than food. Every Shadow Maw was different, just like every human was different. Treating them as identical threat units was like treating all humans as identical organisms. It missed the entire point. The classes continued 3 times a week. Students learned to work with creatures they had feared their entire lives. The Quillen engineer discovered that the giant tunneling worms of Sigma-9 were actually highly social and could be guided using scent markers and patience. The Vexarian soldiers realized that many aggressive species were simply defending resources or family units. The Archean xenobiologist wrote papers that challenged centuries of established theory. Word spread across the galaxy. Danny received messages from frontier colonies requesting consultations. Mining operations wanted advice on coexisting with local predators. Research stations asked for training on non-lethal interaction protocols. Even military organizations started questioning their approach to hostile xenofauna. Dr. Fallen visited frequently, now serving as Danny's mentor and advocate. She told him that his work was causing a revolution in xenobiology, that academic institutions were revising their textbooks, that the Galactic Council was establishing new guidelines for species classification. What had started with one human teenager and 6 illegally kept shadow maws was changing how the entire galaxy understood dangerous creatures. But the most satisfying moment came when Danny received a message from a frontier colony on the edge of known space. They had discovered a new species, something never cataloged before. Early observations suggested it was impossibly aggressive, with documented attacks on anyone who approached. The colony had requested military intervention to eliminate the threat, but someone had suggested consulting with Daniel Wright first. Danny read the report carefully, noting the patterns. The creatures attacked only when approached directly. They showed warning behaviors before engaging. They seemed to be protecting a specific geographical area. It all sounded familiar. He accepted the consultation contract immediately. The academy gave him a semester leave. He packed his equipment, said goodbye to his students, and prepared for the journey. Fluffy, sensing travel preparations, became excited. Her tail wagged hard enough to knock over a chair. On the last day before departure, Danny stood in the empty classroom and thought about how far he had come. 3 years ago, he had been a teenager on an isolated farm, raising creatures that everyone said were impossible to train. Now he was teaching the galaxy a new way to understand the dangerous and unknown. His datapad chimed with a message from his parents. They were proud of him, but they also wanted him to visit soon. Amy missed him. The farm missed him. Spike had learned a new trick. Princess had somehow figured out how to open the greenhouse door. Chomper had traded Ruth an interesting ice crystal for 3 portions of dried meat. Sweetie sent her love. Brutus was being lazy as usual. Danny smiled and sent a reply promising to visit after this consultation. He attached a photo of himself and Fluffy in front of the academy, both of them looking confident and ready for whatever came next. The response from Amy came immediately. A voice message of her 7-year-old voice declaring that Fluffy better not have more fun without her, and that Danny should bring back something cool from the new colony. And also, could he please come home soon, because none of the other Shadow Maws gave good hugs like Fluffy did. Danny saved the message and made a mental note to bring back something special for his sister. Maybe a rock from an alien world, maybe a plant sample, maybe a story about making friends with another impossible creature. He looked at Fluffy, who was watching him with those intelligent, glowing eyes. He scratched behind her jaw ridge and told her they had work to do. She made her rumbling purr sound and stood up, ready to follow him anywhere. They left the academy together, walking through hallways where students no longer flinched at the sight of a Shadow Maw. They passed classrooms where beings from across the galaxy learned to see individuals instead of threat categories. They headed toward the docking bay where a transport ship waited to take them to the frontier. Danny thought about the quote that had become famous after his examination demonstration. When asked why he named a Category 5 apex predator Fluffy, he had said, "Because that's who she is. The galaxy saw a monster. I saw a friend waiting to be made." That philosophy had changed everything. It had earned him his license, his teaching position, and his reputation. But more importantly, it had saved 6 lives that would have been destroyed simply because they were born as the wrong species. As they boarded the transport ship, Danny felt ready for whatever waited at the frontier colony. Another misunderstood species. Another opportunity to prove that dangerous did not mean evil, that aggressive did not mean unsalvageable, that with patience and respect even the most feared creatures could become partners. Fluffy settled into the cargo hold, which had been specially modified for her comfort. Danny sat beside her, feeling her warmth and her steady breathing. The ship's engines powered up. The journey would take 3 weeks. He pulled out his data pad and began reviewing the files on the new species. The galaxy still had so much to learn. Fortunately, Danny had time to teach them. One creature, one colony, one student at a time until seeing individuals instead of categories became natural for everyone. The transport ship jumped to faster-than-light travel, carrying a human and his shadow maw toward another impossible situation that they would somehow make possible. Because that was what humans did best, making friends with things that wanted to eat them and changing the galaxy in the process.
At Starbound, we like to tell stories the human way, not with artificial slop or AI voices. What's HFY without humanity? So, subscribe if you want to keep it that way. My name is Dan. Let's begin. Salix had dealt with several problematic sapiens over his long career as head of the Species Integration Committee, but never before had he encountered a species as chaotic and as deeply fractured as humanity. They constantly bickered over small things. They went to war over equally small things. And they did all of this while barely bothering to address what truly mattered. Issues that were routinely buried in popular opinion beneath the latest fashion trends, some public scandal involving rich people, or another stupid cat meme that humanity adored for reasons no other beings could understand. The current problem afflicting Salix's committee was the need to map and categorize all the weapons humans deployed. This information would serve several purposes, from calibrating detectors in public spaces across the Galactic Council to devising rules of engagement against potential human criminals. The meeting to address these problems had only just begun, and already it was clear that things were not going well. Zopher, a red-skinned biped with several antennae sprouting over his head, each topped with large ocular globes that swiveled independently, surveyed the other two members of the committee before turning to Salix at the head of the table. The way he positioned his body, all 4 arms folded across his chest in a gesture of frustration, made his mood clear even before he spoke. "Director Salix," Zopher began, "we must address the fundamental impossibility of our current task. The fragmentation of human society is way more serious than mere inconvenience. It is an absolute barrier to obtaining the weapon declaration we require." He paused, allowing 2 of his eye stalks to focus directly on Salix, while the others scanned the data tablets scattered across the table. "As an example, think of the structure of their civilization. They maintain over 550 distinct governmental entities across their colonies, each claiming sovereignty, each maintaining its own military apparatus. Within those entities exist sub-governments, states, provinces, autonomous regions, many of which develop their own security technologies independent of their nominal overlords." Zopher's antennae quivered as he continued, warming to his subject. "But the fragmentation goes even deeper. Human corporations, private entities driven purely by profit, develop weapon systems that they sell to the highest bidder, often keeping the most advanced specifications classified even from the governments that purchase them. We've documented at least 80 major defense contractors across human space, each with proprietary technologies they guard as zealously as any state secret." One of his hands gestured toward a holographic display that materialized above the table, showing a dizzying web of interconnected nodes. "And beneath that layer, we have what humans call black projects. Weapons development programs so classified that entire governments don't know they exist. Intelligence agencies operating in the shadows. Military units with budgets hidden in bureaucratic labyrinths. Research facilities that officially don't exist, developing technologies that officially haven't been invented." The display zoomed in, revealing even more complexity. "Then we arrive at the individual level, Director.
Humans hoard weapons personally. They build them in basements and garages. They inherit them from ancestors. They hide them from their own governments out of what they call principle.
Zoffer's primary eyes fixed on Salix with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable if Salix hadn't spent decades in diplomatic service.
The conclusion is inexorable. Such a list doesn't exist. No single human on Earth or elsewhere possesses the knowledge, the access, or the authority to produce a comprehensive inventory of their species' weapons. And that is assuming they will be willing to share everything with us, which all evidence suggests they would not.
Salix said nothing. His scaled fingers remained still on the table surface. But beneath it, where no one could see, the single bone at the tip of his reptilian tail tapped out an irregular rhythm against the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. It was a vestigial trait, one that still manifested even after his species had abandoned physical combat entirely 30,000 years ago. His ancestors had used that tailbone as a weapon, whipping it against predators and prey alike. Now, it merely betrayed his impatience. The silence stretched for nearly 15 seconds before Wozok broke it. The amphibian delegate straightened in his specially designed chair, the moisture field around him shimmering a bit as he moved. He stared at Zoffer, trying his best to use his typical pair of yellow eyes to look the multi-eyed being in what approximated a face.
"Are you proposing,"
Wozok said,
"that we abandon the integration of humanity entirely? Because if you're stating that no human can provide a list of their own weapons, the logical conclusion is that their species can never be integrated into the Galactic Council."
He leaned forward, his throat sac inflating.
"Consider the implications, Zoffer. Without a weapons registry, how do we calibrate security scanners at spaceports? How do we train peacekeeping forces to recognize and respond to human weaponry?"
Wozok's voice rose even more.
"How do we establish rules of engagement? How do we determine what constitutes reasonable force in disputes? How do we prosecute weapons violations when we have no baseline for what should or shouldn't be present? Humans are simply not suitable for galactic integration. That is the hard truth."
When Wozok finished, Salix could see the pair of air sacs inflating beneath his colleague's mouth, in his neck, distending the translucent skin there until the purple circulatory vessels were clearly visible. It was a consequence of how much he'd spoken, how much oxygen his frail amphibian body had expended on words that, while true, didn't bring them any closer to a solution. A third voice entered the conversation, and Salix didn't need to look up to know it was Halara. At twice their collective height, a consequence of evolving in a low-gravity world, she had to lean forward to truly participate in their discussions, placing all her weight on her elongated arms on the table's surface. Her three jointed fingers, each nearly as long as Salix's forearm, drummed against the material in a gesture of contemplation. "There's another dimension to this problem," Halara said. "Now that humanity has already started their integration process, now that we've accepted their provisional membership, granted them limited trading rights, allowed them to establish embassies, a failure to complete their integration wouldn't be seen as a problem with humans and their species." She paused, letting that sink in. "It would be seen universally and unequivocally as a failure of this committee." Salix noticed the individual reactions immediately. All of them were staring at him. Zoffer had oriented 4 of his 6 eye stalks in Salix's direction, the others scanning the room as if seeking escape routes. Wozok's throat sacs had deflated, but his fingers were pressing flat against the table. his whole body tensed as if preparing to leap. Halara remained leaning forward, her enormous frame creating a shadow that fell across half the table, her expression unreadable, but her posture demanding. Salix's tail stilled. His mind worked through the problem coldly and methodically. Question: could any single human produce their list? Answer: no, clearly not. Question: could the humans collectively produce their list? Answer: unknown, but theoretically possible. Question: what force could compel hundreds of fractious human governments to cooperate? Answer: self-interest, specifically the threat of losing council membership. Question: what mechanism could force that cooperation to be genuine rather than performative? Answer: public accountability and mutual human oversight. There might be a single way to solve this. Salix looked at each of them, his reptilian features settling into an expression of raw and unfiltered determination. "We summon the human ambassadors," he said simply. "All of them." Zava's eye stalk swiveled in confusion.
All of whom?
All the human ambassadors, representatives from all 553 individual human leaderships, countries, kingdoms, corporate states, autonomous collectives, whatever other governance structures they've invented across their space. Salix's voice took on the authoritative tone he'd cultivated over decades of navigating council bureaucracy. "We bring them together in one big room. We present them with the requirement, and we make it clear that the exit door doesn't open until they produce a complete weapons inventory with full documentation, descriptions, pictures, diagrams, schematics, operational parameters, everything." He raised a scaled hand to forestall the objections he could see forming. "I know what you're thinking. They'll refuse. They'll argue. They'll claim it's impossible, just as Zoffer has outlined. And you're right. Individually, they will. But we won't be asking them individually. We'll be asking them collectively, in front of each other, with the entire galaxy watching." Salix stood, his full height still shorter than Halara, even when she was seated, but his presence filled the room nonetheless. "Humans have this particular characteristic. They're intensely competitive with each other. If we make this a public challenge, if we make it clear that their integration depends on their ability to cooperate, they'll be forced to prove they can do it. No single human can produce this list, but all of them together, they'll have no choice but to try. It should work," he continued. "We establish the requirement publicly. We make it a matter of record that humanity's council membership depends on this documentation. We give them a deadline, 1 week, perhaps, long enough to be reasonable, but short enough to maintain urgency. And critically, we make it their problem to solve, not ours." Wazok was the first to respond, his throat sac inflating.
It shifts the burden of proof.
He paused, then added,
Though I have one concern. What if they simply refuse en masse?
Salix nodded, acknowledging the point. "Then we make it clear, publicly and unequivocally, that the integration process terminates. We've given them every opportunity. We've been more than reasonable. And if they can't meet this basic requirement, a requirement we've placed on every species in the Council's history, then they've disqualified themselves. The political damage Halara mentioned still occurs, but we'll have documentation proving we did everything possible." Zoffer's antennae quivered, his multiple eyes blinking in an asynchronous pattern that indicated deep thought.
I accept the logic, though I have a different concern. Where do we house this meeting? 553 ambassadors, plus their staff, plus security, plus the documentation they'll need to produce. Even our largest conference facilities aren't designed for gatherings of that size.
We'll find a venue, Salix said, with more confidence than he felt. The Council has relationships with hundreds of species. Someone will have a facility large enough. We make it work because we have to. Alara's long fingers steepled together, creating a cage of bones. My observation is more practical. We need to control the narrative. When we issue this summons, when we make this demand, it needs to come from the Council President's office. We need the full authority of the Council behind us, or the humans will simply ignore it as bureaucratic overreach. Salix considered this, then nodded. Agreed. I'll draft the proposal for the President this evening. He looked at each of them. Any other concerns? Silence answered him, the kind of silence that meant assent rather than confusion. Then we're agreed, Salix said. We summon the humans, all of them, and we see if they're capable of the cooperation their council membership requires. As the meeting adjourned and his colleagues filed out, Salix remained seated, his tail resuming its unconscious tapping against the floor. He was thinking about the implications, about the sheer logistical challenge of what he'd just proposed. Finding a venue large enough for 553 human ambassadors, plus their entourages, plus the committee members, plus council observers. It was ridiculous, really. The main assembly hall of the Galactic Council could accommodate one representative for each sapient species in the galaxy fairly well. All 200 of them could fit with room to spare. But it wouldn't be large enough for all the human factions. One species, not even fully integrated yet, requiring more space than the entire rest of the galaxy combined. It was absolutely ridiculous. And yet, somehow, it was perfectly appropriate for humanity. The 3 months that followed were exhausting in ways Salix hadn't anticipated. It wasn't the bureaucratic challenges, though those were substantial, but rather the sheer volume of communication required. Every one of those 553 human governments had questions. Everyone had concerns. Everyone needed to be convinced, cajoled, or in some cases, subtly threatened into participation. Wozark had handled the parliamentary democracies, spending weeks navigating human political structures. Zoffa had taken the corporate states and commercial entities, his multi-threaded thinking allowing him to negotiate with several entities simultaneously. Alara had managed the monarchies and traditional hierarchies, her imposing presence translating well across communication channels. Salix had taken everything else: the theocracies, the military juntas, the anarchist collectives, and the handful of truly bizarre governance structures that only humans could have invented. Now, standing before the door of the great hall they'd finally secured, Salix felt a wave of exhaustion. The hall belonged to the Gorath, a species of giants who used it for their ceremonial gatherings, perhaps twice a century. Renting it had required negotiations that made Salix question his career choices, but it was the only structure he could find that could accommodate their needs.
I'm not ready for this,
Wozark said quietly.
The moment we walk through that door and tell them they can't leave until they produce a complete weapons inventory, we become the villains of whatever disaster follows.
Zoffa's eye stalks swiveled nervously.
That's precisely why we're doing it publicly. When they fail, and I maintain they will fail, it needs to be absolutely clear that the fault lies with human fragmentation, not with bureaucratic overreach on our part.
If they fail, Alara corrected, though her tone suggested she agreed with Zoffa's assessment. We still don't know that they will.
They will. Humans always find a way to fail, and they always do it in the most bizarre way possible,
Zoffa said flatly. Salix said nothing. He simply placed his hand on the door's access panel and pushed forward, leading the way inside with a confidence he absolutely did not feel. The interior of the Great Hall was as impressive as promised. The Gorath had designed it for beings 3 times Salix's height, so the ceiling soared overhead at a dizzying distance, supported by pillars carved from single pieces of stone. But the committee had made modifications. The enormous semicircle-shaped table that now dominated the space was human-sized, with human-sized chairs arrayed around it in dense rows. And filling those chairs were humans. So many humans. Humans of every shade of skin color Salix had encountered, and several he hadn't. Humans in formal suits that looked uncomfortably restrictive. Humans in flowing robes embroidered with precious metals. Humans in military uniforms bristling with incomprehensible insignia. Humans in simple tunics that suggested either poverty or philosophy. Humans with hair in every conceivable configuration, long, short, absent, colored in shades that definitely weren't natural, shaped into sculptures that defied gravity. And they were loud. Oh, were they loud! Multiple conversations in multiple languages created a wall of sound that hit Salix like an anvil. He could hear at least 10 distinct languages being spoken, probably more. Some humans were laughing, some were arguing, some were conducting what appeared to be business deals right there at the table. Salix noticed it instantly, the incongruity that made his brain stutter mid-step. In a section designated for the colony on Felix Prime, among the human representatives, sat what was very clearly not a human. She was covered in fur, had distinctively feline features, pointed ears, and a tail that swished behind her. Salix leaned toward Wazok, not taking his eyes off the anomaly. "You handled Felix Prime. Why is there a Felesian sitting with the human delegation?" Rozak's throat sac swelled with what Salix had learned to recognize as embarrassment.
That's a Felesian, but she's also the human ambassador. The humans on that planet chose her as their representative.
She has fur and tail.
Yes.
And is very clearly...
The humans elected her,
Wazak interrupted.
There's nothing we can do.
Salix stared at the ambassador, who was currently grooming her arm with long licks.
Is this related to their obsession with cats?
He asked.
I'm afraid so,
Wazak confirmed.
Of course it is.
Salix forced himself to overcome the shock of humanity's diversity and found the strength to walk to the center of the semicircle. Each step felt longer than the last. The table was truly massive, wrapping around them in a gentle curve that put hundreds of human faces in his field of vision simultaneously. Some were watching his approach. Others were still engaging in their own conversations, apparently unaware or unconcerned that the committee director had entered the room. The walk seemed to take forever. He reached the center point, the focal position where the semicircle's geometry would carry his voice to all assembled. For just a moment, he hesitated. So many eyes. Then he straightened his spine, activated the vocal amplification system built into the floor, and spoke.
Ambassadors of humanity.
His voice boomed across the hall.
I am Director Salix of the Species Integration Committee. You have been summoned here to address a critical requirement of your provincial membership in the Galactic Council.
More conversations stopped. More faces turned toward him.
Every species that joins the Council must provide comprehensive documentation of their weapons systems and technologies. This serves multiple essential purposes. It allows us to calibrate security systems across Council space. It enables our peacekeeping forces to properly respond to threats and criminal activity. It permits the development of appropriate rules of engagement and conflict resolution protocols. And it ensures that all member species operate with a basic level of transparency that is foundational to galactic peace. He paused, letting that sink in. The hall was quiet now, truly quiet, for the first time since he'd entered. Humanity presents a unique challenge in this regard. Your species is fragmented across hundreds of sovereign entities, each with independent military capabilities, each with proprietary technologies, each with information that is not shared even among your own kind. This fragmentation has made the standard documentation process impossible to complete through conventional channels. A murmur ran through the assembly. Several ambassadors were already shaking their heads. Therefore, Salix continued, his voice cutting through the rising noise, this committee is making the following requirement. You, collectively, as representatives of all human governance structures across known space, will produce a complete and comprehensive inventory of all weapons systems, technologies, and capabilities possessed by humanity. This inventory will include detailed descriptions, visual documentation, technical schematics, operational parameters, and any other information necessary for the Council to properly integrate your species into our security frameworks. The murmur became a rumble. Hands were raised. Voices called out. Salix spoke louder. This inventory will include everything from the simplest personal weapons to the most advanced military technologies. It will include chemical weapons, biological weapons, nuclear weapons, exotic physics weapons, and any other category of weaponized technology. It will include weapons possessed by governments, by corporations, by private citizens, by criminal organizations, everything. If it can be used to cause harm, it belongs on this list. Now they were shouting. Multiple languages competed for dominance. A man in a military uniform stood up, gesturing angrily. A woman in elegant robes was speaking rapidly in a communication device, and that third ambassador had arched her back and was hissing. Salix pushed on, his amplified voice overwhelming theirs through sheer volume. You have 1 week, 7 standard galactic days. This hall will be sealed once I leave. Food, water, and basic facilities will be provided. Communication with the outside is permitted and encouraged. You will need to contact your representative governments to gather this information. But the doors will not open until you have produced the required documentation. The shouts became roars. A man was standing on his chair, yelling something about sovereignty. 3 different fistfights had broken out in different sections of the assembly. Someone threw what appeared to be an expensive writing implement toward the center, though it fell well short of Salix. Furthermore, and here Salix allowed a hint of steel to enter his voice, understand that the entirety of the Galactic Council is watching this process. Your success or failure here will determine not just your species membership, but your reputation across the galaxy. The choice is yours. Cooperate and join the Council as full members with all attendant rights and privileges, or refuse and remain isolated from galactic civilization indefinitely. He let that hang in the air for 3 full seconds, then delivered his final statement. I will return in exactly 1 week to receive your documentation. I expect it to be nothing less than pristine, comprehensive, and without gaps. The integrity of the Council depends on it. The future of your species depends on it. Do not disappoint me. Do not disappoint yourselves. Salix turned and walked back toward the entrance. Wazak, Zoffa, and Alara falling in behind him in formation. The noise behind them was deafening now. Screaming in a dozen languages, the sounds of furniture being moved. Someone was crying.
Someone else was laughing hysterically. As they reached the door, Salix glanced back one final time. Two ambassadors were physically fighting, grappling with each other while their neighbors were trying to pull them apart. A third had climbed onto the table and was gesticulating wildly while delivering what was probably a speech, though Salix couldn't hear it over the general chaos. That third ambassador had climbed onto her chair and was standing on her hind legs, her tail bristling, yowling something that was definitely not diplomatic. The doors sealed behind them with a heavy, final sound. "That," Ozok said into the sudden relative quiet of the corridor,
"went about as well as could be expected."
"They're going to kill each other in there,"
Zoffer observed.
"Possibly," Salix agreed. "But if they do, it's not our fault. We gave them a clear task and clear parameters. What happens next is entirely on them."
"I still say they'll fail,"
Zoffer muttered. Salix said nothing. Deep in his chest, in the part of him that still carried the instincts of his predator ancestors, he felt an odd sensation. Not quite hope, not quite dread. Something in between. They would find out in 1 week. Exactly 1 week later, Salix stood alone before the door to the Great Hall, holding a communication device to his ear and trying very hard not to let his satisfaction show in his posture. "Director Salix," the voice on the other end said, and it was a voice that commanded instant attention, deep, resonant. President Kazarath herself, the legendary draconic leader who had guided the Galactic Council for the past 3 centuries. "I wanted to personally commend you on your handling of the human integration challenge."
"Thank you, Madam President,"
Salix replied, keeping his voice level despite the way his pulse was racing.
"I simply applied standard integration protocols."
We both know it was more than that. There was a warmth in Kazarath's voice, a rare thing. "You found an elegant solution to an apparently impossible problem." Salix felt his scales flush slightly with increased blood flow, a physiological response to praise that he'd never quite learned to control.
"The humans did the actual work, Madam President. I merely created the correct incentive structure."
Don't be modest, Director. You saw what others missed. That humans, despite their fractious nature, respond to collective challenges when properly motivated. I assume you're about to receive their documentation now.
"I am, Madam President. I'm standing outside the hall as we speak."
Then I won't keep you. But Salix, well done. The Council is fortunate to have you. The communication ended, and Salix allowed himself a moment of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. The President herself, calling him personally, praising his work. This was the kind of recognition that led to higher positions, to greater authority, to a legacy that would outlast his lifetime. He was the one who had solved the human problem. Composing himself, Salix activated the door mechanism. As the massive portal began to swing open, he allowed himself to appreciate the moment. He had given them an impossible task, and somehow, against all odds, it appeared they had completed it. The scene that greeted him as he entered the hall was deeply satisfying in its own way. The humans looked absolutely exhausted. Many had visible dark circles under their eyes, a sign of sleep deprivation in their species. Clothing was rumpled, disheveled. Hair was in disarray. The polished diplomatic veneer they'd worn a week ago had crumbled, revealing raw humanity beneath. But they were organized. The fighting had stopped. The chaos had been replaced by a tense, exhausted camaraderie. And stacked against the far wall, in neat rows that spoke of desperate organizational effort, were physical storage containers of various designs. Salix walked to the center of the semicircle again, and this time he was enjoying himself. This was his victory lap. These sleep-deprived, fractious humans had somehow managed to cooperate long enough to produce what he demanded. It was impressive, really. and would make an excellent case study in applied bureaucratic pressure. "Ambassadors," he said, "I trust you've had a productive week?" Several weak chuckles answered him. And third ambassador was grooming herself again, though she looked up long enough to emit what might have been a growl. "I'm here to receive the documentation we discussed. If someone could please bring me the inventory list." For a moment, nothing happened. The humans exchanged glances, a ripple of communication passing through the assembly without words. Then someone in the back shouted something. The distance and lack of amplification meant Salix only caught fragments. "Too long," and what sounded like 47, followed by words he couldn't distinguish. Salix's tail went rigid in a display of irritation. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The list is 47 pages long?" The response was immediate and unexpected. Laughter erupted from hundreds of human throats simultaneously. Not polite laughter, but genuine, almost hysterical amusement. It rolled through the assembly like a wave, building and building until the hall rang with it. Salix stood in the center, confusion replacing his satisfaction. What was funny about 47 pages? That was actually quite reasonable, all things considered, and perhaps even admirably concise. After several dozen seconds, the laughter began to subside. One human in the front row, an older man with impressive facial hair, wiped tears from his eyes and spoke clearly. "Not pages, Director Salix. Volumes, 47 volumes, and approximately 973 million digital files on top of that." The words hit Salix very hard. His tail went perfectly still. "I'm sorry, did you say 47 volumes?" the man repeated, gesturing to the storage containers, each one averaging about 800 pages. "We've also compiled digital documentation that's currently being uploaded to the Council Secure servers. Should be done in a few hours. Lots of video files, you understand. Demonstrations, historical footage, technical specifications that require visual aids." Salix's mind refused to process this information. It couldn't be right. No species had ever produced more than a single volume of weapons documentation. Most managed to condense it to a comprehensive digital file. But 47 volumes? "I'd like to see them," he heard himself say. "Bring me both Volume 1 and Volume 47. A younger human rushed to the storage containers. She returned with 2 massive books, their covers embossed with official-looking seals from multiple human governments. She placed them on a small table that someone had wheeled to the center. Salix opened Volume 1 with hands that didn't feel entirely steady. His eyes scanned the first page, expecting to find some kind of elaborate joke. Comprehensive Inventory of Human Weapons Systems. Volume 1. Primitive and Historical Technologies. Compiled by the Forcefully United Human Ambassadorial Council. He turned to the table of contents. Categories. Hundreds of categories. Striking weapons, cutting weapons, projectile weapons, non-gunpowder, projectile weapons, gunpowder, incendiary weapons, chemical weapons, historical, biological weapons, historical. The list went on and on. He flipped to a random page. Bow and arrow. Classification, ranged projectile weapon, non-gunpowder. Historical period, 70,000 BCE to present. Still in use? Yes, recreational and hunting purposes. Variants, 46 major categories documented. There was a detailed drawing of a bow, multiple drawings actually, showing different types, longbows, recurve bows, compound bows, crossbows. Each had measurements, material specifications, effective ranges, projectile velocities. He flipped ahead. Blowgun. Classification, ranged projectile weapon, non-gunpowder, lung-powered. Historical period, 40,000 BCE to present. Still in use? Yes, particularly in South American and Southeast Asian colonies. Typical ammunition, darts, often poisoned. See cross-reference Poison Inventory, Volume 2. More diagrams, More specifications, a list of 38 different poison types commonly used with blowguns, each with a reference to their full documentation later in the inventory. Trebuchet, classification, siege weapon, gravity-powered projectile launcher, historical period 300 CE to 1500 CE, Earth, revival in some low-tech colonies. Still in use? Yes. Certain colonies maintain them for cultural reasons. Maximum range up to 300 meters. Projectile weight up to 140 kilograms. Detailed engineering diagrams, force calculations, historical examples of famous trebuchets. Salix felt something cold settle in his chest. He closed Volume 1 and opened Volume 47 with hands that were definitely shaking now. Comprehensive Inventory of Human Weapons Systems, Volume 47, Exotic Physics and Experimental Technologies, compiled by the Forcefully Unified Human Ambassadorial Council. He opened a random page, and the words seemed to swim before his eyes. Antimatter Cannon. Classification, Exotic Matter Weapon, Ship-mounted. Development status, Experimental. 3 prototypes exist. Yield, variable, up to 500 petajoules per discharge. Effective range, 50,000 kilometers in vacuum. Safety considerations. Containment failure results in immediate detonation of remaining antimatter stores. Minimum safe deployment distance from inhabited areas, 1 astronomical unit. The diagram showed a weapon system that looked more like a small ship than a gun. Multiple failsafes, magnetic containment systems, warning labels in 17 languages. He flipped ahead, his movements becoming almost frantic. Kinetic impactor, relativistic. Classification, mass driver weapon, near light speed projectile. Development status, operational, deployed on 23 military vessels. Projectile velocity, 0.92 c, 92% speed of light. Yield, approximately 2.7 exajoules. Tungsten rod standard mass. Note, relativistic effects must be calculated for targeting. Time dilation affects projectile from reference frame of target. Rods from God, orbital kinetic low-tech bombardment system. Classification, orbital strike weapon, kinetic. Development status, operational. Around 400 platforms in various orbital configurations. Typical payload, tungsten rod 6.1 meters long, 0.3 meters diameter. Impact velocity, approximately 10 kilometers per second. Yield, equivalent to approximately 11.5 tons of TNT per rod. Advantages, no explosive payload to detect, no nuclear fallout, cannot be intercepted by conventional missile defense. Stellar compression device, theoretical. Classification, stellar scale weapon, experimental. Development status, theoretical design only. No prototypes exist. Mechanism, induce premature stellar collapse through exotic matter injection. Estimated yield, complete destruction of target solar system. Note, classified as a forbidden technology by all human governments, included for completeness only. Salix looked up from the book. The humans were watching him with expressions that ranged from pride to exhaustion to something that might have been malicious amusement. He began flipping through the pages faster now, unable to stop himself. Chemical weapons that could dissolve atmosphere, biological weapons that could consume entire ecosystems, nanotech weapons that could dismantle matter at the molecular level, temporal displacement devices that were labeled theoretical but concerning, a device called a quantum vacuum collapse initiator that supposedly could destroy the stability of space-time itself, marked with a note that said, "Please don't ever build this," and scattered throughout mundane weapons. Handguns, rifles, explosives, poisonous gas, things humans had been using to kill each other for thousands of years, documented with the same meticulous care as the reality-breaking superweapons. The laughter had returned now, but it was different now. Less hysterical, more knowing. The humans were laughing at him, and Salix suddenly understood why. One of them leaned forward, a woman in a simple business suit who looked like she might have been pretty before a week of sleep deprivation. "The blueprints are all public now, you know, just as you wanted. Comprehensive documentation available to any council member species." Another voice from somewhere in the back, male and hinting a note of vindictive satisfaction. "Congratulations, Director. You really fucked up by forcing our hand. The best part is, you don't even know it yet." Salix stood frozen. The massive book stood open in his hands. Around him, he could hear more comments, more laughter. "Do you think they understand what a mass driver is? Half the species in the council don't have the material science to build half the stuff. But they might do it now. That's the whole point." Salix slowly closed the volume. He looked around at the assembled humans, seeing them clearly for the first time. They were exhausted, yes. Sleep deprived, yes. But underneath that, they were satisfied. Some were smiling, others were grinning outright. They had done exactly what he'd asked. They had produced a complete and comprehensive inventory of all human weapons. They had cooperated, unified, worked together across their fractured governments and competing interests. And in doing so, they had just shared every weapons design they'd ever created with every species in the galaxy. "You'll get the rest uploaded within the day," the older man with the facial hair said. "All indexes cross-referenced, fully searchable, user-friendly interface and everything. We figured if you're doing this, you might as well do it right." Salix found his voice, though it sounded distant to his own ears. "Thank you, ambassadors. This is comprehensive." "You're welcome, Director," the woman in the business suit said, and her smile had teeth in it. "We're very thorough when properly motivated." Salix walked back toward the door, his movements mechanical. Behind him, he could hear the humans beginning to pack up, their voices rising in celebration. They completed the impossible task. They cooperated across hundreds of competing factions. They'd proven themselves capable of the unity the Council required. And they just armed every criminal organization, every dissident faction, and every ambitious species in the galaxy with a comprehensive guide to human weapons technology. As the door closed behind him, Salix felt something he couldn't quite name. Not satisfaction, not dread. Something else entirely. The feeling that he'd won the battle, but might have just lost a much bigger war. The feeling that the human in the business suit had been absolutely right. He'd fucked up. He just didn't know how badly. Not yet. Historical epilogue: The Lost Century. The scholars of the Galactic Council would look back on that moment, on Director Salix's well-intentioned but catastrophically short-sighted demand, as the first spark that ignited what came to be known as the Lost Century. Within 6 months, pirate organizations across the galaxy had upgraded their weapon systems using human designs. Within a year, criminal syndicates possessed antimatter weapons that had previously been theoretical to them. Within 5 years, the Council's peacekeeping forces were fighting asymmetric battles against enemies armed with weapons technology that evolved faster than defensive countermeasures could be developed. The kinetic impactors proved particularly popular among the lawless. Easy to manufacture with sufficiently advanced material science, impossible to intercept once fired, capable of devastating effect. Entire outposts were destroyed by what the humans casually referred to as throwing rocks really fast. The biological weapons documentation led to a nightmare period where engineered plagues swept through unprepared populations. The nanotech weapons sparked an arms race in microscopic warfare that no one had been ready to fight. For a full century, the carefully maintained order of the Galactic Council teetered on the edge of collapse. Criminal organizations became de facto governments. Entire areas descended into anarchy. The peacekeeping forces, designed for mediation and minimal intervention, found themselves fighting actual wars against enemies who had studied human weapons documentation like textbooks. And through it all, humanity's own weapons technology continued to advance. Because, as it turned out, publishing 47 volumes of weapons documentation didn't slow down human weapons development in the slightest. If anything, the need to stay ahead of the technologies they'd inadvertently proliferated across the galaxy pushed human research into overdrive. By the end of the lost century, when order was finally being restored, it was restored under a new paradigm. The weapons that had sparked the chaos were now obsolete, surpassed by new human designs that remained classified behind layers of security that Director Salix's naive demand could never have penetrated. The Council structure was reformed. Humanity, having proven both their capacity for chaos and their necessity in combating it, took leadership positions across multiple security councils. President Kazarath herself resigned, replaced by a multi-species executive committee that included 3 humans. And the weapons documentation requirement, the standard bureaucratic practice that had existed for millennia, abolished entirely, replaced with voluntary disclosure frameworks and mutual security agreements. And notably, conspicuously, humanity was never asked or even allowed to share their weapons with the galaxy again. Some lessons the Council learned were expensive. This one cost a century.
Chapter 1. The Red Dust and the Chrome Bumper. The colony of New Orizaba didn't just have a class divide, it had a chronological one. On the spires of the Upper Rim, the Ultra-Techs lived in the year 4000, surrounded by hard light furniture, life-extending nanites, and gravity-defying gardens. But down in the basement, where Lane lived, it was 1998 with better batteries. The air in the basement smelled of ozone and fried synth-leveled meat. The miners were coming off shift, their exoskeletons hissing as they depressurized. Lane sat on a rusted crate near the main mag-lev artery, his scuffed skateboard resting against his shins. He was stocky, built like a fire hydrant, with the kind of center of gravity that made him impossible to knock over, a trait that had won him 3 regional Concrete King trophies. He watched the traffic. Conventionals drove combustion hybrids that rattled the teeth, but every now and then, an Ultra-Tech float would glide down from the spires to collect exotic minerals. "Check the bumper on that sleek silver one," Lane muttered to himself. As a polished chrome aircar slowed for a congestion drone, Lane kicked off. He didn't just ride, he flowed. With a precision born of 1,000 scraped knees, he reached out and grabbed the magnetized rear bumper of the aircar. The sudden jerk nearly dislocated his shoulder, but he tucked into a crouch, his wheels screaming against the hyper-macadam. He was skitchin' at 80 miles per hour, weaving through the exhaust of the future on a plank of old-world maple. It was glorious. It was also illegal. A blue and red pulse flashed behind him. A peacemaker drone had spotted the tagger. Lane tried to kick out and slide into an alley, but a mag tether snared his board. He went down hard, tumbling into the red dust, the silver aircar disappearing into the clouds without ever knowing he was there. Chapter 2. The Judge's Twisted Mercy. The courtroom was cold. Judge Vane sat behind a desk made of real oak, a sign of terrifying wealth. Lane stood there in his bruised glory, holding his snapped skateboard. Vandalism, reckless endangerment, and skitching on a high-cast vehicle, the judge read, his voice bored. "You're guilty, Lane. You know it. It was a clear road, Your Honor," Lane countered. "I wasn't hurting the car. The law says you're a menace." But the judge leaned forward, a predatory glint in his eye. "The Colonial Military Academy has a quota for conventional integration. Every street rat I send there earns me a tax credit for my new yacht. Military school? Lane recoiled. I'm a skater, not a soldier. You're a convict, Flubber, the judge sneered, misreading Lane's middle name on the digital docket. And Flubber Lane is going to learn to march. The transport ship was a melting pot of misery. Lane sat on a cold bench surrounded by kids from every corner of the galaxy. There were avian hybrids from the clouds of Venus, scaled laborers from the Titan mines, and a few high-born ultras who had been sent there for character building, usually after crashing a yacht into a moon. The reception was icy. The ultras looked at Lane's stocky frame and conventional clothes like he was a museum exhibit of a prehistoric peasant. Chapter 3. The Crucible of the Void. Academy life was a brutal mix of high science and low crawling. In Cross Training 101, they were forced into link squads. Lane was paired with Celine, an ultra-tech girl who could calculate orbital mechanics in her head but didn't know how to tighten a physical bolt. "Why are we learning to manually prime a torpedo?" Celine asked, poking the massive iron casing with a gloved finger. "The AI does that. The AI dies when the power goes out," Lane said, wrenching a valve shut with his bare hands. "My grandpa said, if you can't fix it with a hammer, you don't own it." The exercises were grueling. Spacewalk maneuvers, phonetic coding for emergency comms, and zero-G combat. It was here Lane found his edge. While the Ultras struggled with the lack of up and down, Lane treated the vacuum like a giant skate park. He used the walls as quarter pipes, his stocky body tucked into a ball, pulling 360 flips off the bulkhead to slam his training baton into the instructors. They learned to bridge the gap. Lane taught the Ultras how to feel the vibrations in a failing engine. The Ultras taught Lane how to interface his mind with the ship's survival fields. By graduation, Lane had earned a begrudging respect. He wasn't the smartest or the fastest, but he was the one who kept moving when the tech failed. Chapter 4. The Boredom and the Name. Graduation came with a choice: home to the red dust or the collegiate military. Lane chose the stars. The pay was enough to buy 10,000 skateboards. He was assigned to the heavy freight hauler, Bellows. On his third day, he stood before the commanding officer, a man whose face looked like a topographical map of a bad war. "Name?" the CO barked. Lane stood at attention, his chest out. "Flubber Lane, sir." The bridge fell silent. Someone snickered. "Flubber?" the CO asked, raising an eyebrow. "It's a family name, sir. From the old world." "Right. Report to the torpedo bay, Flubber. You're a loader." For a week, the boredom was soul-crushing. Moving crates, calibrating magnets. The Ultras on board spent their time in virtual reality. Lane spent his time oiling his board and staring out the thick reinforced glass at the infinite black. Chapter 5. The Hole in the World. The alarms didn't sound like bells. They sounded like the ship was screaming. Pirates. They didn't want the ship. They wanted the refined fuel in the hold. A series of photon bursts rocked the Bellows. Lane was in the torpedo bay, hoisting a massive MARK-7 projectile into its cradle when the world turned inside out. A direct hit from a pirate boarding spike tore a 15-foot jagged maw in the side of the hull. The decompression was instantaneous. Whoosh! Atmospheric vents failed. Survival fields flickered on, personal bubbles of air and force feedback, as Lane and a dozen other soldiers were sucked out into the void. It was the ultimate nightmare. Space-locked. You don't die instantly. You float in your little bubble, staring at the stars, for a week until the oxygen scrubbers quit. Lane tumbled, the ship shrinking away. Near him, Celine was spinning wildly, her ultra-tech suit malfunctioning, her screams silent in the vacuum. Then, Lane saw it. A MARK-7 torpedo had been sucked out with them. It was drifting 300 yards away, its autopilot deactivated, glowing a dull, menacing red. Chapter 6. The Torpedo Rider. Lane didn't panic. He saw the torpedo as a moving handrail. Using the small thrusters on his suit, he kicked off a piece of floating debris, a classic wall plant. He drifted, arms outstretched. The torpedo was rotating. Every turn seemed to take an hour. Clang! He caught the tail fin. He hauled himself up the cold metal body, his fingers finding the manual override panel he'd learned to fix back in school. He ripped the wires out and hot-wired the gravity drive. Suddenly, the torpedo roared to life. It didn't have a seat. It wasn't meant for passengers. Lane gripped the casing like it was the most dangerous skateboard in the galaxy. He ignited the drive and pushed. He rode the torpedo like a stallion, weaving through the dark. He swung by Celine, grabbing her harness and hauling her onto the back of the missile. One by one, he skitched through the void, picking up the floating soldiers until 7 people were clinging to the back of a live weapon. The pirates were closing in. Their ships were sleek, fast, and confused. They saw a torpedo moving in a non-linear, erratic trajectory. It wasn't homing, it was carving. Lane was using his center of gravity to tilt the missile, pulling hard ollies over incoming laser fire. The distraction worked. The Bellows crew used the opening to stabilize their turrets and unleash a barrage that sent the pirates reeling. Chapter 7: The Final Risk. Lane pulled the torpedo into the flight bay, the heavy mag curtains hissing shut behind them. The survivors fell off the back, gasping, weeping, their survival fields collapsing. Lane jumped off, his knees buckling. As he landed, his foot caught a jagged piece of metal, a flap of the torpedo's internal casing. Tick, tick, tick. The impact or the friction had armed the fuse. The digital readout on the nose began a 10-second countdown. "Get back!" Lane screamed. The hangar was full of wounded. The bay doors were jammed half open. If that torpedo blew now, the Bellows was gone. Lane looked at the fleeing pirate ship in the distance, visible through the gap in the doors. He looked at his hands. He kicked the torpedo toward the door, but it was too heavy. He did the only thing a skater could do. He jumped back on. He slammed the throttle to full and aimed the nose at the gap. The torpedo surged forward. Lane intended to jump off at the last second, but his sleeve snagged on a cooling vent. He was dragged out into the void again, clinging to the side of a ticking bomb. He saw the pirate ship growing larger. He saw the timer hit 0:03. With a roar of pure defiance, Lane kicked his legs out, using the momentum of the torpedo to swing himself upward. He unhooked his sleeve, his body flying into a high-arching kickflip through the vacuum. The torpedo struck the pirate's fuel port. A blinding white light consumed the horizon. The pirate ship turned into a second sun. Epilogue: The Legend of the Flubber. Back in the hangar, everyone stood in silence, looking out at the expanding cloud of debris. Celine whispered, "He's gone." Then, a metallic clink sounded from the rafters. High above the hangar floor, near the emergency pressure seals, a stocky figure was swinging from a hydraulic pipe. Lane dropped down, performing a perfect tuck and roll, before landing flat on his face with a wet thud. "Medic," he wheezed. "Many centuries have passed since the Red Sun era. Technology has moved beyond Ultra. We have become beings of light and thought. But every cadet, whether they come from a nebula of wealth or a moon of poverty, must pass the Lane maneuver. They are given a board and a projectile, and they are told the story of the stocky boy with the ridiculous name. They are taught that high-tech is a tool, but conventional humanity, the ability to improvise, to struggle, and to ride the bombs of life with a smile, is the only thing that keeps the void at bay." Flubber Lane died an old man, surrounded by skateboards and medals. He remains the universe's most tragic comedy, a hero who saved the world because he was too stubborn to let go of the bumper. Previously on the high-velocity, low-altitude adventures of Flubber Lane, we witnessed a stocky kid from the crimson-choked basement of New Orizaba trade his old-world maple skateboard for a cramped berth on a starship that smelled like ozone and desperation. After being sentenced to the Colonial Military Academy by a corrupt judge who couldn't tell a digital docket from a grocery list, Lane found himself aboard the heavy freight hauler Bellows. When pirates struck with jagged boarding spikes and searing photon bursts, our hero did the unthinkable. He sketched a live, ticking Mark-7 torpedo through the absolute vacuum of space, riding it like a wild stallion into the heart of the enemy's fuel port. The resulting explosion was a masterpiece of accidental heroism, vaporizing the pirate threat and turning Flubber Lane into a name whispered in awe by some and in total confusion by others. Now, the radiation has cleared, the adrenaline has faded, and for Flubber Lane, the true nightmare of military life has begun. The absolute, crushing weight of the logistical backlog and the relentless bureaucracy of a ship that is falling apart at the subatomic seams. The red iron dust of New Orizaba was a stubborn ghost that clung to the seams of Flubber Lane's service coveralls, a gritty reminder that no matter how high he climbed into the spires of the military elite, he was still just a kid from the basement who knew the taste of ozone and cheap, synth-leveled meat. Following the explosive decompression of the Bellows and his frantic ride on that live torpedo, the ship was a hollowed-out carcass of twisted alloy and flickering hard light interfaces. Lane didn't have time to celebrate his new status. He was too busy with a hydro wrench in one hand and a roll of prehistoric copper wiring in the other. He had been summoned to the shattered bridge, not for a reprimand, but for a ceremony that felt more like a funeral for his free time. The commanding officer, whose face now looked like a topographical map of a planet that had been hit by a relentless, multi-generational meteor shower, stood stiffly amidst the sparking debris of what used to be a command console. He pinned a heavy, gleaming star of valor to Lane's chest, a medal made of solid, high-density iridium that felt like it weighed 40 pounds and pulled his posture into a permanent slouch. Along with the medal came a datapad flickering with his promotion, head of maintenance and supply. The CO barked that Lane was now the unifying force of the ship's systems, a title that sounded suspiciously like the only person we trust not to blow us up while we sleep. Lane looked at the datapad and realized his nightmare had just begun. The promotion was a Trojan horse of bureaucracy. It came with a backlog of 30 critical projects, ranging from stabilizing the subatomic gravity drives to recalibrating the synthetic meat synthesizers which were currently stuck on burnt rubber and wet dog flavor. Okay, can you bitch at me now? Lane muttered to Celine as she hovered over him like a nervous hummingbird, complaining that the life support nanites in the upper ward were vibrating at a frequency that made her high-born hair frizz. He was currently shoulder-deep in a junction box where an Ultratech hard light projector had melted into a conventional mechanical cooling fan. It was a mess of cross-tech nightmares. The Ultra systems relied on thought mapping and ethereal power flows, while the conventional gear needed physical contact, actual juice, and the occasional kick. Lane was forced to strip the insulation from a high-tension cable and weave it into the light matrix using a pair of needle-nose pliers he'd found in a junk bin labeled pre-void relics. I didn't put that there, he grunted, pulling a calcified piece of ancient chewing gum out of the primary optical sensor. He bypassed the logic gate by wedging a copper penny, a literal relic from 1998, into the circuit breaker. Suddenly, the lights flickered from a sickly, nausea-inducing orange to a crisp, cool blue. The ship groaned, its systems coming back online in a stuttering, coughing fit of electronic rebirth. But as the long-range scanners finally shook off the radiation interference from the pirate explosion, a moderately moving ship appeared on the fringe of the sector. The bridge went cold, with the Bellows still trailing a plume of coolant and its stealth systems only at 12% capacity. Revealing themselves to a potential pirate scout was a death sentence. The struggle to identify the vessel was a war of static and frustration. The Ultratech sensors were screaming about spectral anomalies and quantum shadows, while the conventional radar showed nothing but a gray, uncooperative smudge that looked like a thumbprint on the screen. Lane diverted power from the laundry room and the mess hall, ignoring the distant, muffled shouts of hungry sailors whose lunch had just been sacrificed to the god of electromagnetism, to boost the symptomatic transmitter power. He pushed the load so hard the wires behind the wall began to sing a high, vibrating note of protest that smelled like scorched plastic and lost hope. I didn't put that there, Lane whispered as a small fire started in the corner of the console, which he promptly smothered with his new Iridium Star of Valor medal, the heavy metal acting as a perfect heat sink. Finally, the image resolved. It wasn't a pirate. It was a derelict transport, a drifting tomb that had been gutted long before by the same pirate faction they had recently engaged. The ship was a ghost, its systems failing in a slow, agonizing crawl through the void. It was caught in a stationary holding field, likely a remnant of a pirate's tractor beam that had never been deactivated. Lane knew they had to act. He organized a rescue party, including Celine and 2 conventional grunts who were better with sledgehammers than sensors. They launched in a cramped repair shuttle, but as they neared the derelict, a cloud of micro-debris, shattered glass and frozen fuel, swirled like a storm. The shuttle took a hit to its comms array. The 2 rescuers in the lead were suddenly cut off, their signals disappearing into a distorted wall of radiation and false readings that made it look like they were spinning into a black hole. Celine panicked as the last location of the rescue party showed them inside a solid wall of the derelict ship, a physical impossibility that challenged her understanding of orbital mechanics. "The radiation is bending the sensor return," Lane yelled over the roar of the shuttle's struggling engines. "They aren't inside the wall. They're stuck in the wreckage outside it." He watched the small communicator on his wrist flash a mocking, steady red. No contact. Lane realized that the survivors on the other side of the derelict's hull could see the rescue party through the viewports, but they weren't helping. In fact, they were frantically barricading the airlock with storage crates and fused metal. They thought the rescuers were pirates left behind to finish the job, and with the comms dead, there was no way to explain that the monsters outside were actually the maintenance crew coming to save them from a slow suffocation. Lane decided he couldn't wait for the tech to fix itself. He suited up and leapt into the debris field, his low center of gravity allowing him to skate off the floating plates of armor like they were quarter pipes in a zero-G skate park. He reached the trapped rescuers, who were pinned under a collapsed support beam that looked like a giant, twisted finger of an angry god. Okay, can you bitch at me now?" He hissed into his helmet as Celine's voice crackled with 1,000 reasons why his plan was scientifically unsound and likely to result in his immediate and messy vaporization. Lane reached the airlock where the survivors were pointing jury-rigged pulse rifles at the glass. He didn't have a weapon. He had a broken piece of structural pipe and a heavy, reinforced chair he dragged from the shuttle's cockpit. Using the raw, conventional education of the basement, he began a frantic bit of battlefield engineering. He took the chair apart, using the circular metal base as a makeshift pulley. He looped a length of hanging ceiling wire, thick, insulated rope, around the pipe and the pulley, creating a mechanical advantage that no ultra-tech computer would have bothered to calculate because it was too primitive. He started hauling the debris off the trapped rescuers, his muscles screaming under the strain as he pulled against the weight of the galaxy. The survivors watched through the reinforced glass, their fingers on the triggers, as this stocky human worked with the frantic energy of a man who didn't understand the word impossible and had apparently never read a safety manual. He looked at them through the glass and started gesturing wildly, using the phonetic hand signals he'd learned in the academy for emergency, friend. He wasn't attacking. He was clearing their only exit. "I didn't put that there," Lane yelled, though they couldn't hear him, as a secondary explosion in the derelict's hull sent a fresh wave of scrap metal toward him. He caught a flying plate with the pipe and wedged it into the bulkhead, creating a temporary shield for the survivors. The sheer absurdity of his labor, using a chair and a pipe to move tons of starship wreckage, finally broke the survivors' resolve. They lowered their weapons. They realized that no pirate would work this hard or look this ridiculous just to save someone. The airlock hissed open, and the rescue was completed in a frantic rush of pressurized air and sobbing relief. As they headed back to the bellows, the survivors thanked Lane, calling him a hero once again. Lane just looked at his ruined coveralls and the grease under his fingernails. He realized that the promotion to head of maintenance meant he would never actually get to sleep again, as the derelict ship he'd just saved now had to be towed, adding another 40 projects to his already impossible list. He sat on a crate in the shuttle, looking at the iridium metal that he was now using to scrape a stubborn bit of pirate shrapnel out of his boot. The technical breakdown of the derelict was a masterpiece of disaster. Lane had to interface a 20th century-style pneumatic valve system with a quantum fluid cooling loop. Every time he tightened a bolt, a holographic display 3 rooms away would start screaming in a language that hadn't been spoken for 500 years. He spent 3 hours trying to convince a sentient toaster in the officer's lounge that it didn't need to find itself, and should just brown the bread without making a political statement. Okay, can you bitch at me now?" he groaned to the CO, who was demanding to know why the stealth systems were still only at 12%. Lane explained that the stealth emitters were being used to keep the derelict's life support from imploding, a choice that made tactical sense but was a bureaucratic disaster. He was forced to rewire the entire starboard sensor array using nothing but discarded copper pipes and the magnetic strips from old credit cards he found in a locker. The sheer volume of "I didn't put that there" moments was staggering, from finding a nest of space rats in the gravity well to discovering that the previous engineers had been using a Mark III torpedo casing as a makeshift coffee table in the engine room. Lane's life was now a constant cycle of crisis and correction. He had to manage a team of ultra-tech scientists who were brilliant at theory but couldn't identify a flathead screwdriver if it fell from the ceiling and hit them in the face. He taught them the thump method, the ancient art of hitting a machine until it remembers its primary function. To his surprise, it worked. The bellows started to hum with a new, rugged vitality. The ship wasn't elegant, and it certainly wasn't ultra anymore, but it was functional in a way it hadn't been since it left the shipyard. He spent his few minutes of rest staring at the infinite blackness, wondering if the judge back home was enjoying his yacht, or if the red dust of New Orizaba was still clogging the lungs of the kids who just wanted to skate. He knew he was the most important man in the fleet, not because he was a soldier, but because he was the only one who knew how to bridge the gap between the year 1998 and the year 4000 using nothing but grit and a wrench. He was a hero of the void, a master of maintenance, and the only man who could ride a bomb and fix a toaster in the same afternoon. But the galaxy wasn't finished with him. As the derelict was finally secured and the bellows prepared to jump to light speed, the long-range scanners picked up another signal, not a ship this time, but a rhythmic, haunting pulsing coming from a nearby asteroid field. It was a signal Lane recognized from his time in the basement, an old-world SOS coded into a frequency that the Ultra-Techs had long since forgotten in their pursuit of telepathic communication. It was a call for help from a ghost of the past, a legacy signal that suggested there was more than just wreckage in this sector. Lane knew that his backlog was about to get a lot longer, and his hope for a sandwich was getting a lot smaller. He grabbed his skateboard, now reinforced with iridium plates and magnetic trucks that could grip a hull even in a high-speed maneuver, and headed for the docking bay. The irony of his life settled in like the red dust. He was a legend, a leader, and a target, but at the end of the day, he was still just a boy with a board, looking for a clean line in a dirty, broken universe. Will Flubber Lane ever find the source of the mysterious signal, or is he being lured into another elaborate pirate trap designed to exploit his heroism? Can he manage to repair the derelict ship while the bellows is being hunted by invisible enemies lurking in the shadows of the quantum field? And will he ever find a sandwich that doesn't require a level 5 security clearance and a manual override to eat? The technical debt is high, the stakes are higher, and the only man with the wrench is currently trying to figure out why the gravity in the showers is set to Jupiter, while the toilets are set to 0G. Don't forget to tune in next time for Episode 3, The Short Circuit of Destiny, where our hero learns that in space, even the shadows have a manual override and every shortcut leads to a very long day of repairs. It's bound to be another high-velocity collision between high-tech arrogance and basement-level brilliance. The record is mirrored, the truth is preserved, and the void is waiting. See you in the void, skaters! The ride is only getting started, and the record never forgets a hero with a hammer and a dream. Stay sharp, stay stocky, and never, ever let go of the bumper. Finality is just a manual override away. The end is just the beginning of the next repair. Keep skating, keep fixing, keep holding the line against the darkness. The void is calling, and Flubber Lane is the only one who knows the answer is usually a well-placed kick and a prayer. Episode 2 is closed, but the record is just warming up. The big picture is the galaxy itself, and it's a mess that only a basement kid can clean up. End transmission. Stay tuned for more chaos, more grease, and more Flubber Lane. The void awaits, and so does the next project on the list. Keep your wheels spinning and your wrenches ready. Catch you on the flip side. The air in the lower belly maintenance tunnels was not merely an atmosphere, it was a physical weight, a thick slurry of ionized ozone, copper dust, and the sour, lingering tang of 3,000 unwashed technicians living in the Sanitization Initiative barracks. Kalen Voss, known to the Guild's biometric payroll only as Scrub Tech 9 Alpha, knelt in a pool of iridescent coolant fluid within the gut of ventilation shaft 7G. The air here was a pressurized soup of aerosolized grease and recycled carbon, thick enough to coat the inside of his lungs despite the industrial-grade respirator strapped to his face. The ventilation grate above him rattled with a rhythmic, metallic cough, a sign that the primary turbines were struggling under the increased workload of the audit cycle. Kalen's hands, calloused and stained with the permanent black carbon of the Sanitization Initiative, moved with a practiced, deceptive sluggishness. He felt the vibration of the machinery through his knees, a low-frequency hum that signaled the approach of a heavy-duty cleaning drone. To the overhead security cams, he was just another Dusty, a low-level cleaner performing the mandated digital bleach of the archive sub-levels. In reality, He was counting the seconds between the sweep of the thermal sensors, a 3-second window where the infrared eye reset its focal point. He reached into the primary junction of a ventilation spider, his fingers brushing against the cold, jagged edge of a contraband onyx link. This wasn't standard Guild tech. It was a ghost chip fashioned from illegal obsidian silicon, designed to absorb data packets without generating the heat signatures that usually triggered a level 1 security sweep. Voss, if you're looking for a promotion in the bottom of that casing, you're a bigger fool than you look, a voice gritted over the localized comms. Kalen didn't jump. He slowly extracted a blackened, melted sensor array from the spider's chassis, holding it up like a trophy. He turned to see Rook looming at the edge of the catwalk. Rook was a mountain of a man, his frame augmented by rusted, third-hand hydraulic pistons in his knees that hissed with every step. His left eye was a whirring Aperture 7 optic, constantly clicking as it recalculated the scrap value of the surrounding pipes. Rook's coveralls were even more stained than Kalen's, smelling of cheap stim tobacco and the burnt sugar scent of hydraulic fluid. The sensors fried, Rook, Kalen said, his voice modulated into a flat, uneducated rasp. The Guild's pushing the audit cycle at 115%. If I don't manual set the intake, this whole sector is going to suffer a thermal cascade. You want to be the one to tell the lead archivist why the tax-exempt crystals melted into slag? That's a lot of paperwork for a guy with one eye. Rook spat a glob of dark stim juice into the open ventilation grate. I don't tell the archivists anything, kid. Those needle gods don't talk to men who smell like lye. They just look through us like we're glass. You get that spider back on the rail. We've got 4 more blocks of neural sparks to scrub before the shift change, and if the quota drops, the Guild cuts the oxygen rations for the whole barracks. My cybernetic eye doesn't need air, but my lungs still do. I'm on it, Kalen muttered. He slid the spider back into the dark maw of the shaft, feeling the magnetic legs lock onto the interior rail. But as he did, his thumb pressed a hidden toggle on the bot's underbelly, a switch disguised as a mounting rivet. A phase bypass microarray hummed to life, hidden deep within the bot's legitimate circuitry. This was his scouter. While the spider supposedly cleaned the dust from the vents, it was actually mapping the magnetic logic gates of the high archive 2 miles above them. Kalen watched the bot vanish into the darkness, knowing it was the only thing that could bridge the gap between his lowly scrub terminal and the high-security Judgment archives. 3 floors above Kalen, in the pressurized, clinical silence of the clean room, Scylla sat encased in a haptic rig that allowed her to feel the data flow of the needle. Scylla was the lead data miner, a woman who had spent 15 years believing that the sanitization initiative was the only thing keeping the galaxy from descending into bureaucratic chaos. To her, every neural spark erased was a bit of entropy removed from the system, a way to keep the complicated gears of civilization spinning without the friction of past mistakes. She watched the node map of the sub-levels, her fingers twitching in the haptic gloves like she was playing an invisible piano. A tiny amber light flickered in Sector 7G. 9 Alpha is dragging again, she murmured, her voice soft in the vacuum quiet of the room. She pulled up Kalen's biometric feed. Heart rate is steady, but his terminal handshake is lagging by 400 milliseconds. It's consistent. Too consistent for a hardware glitch. He's a grunt, Scylla, her assistant, Elion, said without looking up from his own monitors. Elion was a nervous man, his fingers constantly tapping a rapid, erratic beat on his desk. They all lag, probably huffing coolant vapor to forget they live in a hole. Or maybe he's just slow. Not everyone was born with a data port in their skull like you. Scylla frowned. Something about the lag wasn't random. It wasn't the slow, clumsy movement of a tired laborer. It was rhythmic. It felt like a heartbeat underlying the data stream. She initiated a deep trace subroutine, bypassing the standard supervisor filters with a series of complex keystrokes. She wasn't looking for a traitor. She was looking for efficiency, for the perfect alignment of man and machine. But as the trace descended into the sub-levels, it hit a shadow salt encryption gate. Elion, why would a maintenance terminal in the laundry subdeck have a 256-bit Shadow Guild salt on its diagnostic port? Scylla asked, her eyes narrowing behind her data lenses. Elion froze, his tapping fingers falling silent. He looked at her screen, then quickly looked away. It wouldn't. That's high ministry level. If you found that, Scylla, you should close the window and report a hardware glitch. Don't look at it, please, just sanitizing the records is safe. Looking into the plumbing isn't. People who look into the plumbing end up as bioclutter in the reclamation bins. Sila's curiosity was her greatest strength and her most dangerous flaw. Instead of closing the window, she began a passive interrogation of the salt, her mind calculating the frequency shifts in the encryption. She didn't realize that by doing so, she was stepping onto the same bridge Kalen was building from below. She began to see the shadow packets, ghosts of data that shouldn't exist, moving with deliberate intent toward Terminal 84. The transit from the lower belly to the High Ministry was a physical manifestation of the Guild's hierarchy. Kalen stood in the transit tube, feeling the stomach-churning G-force as the maglev elevator shot upward through the toxic, neon-smeared clouds of the central sector. He watched the lights of the city below shrink into a glowing, polluted carpet. When the doors opened at the archive level, the humidity vanished instantly. The air was chilled to exactly 4 degrees Celsius, the perfect temperature for data crystal stability. It was silent, sterile, and smelled of nothing but dry nitrogen and the faint, metallic tang of the cleaning lasers. At the entrance, Kalen faced the biometric threshold. He didn't just present a badge, he had to submit to a deep scan. He felt the familiar, invasive tingle of the laser sweeping across his retinas, a sensation like hot sand behind his eyelids. He placed his hand on the terminal pad, feeling the cold prick of the DNA sampler as it drew a microscopic bead of blood for verification. Identity confirmed. Scrubtech 9 Alpha, a synthesized voice announced. Assigned task, Level 2 sanitization. Objective, total erasure of outer rim tax discrepancies, years 2080 to 2085. Note, any attempted data mirroring will be met with immediate competency filter isolation. Your shift ends in 359 minutes. Kalen walked to Terminal 84, his boots clicking rhythmically on the polished obsidian floor. He sat down, the haptic interface cooling his sweaty palms. As the screen flared to life, a flood of encrypted, neural sparks cascaded across his vision, shifting violet and blue lights that contained the digital memories of the Guild. These were the receipts of their sins, the hidden ledgers of a galactic empire. Dusty, I'm watching you, Sila's voice crackled in his ear, sounding distant and strange. I saw the lag in the maintenance bay. If you're running a side hustle on Guild processors, stop now. I'm seeing unauthorized power draws in your sector that shouldn't be there. Don't make me report you. Kalen took a slow, steady breath, modulating his pulse to avoid triggering the stress sensors in his chair. Just the terminal being stubborn, Sila. The encryption salts in the 2082 batch are archaic. I have to manually decouple the logic nodes before I can hit delete. It's slow work, and the cooling pump is throwing errors. I'm just trying to keep the hardware from melting. Make it faster, she snapped, though there was a new tremor in her voice Kalen hadn't heard before, a note of fear or perhaps realization. The Guild doesn't pay for craftsmanship. They pay for silence. We are the janitors of history, boss. Don't forget that. Kalen worked the scrub for 3 hours, acting as the perfect, mindless drone. He deleted manifests of illegal weapon shipments to the core worlds. He erased the tax haven records of the High Magistrates. Each deletion felt like a stab to his conscience, a piece of justice being removed from the universe. But he had to wait. He was looking for the Aegis file. He knew it existed because the Remnant Coalition had sacrificed their lives to give him the tip-off. It was the manual override for the entire Guild system, a record so damning it would force the legislation of the Outer Rim to intervene. Then, buried inside a weather data packet for the Vesper 9 mining colony, he found the logic snag. It was encrypted with a 256-bit Shadow Guild salt, the same one Sila had spotted earlier. Kalen's breath hitched. He deployed a ghost logic subroutine, a phantom loop that kept Sila's monitors showing a steady stream of deletions, while he peeled back the layers of the snag with a surgeon's focus. The file opened. It wasn't a spreadsheet, it was a series of sensory logs from the Vesper 9 atmospheric dome. Atmospheric thinning initiated, a recorded voice droned, chillingly calm. Kalen recognized the voice. It was High Magistrate Kroll, the man who oversaw the very sector they were currently cleaning. Oxygen levels in the civilian residential blocks are now at 12%. Symptom onset, 3 minutes. Total bioclutter neutralized in 6 hours. Mining rigs are standing by for the mineral reclamation. Ensure all communication lines are purged by the Sanitization Initiative. Kaylin's hand trembled on the haptic pad. This wasn't just a record of theft, it was a record of mass murder for profit. 50,000 families on Vesper 9, miners, engineers, children, were being suffocated so the guild could save 2% on their extraction costs and avoid the legal headache of relocation. He checked the timestamp. The final thinning was scheduled for the next lunar cycle. It hadn't happened yet, but it was being erased in advance. In the clean room, Sila saw exactly what Kaylin saw. Because she had initiated the deep trace earlier and held the interrogation open, her haptic rig had accidentally mirrored Kaylin's terminal. The visual log of the Vesper 9 colony projected onto her retinas like a nightmare. She saw the faces of the children in the red dust of the colony dome, their lungs struggling as the oxygen scrubbers were remotely throttled to a crawl. She heard Kroll's cold, calculated voice treating 50,000 lives like bio-clutter. Elion, she whispered, her voice trembling so hard the haptic sensors glitched, sending static through her fingertips. VESPER-9. The asteroid incident from the news last month, it wasn't an accident. We're scrubbing the evidence of a massacre that's about to happen. Look at the digital signature. Kroll signed this yesterday. He's deleting the crime before he even commits it. Elion didn't look up. He looked terrified, his skin turning a sickly shade of gray under the sterile lights. Sila, delete the trace. Now, if you know, you're an accomplice. If you report it, you're a corpse. Just hit the sanitize button and let 9 Alpha finish his shift. We are just the cleaners, Sila. We don't decide what's dirt and what's evidence. We just make sure the guild looks perfect. Sila looked at her hands. The haptic gloves, once symbols of her authority and precision, now felt like shackles. For 15 years, she had been the lead miner, the woman who ensured the guild's records were clean. She realized now that clean just meant empty of witnesses. She saw the faces of the miners on the screen, people she had never met, whose deaths were being facilitated by her own fingers on the keys. She saw Kaylin's terminal cursor hover over the delete button. She saw him hesitate. Through the biometric feed, she felt his heart rate skyrocket to 145 BPM. She realized he wasn't a grunt. He was a ghost. He was exactly what the guild feared most, a man with a conscience and a wrench. He was the manual override in a system built of cold code. Do it, 9 Alpha, she whispered, not over the comms, but to herself, her tears blurring the data on her lenses until the numbers became streaks of light. Don't let them bury this one. Mirror it. Please, for the love of whatever stars are left, mirror it. Kaylin bit down hard on his back molar. The ceramics shattered with a sickening, internal crunch. He spat the onyx link into his palm, a tiny, razor-sharp shard of obsidian, and jammed it into the terminal's emergency maintenance port with a force that nearly cracked the console. Alarm! Unauthorized data mirror detected. Sector 84 compromised. Enforcement teams deployed. The terminal shrieked, the sterile blue lights of the archive turning a predatory, pulsing crimson. The high-pitched siren wailed, a sound designed to induce panic and disorientation. Kaylin didn't wait. He activated the Midnight Sun protocol. Through his wrist comm, he signaled the spider bot latched to the data trunk 2 miles away in the ventilation vents. The bot shorted its internal fusion cell, creating a massive electromagnetic pulse that tore through the archive's local firewalls from the inside out. The mirroring began. The Aegis file wasn't just being copied, it was being broadcasted on the Guild's own emergency disaster frequencies, the only channels the High Ministry couldn't legally block without shutting down the entire sector's life support and air circulation. Security to Terminal 84. Lethal force authorized. Scrubtech 9 Alpha is a ghost. Director Thorne, the man who oversaw the clean room, roared as he burst into Sila's workspace. Sila, lock down Node 84. Use the competency filter, override now. Kill his terminal, fry his neural shunts if he has them. Sila looked at Thorne, then at the terminal. Her fingers moved with a speed she'd never used before, her hands shaking but her purpose clear. She wasn't locking Kaylin out. She began a lateral encryption shift, creating a digital tunnel that protected Kaylin's mirror stream from the Guild's automated countermeasures. She was effectively acting as his digital shield, parrying the system's attempts to sever the link. I can't lock it, Director. Sila lied, her voice filled with feigned, panicked desperation. her eyes wide with manufactured fear. The 9 Alpha terminal has slaved the core. It's running a shadow salt feedback loop. If I cut the power, the whole archive goes into a thermal cascade. We'll lose the entire year's records. Then pull the physical core. Thorn yelled, his face purple with rage as he ran toward the server banks with a magnetic disruptor. Scylla blocked his path, her eyes wild, her heart pounding. If you disrupt the core during a pulse mirror, the magnetic backlash will fry the neural shunts of every shell in the building. You'll kill thousands of workers. The guild will have to pay out more in death benefits than the mineral reclaim is worth. Move, Scylla. That's a corporate expense, not a concern. Thorn shoved her aside, but the delay was enough. The mirror was already at 85%. The archive's heavy alloy doors hissed open with a blast of pressurized air. Commander Vane of the Eraser Squad stepped through the vapor, his amber thermal optics glowing like coals in the red emergency lighting. He held a high-frequency pulse rifle, the barrel humming as it charged to lethal levels. Behind him, 4 shells in tactical gear moved with mechanical precision, their rifles raised. Voss, Vane said, his voice a distorted rasp through his helmet's vocalizer. You're a long way from the mud, Ghost. You think mirroring that file changes anything? The guild is the record. We write the truth. And right now, the truth is that you're about to suffer a fatal atmospheric malfunction. Nobody is going to read your little story. History is written by the survivors, and you're not on the list. Kalen dove behind an iridium data stack just as a blue streak of ionized energy vaporized the terminal he'd been sitting at. The heat was intense, the smell of melting silicon and ozone filling the room. The problem with writing the truth, Vane, is that eventually, someone learns how to read the margins. And I've been reading yours for years. You're not an author, you're just a glorified shredder. Kalen pulled his legacy kinetic sidearm from his toolkit, a heavy, archaic piece of iron with no electronics and no energy signatures for Vane's sensors to track. He fired 2 rounds into the overhead fire suppression tanks. A deluge of liquid nitrogen and retardant foam exploded into the room, creating a localized whiteout that blinded Vane's advanced optics and created a freezing, slippery chaos. I can see your heat signature, Voss. You're glowing like a sun in this cold. There is no escape, Vane roared, firing blindly into the fog. The pulse fire melted the data crystals into glowing violet slag, the energy release cracking the obsidian floor. But Kalen had already deployed the multi-phase ghost loom, a cluster of tiny projectors that flickered to life in the mist. 3 holographic versions of Kalen Voss suddenly sprinted through the foam in divergent directions, their thermal signatures perfectly tuned to mimic a panicked human. Vane and his enforcers opened fire on the decoys, their high-frequency rifles shredding the holographic phantoms with bursts of blue light. While the hunters focused on the phantoms, the real Kalen crawled through the maintenance floor plates, his back inches from the vibrating alloy as he moved toward the exit. He reached the primary elevator bank, but he didn't call the car. He knew the guild would have already locked the gravity brakes on all civilian floors. He used a magnetic pry bar to force the doors open, revealing the obsidian-lined shaft. He looked up. 2 miles of vertical abyss stood between him and the master relay spire. He fired his grappling winch, the carbon fiber line singing as it hooked onto a service rail high above. He's in the shaft. Climb teams, intercept, secure the spire, an enforcer yelled from the archive doors. Kalen engaged the motorized winch, feeling the brutal G-force as he was yanked upward into the darkness. Below him, the enforcers fired upward, their pulse streaks illuminating the shaft like lightning. Kalen reached into his pocket and dropped a localized EMP seed. As the device fell, it detonated halfway down, shorting out the mag-lev rails of a descending elevator car filled with backup enforcers. The 3-ton car plummeted, crushing the primary pursuit squad at the base of the shaft in a violent explosion of sparks, screaming metal, and collapsing obsidian. Kalen reached the master relay spire at the very pinnacle of the Needle of the Gods. The wind here was a screaming, freezing gale that threatened to rip the skin from his face and pull him off the narrow maintenance platform. He scrambled onto the relay deck, his fingers numb and bleeding, his tactical gear shredded by his ascent. Below him, the central sector was a sea of light and shadow. The mirroring was complete. Every public screen, every corporate kiosk, every personal comms link, and even the holographic billboards in the luxury districts were playing the Vesper 9 logs. The names of the magistrates, the signatures on the death warrants, and the coordinates of the mining rigs were cascading across the horizon in a flood of undeniable truth. The city was waking up. He saw the gunships below circling the ministry, but their formation was breaking. The weapons were no longer looking for a ghost. They were being turned against each other as the rank-and-file soldiers, many of whom had family in the Outer Rim, realized they were the ones who would have been ordered to fire on the miners. A revolution was igniting in the sky. Kalen slammed his hand onto the spire's core, feeling the massive data flow vibrating through his palm. Master Spark initiated, mirroring to the Outer Rim legislation. Now, let the stars hear it. Let them judge the gods. In the clean room, Scylla watched the final data burst leave the station, a brilliant pulse of light on her monitors. She saw Director Thorne being hauled away by a group of shells, whose neural shunts had fried from the EM surge, restoring their free will and their anger. Thorne was screaming about competency and order, but nobody was listening. The silence was absolute. Scylla stood up, pulling off her haptic gloves and dropping them onto the floor like discarded skins. She looked at Elion, who was still staring at the screen in shock. "It's done, Elion. The record isn't clean anymore. It's just the truth. And the truth is heavy." "What happens now?" Elion asked, his voice small and trembling. "Now," Scylla said, looking toward the elevator where the lights were finally returning to a steady, calm blue, "we find out if we're worth saving. We stop being the cleaners and start being the witnesses." The hum of the clean room was shattered not by an explosion, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of maglock boots. Scylla stood motionless, her bare hands feeling the raw, unfiltered air of the room for the first time in years. Beside her, Elion was a statue of terror, his eyes glued to the monitors where the Aegis file continued to loop across the sector's emergency frequencies. The steady, calm blue light of the elevator bank suddenly flickered, strobing into a jagged, aggressive amber. The special police, the guild's personal Praetorian Guard, had arrived to sanitize the witnesses. "Elion, get behind the primary server bank," Scylla commanded, her voice losing its tremor and hardening into the tone of a woman who had just seen the end of the world and decided she didn't mind. "If they breach the door, they'll aim for the consoles first. They need to stop the broadcast before they kill us." The heavy reinforced doors hissed open, but it wasn't the special police who stepped through first. It was a squad of station security, the regular blue coats, who lived in the same barracks as Kalen and Rook. They looked disoriented, their rifles lowered. Behind them, through the translucent hallway, the silhouette of the special police was visible, moving like a wall of obsidian, their heavy shields reflecting the red emergency strobes. "Scylla," the lead security officer, a grizzled veteran named Hark, called out. His voice was cracked with disbelief. "That broadcast, my brother is on VESPER-9. He's a foreman in the residential block. Is that log real? Did the magistrate really sign that thinning order?" Scylla stepped forward, her shadow stretching long across the floor. "He signed it yesterday, Hark. If we don't hold this room, if we let the special police shut down that relay, your brother will be bio-clutter by the next lunar cycle. You're not security anymore. You're the only thing standing between your family and a corporate eraser." Hark looked at the hall, then back at Scylla. He saw the truth in her eyes, the weight of 15 years of lies finally being cast off. He turned to his squad, his face hardening. "Seal the doors. We're not protecting the archive. We're protecting the broadcast." The climax of the Needle's fall began in that narrow corridor. The special police, led by a ruthless tactical officer named Captain Drax, deployed Screamer grenades that sent high-frequency waves through the air, designed to liquefy the inner ears of anyone not wearing guild-issued dampeners. The bluecoats buckled, blood leaking from their ears, but they didn't retreat. They had seen the faces of their families on the screens. In the midst of the chaos, Kalen Voss appeared from the ceiling vents, dropping like a shadow into the clean room. He was covered in soot and obsidian dust, his legacy sidearm still hot in his hand. He didn't look at the battle in the hall. He looked at Scylla. "I need a physical override," Kalen grunted, his lungs burning from the ascent. "The relay spire is broadcasting, but the special police are attempting a hard wire bypass from the subdeck 4 junction. If they cut the fiber optics there, the mirroring stops before it hits the outer rim. I can't get back down there in time." Scylla grabbed a handheld haptic controller, her fingers flying over the manual interface. I can't stop them from the clean room, Kalen. They've bypassed the software. But I can change the environment. Elion, the cooling vats. What is the pressure in the liquid nitrogen reserves for the server racks? Elion, shivering but functional, checked his tablet. It's at 4,000 psi. Why? Because, Sila said, a grim smile touching her lips, if we can't stop them with code, we'll stop them with physics. The interaction that tipped the scales involved a three-way coordination that bypassed the guild's superior firepower. Kalen took up a sniping position at the clean room door, using his kinetic sidearm to pick off the power cells on the special police's shields. Each shot was a masterclass in logistics. He wasn't aiming for the men, but for the mechanical joints of their armor, slowing the obsidian wall just enough to give Hark and the Bluecoats a fighting chance. Hark! Kalen yelled over the roar of pulse fire. Fall back to the secondary bulkhead. Draw them onto the floor grates. Hark understood. He ordered his men to retreat, making it look like the security line was breaking. Captain Drax and his special police surged forward, their heavy boots clanking on the metal grates that sat directly above the archive's massive liquid nitrogen cooling vats. They were 50 feet from the clean room, their weapons leveled for a final execution. Now, Sila, Kalen roared. Sila didn't use a weapon. She used the archive's maintenance protocol. With a single, forceful keystroke, she triggered an emergency thermal purge. The valves beneath the floor grates didn't just open, they exploded. A wall of super-chilled liquid nitrogen erupted from beneath the special police. It wasn't a slow leak, it was a high-pressure geyser. The liquid hit the heated obsidian armor of the special police and the air-conditioned atmosphere of the hallway, creating an instantaneous thermal shock. In less than a second, the obsidian plating of the guild's elite guards didn't just freeze, it shattered like glass. Their heavy shields, made of reinforced composite, cracked into thousands of jagged shards. The special police were frozen in place, their advanced armor becoming their own tombs as the joints locked and the metal contracted with a violent screech. Captain Drax tried to raise his rifle, but the barrel simply snapped off in his frozen hand. The clever resolve wasn't just the nitrogen, it was the mirroring of the command net. While the special police were immobilized, Sila routed the audio of their defeat, the sound of Drax's panic and the shattering of their invincible gear, directly into the helmets of every other guild unit on the station. She showed them that the gods were made of brittle clay. The broadcast is secure, Sila whispered, her breath hitching as she watched the data stream hit 100% saturation. The outer rim has the logs. The Judgment archives have the signatures. The battle in the hall ceased as the remaining guild enforcers realized the war was already over. They weren't fighting for a record anymore, they were fighting for a ghost. One by one, they lowered their weapons, looking at the screens that still flickered with the truth of VESPER-9. Kalen stepped into the hall, passing the frozen statues of the special police. He reached Hark, who was leaning against a wall, his ears still ringing but a look of profound relief on his face. Kalen handed the grizzled officer his legacy sidearm. "The station is yours, Hark," Kalen said. "The people are going to have a lot of questions. You should be the one to answer them." Kalen returned to the clean room. Sila was still standing by her console, her hands resting on the cold metal. The room was silent now, the clinical hum replaced by the distant sound of the city below, a sound of thousands of voices rising in a single, unified roar of reclamation. "You saved them," Kalen said, standing beside her. "The physical override was clever, but the digital shield you built for me, that's what finished it." Sila looked at her bare hands, now stained with the grime of the battle. "I spent 15 years erasing the truth, Kalen. I think I finally balanced the ledger. What happens to us now? We're the most wanted people in the galaxy." "No," Kalen said, looking toward the window where the purple aurora of the data burst was still fading into a clear, blue morning. "We're the only people who know where the rest of the bodies are buried. The guild left a lot of dirt in the sublevels. I think it's time we finish the cleaning. Properly this time. The record is mirrored. The truth is preserved. The void is silent. Finality. Absolute. Total. Reclamation. Done." The scout ship Vanguard was never engineered to endure the crushing atmospheric physics of PX-47. To the Federation's long-range orbital sensors, the planet had appeared as a standard terrestrial candidate, a vibrant, emerald orb swaddled in thick, violet-tinged clouds. But as the 30-meter vessel pierced the upper thermosphere, the crew realized that the fundamental laws of gravity, fluid dynamics, and scale were being rewritten in a language of pure, terrifying violence. The air was not a gas. It was a dense, viscous medium that fought the hull with the resistance of deep-sea water, dragging at the titanium skin with a physical, hungry weight. Every stabilizer on the ship shrieked in mechanical protest, a high-pitched metallic wail that vibrated through the floorboards and into the marrow of the crew's bones. The drag coefficient reached numbers that defied the ship's onboard logic, causing the navigation computers to cycle through error messages in a frantic strobe of crimson light. Atmospheric density is spiking. It's at 400% and climbing. Malik's voice was a jagged spike of adrenaline over the internal comms, his fingers dancing across the navigation console to compensate for the drag. "Captain, the sensors are screaming. They're detecting liquid spheres in the upper atmosphere. Not rain, massive, wobbling globes of water the size of starship hangars, suspended in the air like heavy, liquid mountains." Captain Alara Voss gripped the armrests of her command chair, her knuckles turning a waxy white against the dark leather. Her eyes were fixed on the primary viewport, where the violet clouds were being shredded by the ship's descent. "Keep the nose up, Malik. If we catch the surface tension of one of those droplets at this velocity, it won't be a crash. It'll be a kinetic assassination. The hull will snap like dry glass under the weight of a falling ocean." Outside, the storm was a nightmare of impossible proportions. Enormous, shimmering orbs of liquid, each 100 times larger than the Vanguard, tumbled through a sky that had turned a bruised, electric purple. They didn't fall. They descended with a terrifying, slow-motion weight, wobbling with internal currents that looked like shifting tectonic plates. The ship was a silver needle threading a minefield of liquid giants. A massive, shimmering sphere suddenly loomed in their flight path, and as Alara yanked the manual override, the Vanguard banked hard. The port wingtip grazed the liquid skin of the orb, and the ship was nearly swallowed by a cohesive force so strong it felt like the hand of a ghost pulling them into the abyss. A fine, cloying mist coated the titanium skin, instantly freezing into a slick, heavy layer that threw the stabilizers into a mechanical seizure. The ship groaned, a deep, guttural sound of metal reaching its breaking point. Then, the sky ignited. It wasn't a standard electrical discharge. A pillar of white fire, nearly a quarter-mile in diameter, slammed into the landscape miles away with a brilliance that turned the cockpit into a bleached white void. The sound wasn't a crack of thunder, it was a tectonic roar, a low-frequency displacement of the entire atmosphere that sent the Vanguard into a terminal, uncontrolled spin. "We're caught in the shockwave," Calder shouted over the groaning of the airframe, his hands straining against the secondary flight controls. "The engines are stalling. The air is too rich, too heavy. It's flooding the intakes with a thick, nitrogen-heavy sludge." The ship plummeted. Below them, the forest rushed up to meet them. It wasn't a forest of wood and leaf. It was a dense, vibrating jungle of emerald pillars. Each trunk was hundreds of feet tall, smooth and waxy, swaying with an elastic strength that defied the ship's kinetic energy. The Vanguard sheared through the top of a pillar, the green stalk bending like a massive spring before whipping back and launching the ship toward a second stalk. The vessel skipped off the vegetation like a stone across a pond, finally plowing into the ground with a series of rhythmic, bone-jarring thuds. It skipped across jagged, translucent boulders, each the size of a municipal building, before sliding into a deep, shaded canyon of silica sand. Silence followed, thick and heavy, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal and the hiss of escaping steam. The air inside the cockpit smelled of ozone and the cloying, sweet scent of crushed, mineral-rich vegetation. Alara unbuckled her restraints, her boots clanging on the deck plating, which now sat at a steep, 15-degree angle. "Sound off," she rasped, wiping a smear of blood from her jaw. "Vitals are steady," Tara reported from the medbay, her voice shaky but clear. "But ARA, the exterior sensors are reading the ground as 90% crystalline silica. These aren't rocks. They're jagged, transparent shards of quartz, but scaled to the size of house-sized boulders. It's like we landed in a mountain range made of broken glass. The gravity is consistent, but the air pressure, it's like being at the bottom of a planetary trench. Malik crawled out from under the engineering substation, his face pale and smeared with grease. The luck is gone, Captain. My primary data chip, the one with the diagnostic maps for the plasma coils, flew out of the port during the tumble. Without it, we can't purge the sludge from the intakes. We're paralyzed. The ship is a dead weight. Forget the chip for now, Calder grunted, eyes fixed on the primary viewport. Look at the trees. On the external monitors, the forest was a terrifying emerald abyss. The green pillars towered over the ship, their tapered points disappearing into a low-hanging mist of vapor. They weren't bark-covered. They were translucent, with veins of fluid pulsing rhythmically inside their waxy, reinforced walls. The canyon they had landed in was formed by two massive sand boulders that leaned against one another like tectonic plates. Every biological scan returned a profile that was utterly alien. The leaves were broad, serrated blades of grass, each one thicker than the ship's hull and capable of reflecting the dim, violet light of the sky like a mirror. The sheer scale was suffocating. Small moss-like growths at the base of the pillars were revealed by the scanners to be tangled networks of vine-like structures, each as thick as a man's torso. Biological analysis is impossible, Lena, the biologist, whispered, her eyes wide as she scrolled through the data. These aren't trees. They're monocots, simple cellular structures, yet scaled to a size that breaks every law of biological square-cube theory. The ground is a silica desert, and these stalks are reinforced with mineral deposits. It's a mineral-based biology on a gargantuan scale. The very air is heavy with moisture, saturated to the point of being a liquid suspension. We aren't just in a forest, we're in a giant's garden. Suddenly, the world began to shake. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a quake. It was a localized seismic event, rhythmic and calculated. Each thud sent a vibration through the ship that made the internal bulkheads scream. Outside, the house-sized sand boulders shifted, grinding against the hull with a sound like a mountain being crushed. A deep, guttural resonance filled the air, a geologic groan, a subsonic rumble that bypassed the ears and vibrated the crew's chest cavities. Seismic activity is off the charts, Malik whispered, huddling near the reactor. It's coming from the north, and it's moving toward us. The amplitude of each shockwave is doubling. The dim green light of the undergrowth was suddenly obliterated. A white sun erupted in the sky above the canopy, a focused, artificial beam of light so intense it rendered the green pillars translucent, revealing the pulsing, sap-filled veins within. The beam swept back and forth across the canyon floor, a searchlight of cosmic proportions that turned the shadows into pits of obsidian. The heat from the light hit the hull, making the metal pop and expand with sharp, alarming cracks. To the crew, it felt as though they were being examined under a microscope by a power that existed on a different plane of physics. It's an atmospheric anomaly, Alara stated, though her voice lacked conviction. Some kind of focused solar flare or natural luminescence from the upper layers. We need to focus on survival. Malik, what do we need to get the coils back online? The data chip is gone, Malik said, but if we can gather enough raw crystalline silica from the boulders around us, I can manually recalibrate the intake filters. But we're talking about tons of material. We'd have to mine for a year with the handheld industrial cutters just to get a fraction of what we need. The purity level out there is too low. Then we start now, Alara said, her professional facade hardening. We don't open the airlock until we have a plan for a shelter. If the environment is this hostile, we have to fortify. We use the trees as ribs for a dome. We clear a perimeter and set up a mining station. Stepping out of the airlock was like stepping into a nightmare of scale. The air was so thick it felt like breathing warm silk, tasting of sugar and wet stone. The sand boulders were treacherous, slick with the cloying, sweet scent of sap, the sticky liquid oozing from the stalks they had crushed during the landing. The green pillars towered like emerald skyscrapers, swaying with a heavy, rhythmic grace in the viscous wind. Each blade of the forest was thick as a ship's hull, covered in microscopic serrations that looked like jagged glass under their helmet lights. The work was grueling. Calder and Malik led the way with the heavy industrial laser cutters. The beams hissed as they bit into the waxy green walls of the pillars, the heat turning the internal sap into a thick, sweet-smelling steam that clouded their visors. It took the entire crew, utilizing the Vanguard's external winch and their own powered exoskeletons, just to move a single log of felled vegetation. They were tiny, neon-colored specks moving against a backdrop of an emerald abyss. The cellular density is off the charts, Lena said, panting as she dragged a section of fiber. This isn't wood. It's reinforced with silica fibers. It's as strong as carbon steel but flexible. We can weave these together. They spent the first 12 hours in a frantic, ant-like state of labor. They cleared a circle no more than 10 meters wide, hauling the massive stalks into a woven circular perimeter around the ship. They used the stalks as structural ribs, pulling them into a dome shape with carbon fiber tethers and binding them with the sticky, resinous sap that bled from the cuts. It was an epic clearing of a primeval wilderness to them, an achievement of sheer will against a landscape that didn't even notice their presence. Once the dome was partially secured, providing a meager shield against the violet sky, the mining began. Calder took the heavy drill to the base of the crystalline boulders. The noise was deafening, a high-pitched shriek as the drill bit into the house-sized silica shards. For hours, they hammered away at the rock, but the yield was pathetic. The scanners confirmed their fears. The raw materials they needed were locked deep within the mineral matrix of the planet, requiring industrial-scale refining they simply didn't possess. "We're mining for dust," Calder spat, throwing his cutter to the ground in frustration. The sparks from his drill had barely scratched the surface of the translucent boulder. "At this rate, we'll run out of oxygen before we have enough silica to coat a single filter. We're chasing ghosts in a glass desert." The crew huddled in the shadow of the Vanguard, their lights casting long, flickering shadows against the woven emerald walls of their dome. The silence of the canyon was deceptive, punctuated by the distant, wet rustling of the giant grass blades. Then, the seismic tremors returned. They were more violent this time, a rapid-fire succession of thumps that made the silica sand dance like liquid. A massive, dark silhouette suddenly eclipsed the entire sky, plunging the clearing into a darkness deeper than night. A tremendous shockwave slammed into the clearing the moment the silhouette touched down, the force of the displacement hurling the crew against the ship's hull. A beetle-like predator, an iridescent nightmare the size of a heavy tank that had been stalking the perimeter of their dome, was caught in the path of the descent. It was instantly launched into the dark forest of stalks by the sheer rush of air, disappearing with a wet, crunching thud. The crew lay on the ground, gasping as the air pressure stabilized. Silence returned, and the white sun flickered and died, leaving them in the dim, violet twilight. "Captain," Malik whispered, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the center of their cleared perimeter. "Look, in the middle of their camp, where there had been nothing but silica dust and the scars of their drills moments before, sat a massive, seamless cube. It was metallic, smooth, and humming with a strange, internal energy. It was a monolith of refined isotopes, perfectly polished and glowing with a faint blue light that cut through the emerald gloom. It hadn't been there before the seismic shockwave. To the crew, it appeared as though the very heavens had dropped a treasure chest into their midst. It was a gift of impossible purity, appearing exactly when their hope had reached its lowest ebb. "It's pure," Malik said, his scanner chirping in a frantic, melodic frequency as he approached the object. "It's a concentrated deposit of exactly the isotopes we need. It's more silica than those boulders combined, refined to a level we couldn't achieve in a laboratory. It's a miracle. We have the fuel. We have the filters. Where did it come from?" Lena asked, looking up through the gaps in their woven roof at the violet clouds. Her voice was filled with a mixture of hope and profound dread. "Nothing just appears. Not like this. It doesn't matter," Alara said, her eyes fixed on the blue glow of the cube. "It's here, and it's the only way we're ever leaving this canyon. Malik, get the transport sleds. Calder, help him. We bring this inside the dome. We start the integration now." They began the arduous process of hauling the cube toward the ship, their small machines straining against the weight of the refined gift. They worked in a feverish silence, unaware that the real monsoon was about to begin, and that their emerald dome was about to be tested by an atmospheric event unlike anything their sensors had ever recorded, a deluge that would turn their garden sanctuary into a drowning pool. End of Part 1. Part 2. The Horizon Shift. The transition between the light cycles on PX-47 was not a gradual fading of the sun, but a mechanical shifting of the universe's foundations. Inside the woven dome of emerald stalks, the crew of the Vanguard labored in a humid, oxygen-rich gloom that felt more like a pressurized womb than a metallic fortress. The sap resin they had used to bind the grass ribs had hardened into a translucent amber, turning their structure into a ribbed, organic cathedral that smelled of sweet rot, ozone, and ancient minerals. Outside, the environment was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. The bruised violet of the sky had darkened into an abyssal indigo, and the seismic tremors had increased in frequency. A rhythmic thump-thump-thump vibrated through the ship's hull, a low-frequency pulse that suggested something was moving across the heavens with tectonic weight. Every instrument in the engineering bay spiked with static interference. "The resonance is shifting," Malik reported, his voice filtered through the heavy crackle of the internal comms. He was positioned at the base of the cube, his industrial welder throwing jagged sparks of blue light against the seamless metallic surface of the mysterious gift. Every time the ground shakes, the cube's internal frequency aligns with the tremors. "It's not just a fuel cell, Alara. It's a bridge. It's drawing energy from the planet's own movement and refining it into a plasma-ready state. If we can finish the conduit weave, we'll have enough power to jumpstart the primary coils in less than an hour. But the surge is massive. I've never seen a battery this efficient." "Then move faster," Captain Alara Voss commanded, her eyes fixed on the external monitors. The viewports showed a world of nightmare proportions. The jagged silica boulders that surrounded their clearing were slick with a new, high-pressure moisture that seemed to ooze from the very air. The atmospheric pressure is fluctuating again. Something is displacing the air on a massive scale. We need to be ready to purge the intakes the second that power is live. If we miss this window, the pressure differential will crush the hull like a tin can. The monsoon arrived without warning. It began with a sound like 1,000 steam pipes bursting simultaneously, a high-pressure hiss that quickly deepened into a roar. A wall of liquid glass, moving with the velocity of a tidal wave, slammed into the grass forest. To the crew, it was a planetary apocalypse. Massive spheres of water, each weighing thousands of tons from their perspective, plummeted from the sky and shattered against their woven dome. The grass pillars groaned, the silica-reinforced walls bending under the hydraulic weight of the descent. "The dome is buckling," Calder yelled, bracing himself against a structural rib as a bead of water the size of a shuttlecraft hammered the exterior. The impact sounded like a drum made of thunder. "The surface tension of the liquid is trying to crush us. If the sap doesn't hold, the weight of a single drop will pancake the hull." "Alara, the seals are weeping. Seal the airlock and equalize the internal pressure," Alara shouted over the din. "Malik, status on the cube. 80%. It's feeding off the kinetic energy of the rain. The harder it pours, the faster it charges." As the deluge hammered their fortress, a new anomaly occurred, one that defied their understanding of natural meteorology. A massive, translucent barrier suddenly descended from the heavens. It was a seamless, curved wall of clear, flexible material, hundreds of feet wide, that slammed into the silica earth around the clearing with a dull, echoing clack that vibrated the marrow of their bones. It sealed the Vanguard, the dome, and the cube inside a dry, pressurized bubble. Outside the clear wall, the torrent of water continued to rage, but inside, the air became unnervingly, terrifyingly still. "We're in a vacuum pocket," Lena whispered, her face pressed to the viewport in disbelief. "The storm is still out there, but some kind of physical barrier has been lowered over us. It's perfectly circular, perfectly clear. It's as if the world has been put in a jar." Through the translucent barrier and the gaps in their grass roof, the white sun returned. But it wasn't a sun. It was a focused, artificial beam of light that moved with a terrifyingly precise intent. As the beam swept over the dome, the shadow of a monolithic, dark mass eclipsed the stars. It was a landscape of deep textures, ridges, and pores, a massive, featureless form that hovered over their bubble, blocking out the purple sky. "It's not a tectonic event," Alara whispered, her voice barely audible as she looked at the readout on the gravity sensors. The readings were spiking in impossible directions. "It's a witness. It's watching us. It's waiting for us to be ready. Captain, the cube is fully integrated." Malik's voice broke the silence, crackling with a new, frantic energy. "The coils are screaming. We have 200% power. The diagnostic handshake is green. We can break the surface tension of the entire atmosphere if we fire now, but we have to go immediately. The isotopes won't stay stable in this pressure for long. But we're trapped under the barrier, Calder noted, pointing at the sky. We ignite those engines inside this bubble, and we'll turn this sanctuary into a kiln. We'll be vaporized before we even clear the clearing. We're in a cage. Wait, Alara said, her eyes locked on the monitors. Look at the horizon. The barriers, they're shifting. The clear barrier began to rise. Something unseen gripped the edges of the massive structure and lifted it back into the heavens with a silent, terrifying grace. The night air of PX-47 rushed back in, cool and smelling of wet earth and distant, burnt carbon. The pressure stabilized instantly. Then, a flat, warm expanse, a dark, ridged platform, was lowered beside the ship. It was a vast territory that looked like a continent of marble, descending with a precision that silenced the wind. It's giving us a clearing, Alara realized, her perspective finally shattering. It's not a predator. It's a launch pad. It's a hand. Board the ship. All stations to launch positions. Malik, initiate the purge sequence on my mark. The Vanguard rose from the silica mud on a cushion of blue plasma, its engines humming with a frequency that made the nearby grass stalks dance in a frantic, wind-swept ballet. It drifted onto the dark, ridged platform, a tiny silver needle against the vastness of the expanse. As the ship settled, the platform began to rise, lifting them out of the emerald abyss with a smooth, terrifying acceleration. The crew watched the viewport in stunned silence as the world shrank away. The grass stalks, once towering skyscrapers of waxy green, became a soft, manicured carpet. The house-sized silica boulders became mere pebbles, scattered across a dark, porous soil. The canyons they had feared were revealed to be simple cracks in the dirt of a pathway. High above, a monolithic fortress of brick and glass, a structure of impossible geometry, towered over the forest. The lightning they had seen was a buzzing grid of yellow light on a wooden pillar, a bug zapper on a porch. The monsoon had been a garden hose. The platform stopped, and for the first time, the crew saw the source of the seismic tremors and the white sun. They were level with a face, a young man, his features a landscape of skin and fine hair, his eyes like vast, amber suns filled with a quiet, knowing curiosity. He was the giant, the architect of their survival. He didn't speak. He simply looked at the tiny silver speck in his hand with a smile that spanned their entire horizon. He raised his other hand. It was a continent of flesh moving through the air with a grace that defied its mass. He didn't reach for them. He performed a slow, rhythmic wave of his fingers, a farewell greeting that spanned miles of their perspective. He knows, Lena whispered, tears blurring her vision as she stared into an eye the size of a nebula. He knew we were there the whole time. He wasn't hunting us. He was gardening. He was helping us find our way back. Fire engines, Alara commanded, her voice thick with a mixture of terror and awe. The Vanguard shot upward, a silver streak of light that pierced the night sky of PX-47. As they accelerated, fueled by the isotopes of the cube, the planet revealed its true identity. It wasn't an alien world of violet trees and emerald canyons. It was a blue and green marble, Earth, receding into the darkness of the void. They weren't explorers of a new frontier. They were survivors of a suburban backyard, finally returning to the scale they belonged to. Alara sat back in her chair, watching the giant's world disappear into a tiny, flickering point of light among the stars. The sensors were finally recalibrating to the vacuum of space, the noise of the atmosphere replaced by the cold, beautiful silence of the cosmos. Captain, Malik said, looking at the data chip that had been recovered from the internal sensors of the cube. The materials he gave us, the cube, it's not just fuel. It's refined for interstellar travel. The isotopes are more advanced than anything in the Federation's database. He didn't just save us. He upgraded us. He gave us the stars. No, Malik, Alara said, watching the empty space where the giant had been. He was just a neighbor. And we were just passing through his lawn. We were a broken toy he decided to fix. The Vanguard turned its nose toward the deep black, leaving behind the forest of stalks and the man who had waved goodbye to the smallest explorers in the galaxy. They weren't just survivors. They were the only ones who knew that in the right light, a single backyard could be an entire universe, and a god could be found in the simple act of lifting a plastic tub to let the travelers go home. As the ship jumped into warp, fueled by the giant's gift, the last thing they saw on the long-range scanners was a massive, waving silhouette against a backdrop of porch lights and summer crickets, a guardian of the small, standing at the edge of the infinite.
The Vorthak Empire's most elite invasion fleet arrived at Earth with tremendous fanfare, expecting to encounter primitive humans cowering in fear. These weren't just any aliens. They were the galaxy's most feared conquerors, with a perfect record of planetary domination spanning 3,000 years. Their massive ships, each the size of a small city, descended through Earth's atmosphere like dark storm clouds, blocking out the sun over major cities worldwide. Admiral Kex Mora stood on the bridge of her flagship, her four arms crossed in what she believed was an intimidating pose. She had conquered 47 worlds before this pathetic little blue planet, and each time the process was identical. Show up, make threats, watch the locals panic, then accept their surrender within hours. Easy work for the most decorated military commander in Vorthak history. She activated the Universal Communication System, her voice booming across every television, radio, and internet connection on Earth. The message was always the same, translated into what their computers said was the dominant local language. Primitive beings of this world, I am Admiral Kex Mora of the Vorthak Empire. Your planet has been selected for integration into our glorious domain. You have exactly one rotation of your sun to surrender unconditionally, or face the complete destruction of your civilization. Resistance is futile. Your technology is laughably inferior. Submit now, and some of you may survive as servants. The transmission cut out, leaving an eerie silence that the Admiral expected would soon be filled with panicked screaming and desperate pleas for mercy. This was always her favorite part, the moment when reality hit the locals and they realized their fate was sealed. Meanwhile, at the Seoul Command Center, Captain Jin Park nearly choked on his coffee as he watched the alien transmission. The underground facility buzzed with activity as dozens of military personnel and scientists tried to process what they had just witnessed. Jin had been expecting many things when he woke up that morning, but a poorly translated alien invasion threat wasn't one of them. Did they just threaten us in broken English? He asked, trying not to laugh. The grammar was so bad it sounded like it came from a malfunctioning translation app. Several other officers around him were clearly struggling to maintain their composure as well. Colonel Cho, his superior, rubbed his temples. This has to be some kind of joke. No advanced alien civilization would make first contact with grammar. That terrible. But Dr. Bora Kim, the chief linguist who had been called in for the emergency, was already live streaming the aliens' arrival on her social media accounts. She couldn't help herself. The ships were just too ridiculous looking to ignore. "Look at those ships, they look like flying purple sweet potatoes," she announced to her followers while pointing her phone camera at the massive vessels hovering. Over Seoul. The comparison was surprisingly accurate. The Vorthak ships, designed to inspire fear through their imposing angular design, somehow managed to look like oversized root vegetables when viewed from Earth's surface. The purple metallic hull didn't help matters. It made them look more like children's toys than instruments of galactic conquest. Within minutes, Bora's live stream had been shared thousands of times. Purple sweet potato invasion started trending worldwide as millions of people began posting their own photos and videos of the alien fleet. Instead of panic, the internet exploded with memes, jokes, and amateur comedy sketches about the aliens' appearance. Tech entrepreneur Tai Min, who happened to be in his office in Gangnam when the ships arrived, immediately saw the business opportunity. He started a live blog called Alien Invasion Fashion Review, where he critiqued the design choices of the Vorthak fleet. I mean, purple, really. Did they not consider how that would look against Earth's blue sky? It's like they want to be noticed, for all the wrong reasons. Social media platforms crashed and recovered multiple times as people around the world shared increasingly creative responses to the invasion. Artists began sketching the ships, musicians started composing alien invasion theme songs, and comedians prepared entire stand-up routines about the day's events. The response was so unexpected that monitoring stations across the globe reported similar reactions. Instead of mass hysteria and evacuation attempts, people were gathering in public spaces to take selfies with the alien ships in the background. Food trucks began parking near areas with the best views of the fleet, selling invasion snacks to curious onlookers. Back on the flagship, Admiral Keximura waited for the usual desperate communication attempts from planetary leaders. Her tactical display should have been lighting up with surrender offers and pleas for negotiation. Instead, her communications officer looked confused. "Admiral, we're receiving millions of transmission attempts, but they're not surrender offers. They appear to be friend requests." The Vorthax attempted their standard conquest protocol, but every military action got hilariously misinterpreted by the humans below. What should have been a terrifying display of superior alien technology turned into the galaxy's most unintentional comedy show. Admiral Keximura decided to escalate things by deploying their famous fear drones, small hovering machines designed to fly through cities making horrible noises and projecting scary images to break the spirit of the local population. These drones had successfully terrorized 47 different worlds, causing mass panic and immediate surrender requests. But Lieutenant Tae Shin of the Korean Air Force had a different reaction entirely. Instead of running in terror, he pulled out his phone and started filming the drones as they buzzed around Seoul's skyline. "Okay, everyone, we've got another batch of alien drones here," he announced to his TikTok followers while casually walking down the street. A fear drone swooped down toward him, making what it thought were intimidating screeching sounds. This one gets a 7 out of 10 for dramatic hovering, but the scary sound effects are just weak. I mean, my neighbor's dog makes scarier noises at 3 a.m. His followers loved it. Comments flooded in asking him to rate more drones, and soon, just drone rating became a trending topic. Other people started making their own drone review videos, critiquing everything from the aliens' flight patterns to their choice of holographic imagery. "This drone is trying to show me some kind of scary monster," explained college student Hannah Park in her viral video. "But honestly, it just looks like my cat when it's angry about its food being late." The Vorthak fear drones, confused by this unexpected response, began hovering uncertainly around groups of humans who were treating them like street performers. Some people even started throwing coins at them, thinking they were part of some elaborate art installation. Things got worse for the aliens when their intimidating war chants started playing from speakers mounted on their ships. These deep, rhythmic chants had been carefully developed over centuries to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. They were supposed to sound like the voices of doom itself, but producer Juan Lee, who ran a small music studio in Hongdae, heard something completely different. Wait, he said to his assistant while listening to a recording of the chants. "This has a really good beat, like really good. This could be the hottest track of the year." Within 24 hours, Juan had sampled the alien chants and turned them into a catchy K-pop song called Galactic Love. The track featured the original Vorthak war chants as the bass line, with Korean lyrics about falling in love with someone from another world. The music video, shot guerrilla style around the alien ships, showed dancers performing choreographed routines, while the actual invasion fleet loomed in the background. The song went viral instantly. Radio stations across Asia started playing it on repeat, and soon the aliens could hear their own war chants being sung back at them by crowds of humans. But now the humans were dancing and laughing instead of fleeing in terror. Admiral Keximura watched this development from her command, center with growing horror. They're making our battle hymns into entertainment?" she asked her communications officer, who was equally baffled. "Yes, Admiral, and it gets worse. They're making physical representations of us for commercial purposes." She was right. Humans had started mass-producing plushie versions of the Vorthak aliens, complete with their distinctive forearms and purple skin. The toys were flying off store shelves faster than manufacturers could make them. Children were hugging them, teenagers were collecting them, and adults were using them as stress toys at work. The plushies were surprisingly accurate, based on photos and videos people had taken of the actual aliens through their ship's windows. Someone had even added little sound boxes that played cute versions of the Vorthak war chants when squeezed. Engineer Yoon Choi, who worked for a major Korean electronics company, saw the business opportunity immediately. She quickly developed what she called the Cute Alien Invasion Survival Kit, a package containing alien plushies, snacks shaped like the Vorthak ships, invasion-themed phone cases, and a guidebook written in both Korean and broken English, mimicking the aliens' original translation mistakes. People are scared of the unknown, Yoon explained to a news reporter while standing outside a convenience store where her survival kits were selling out. But if you make the unknown cute and familiar, suddenly it's not scary anymore. It's just another thing to buy and share with your friends. The survival kits sold out in every convenience store across Korea within hours. Other countries started placing orders for their own versions. Yoon realized she had accidentally discovered something profound about human nature, their ability to turn anything, even an alien invasion, into a consumer product. The Vorthaks, meanwhile, were completely lost. Their invasion manual had chapters on dealing with military resistance, diplomatic negotiations, and mass hysteria. But there was no chapter titled, "What to do when the locals start selling toys of your army." Admiral Keksmora found herself in the unprecedented position of leading an invasion that was being treated like a theme park attraction. Her proud warrior race had somehow become the galaxy's newest entertainment franchise, and she had no idea how to fight back against an enemy that refused to take her seriously. The humans had weaponized humor itself, and the Vorthaks were completely defenseless against it, desperate to maintain dignity. The Vorthaks escalated their efforts only to face humanity's ultimate weapon, bureaucracy. What started as a simple planetary conquest had somehow turned into the most complicated administrative nightmare in galactic history. Admiral Keksmora decided to try a more direct approach. If the humans wouldn't take their threats seriously, maybe they would respect a show of force. She ordered her ships to land in major cities around the world to begin the occupation phase. Surely once her troops were physically present on the ground, the humans would finally understand the gravity of their situation. The first ship attempted to land in downtown Seoul, hovering over a busy intersection while looking for a suitable parking spot. The massive vessel, roughly the size of 3 city blocks, cast an enormous shadow over the surrounding buildings. That's when bureaucrat Kwan Park showed up. Kwan worked for the Seoul Metropolitan Government's Special Events Permit Office, a department that technically didn't exist until that morning, when his supervisor hastily created it to deal with the alien situation. He wore his standard government-issued suit, carried his standard clipboard, and approached the alien invasion with the same enthusiasm he brought to approving food truck licenses. "Excuse me," Kwan called up to the hovering ship through a megaphone. "You can't park there without proper documentation." The ship's external speakers crackled to life. "This is Admiral Keksmora of the Vorthak Empire. We are not parking. We are beginning our occupation of your world." "I understand that, sir, or madam, or whatever you prefer," Kwan replied politely. "But occupation or not, you're still operating a large vehicle in Seoul airspace without the proper permits. I'm going to need you to fill out some forms." A transport beam deposited Admiral Keksmora directly in front of Kwan, her 4 arms crossed, and her purple face twisted in what she hoped was an intimidating scowl. She stood nearly 8 feet tall and was covered in impressive-looking armor that had been polished to a mirror shine for the invasion. Kwan, completely unfazed, handed her a thick stack of papers. "You need to fill this out for proper parking of your motherships. Also, here's your noise complaint from the residents of Gangnam District. They're saying your ships are blocking their satellite TV reception, and honestly, that's a serious quality of life issue for them." The Admiral stared at the 47-page form in disbelief. The first page alone required information about vehicle registration, insurance coverage, and estimated duration of parking. Page 12 asked for an environmental impact assessment of her ship's exhaust systems. "This is ridiculous," she protested. "We are conquerors, not permit applicants." "I understand your frustration," Kwan said sympathetically, "but rules are rules. Everyone has to follow the same process, whether you're here for tourism, business, or galactic conquest." "Actually, hold on." He flipped through his clipboard. "Galactic conquest falls under the special events category, so you'll also need to fill out this additional form and pay the associated fees." The additional form was another 30 pages long and required a detailed explanation of planned activities, expected crowd sizes, and proof of liability insurance covering potential property damage. Within hours, news of the bureaucratic showdown had spread across the internet. Videos of the mighty alien admiral standing in line at government offices, trying to figure out how to properly fill out forms, became instant memes. The image of her struggling with a pen that was clearly designed for human hands went viral worldwide. The aliens found themselves attending city council meetings about proper invasion protocols. The Seoul City Council, treating the invasion as just another permit request, scheduled a public hearing to review the Vorthax application for large-scale military occupation of municipal territory. "We need to consider the impact on local businesses," explained Councilwoman Lee during the hearing. "If you're planning to occupy the downtown area for an extended period, we'll need to reroute several bus lines. Also, what are your plans for waste management? Your ships don't appear to be connected to our sewage system." Admiral Kexmora sat in the audience, still filling out forms, while human bureaucrats debated the logistics of her invasion as if it were a construction project. Meanwhile, comedian Hana Yu was having the time of her life. The whole situation was comedy gold, and she wasn't about to let it go to waste. Her nightly stand-up show at a small club in Hongdae had become appointment television as she provided running commentary on the invasion's daily developments. "So these aliens travel millions of light years to conquer us," she said to a packed audience. "But they can't figure out how to parallel park a spaceship? I watched their admiral spend 2 hours yesterday trying to understand what proof of insurance means. 2 hours, my grandmother learned to use Instagram faster than these guys figured out municipal parking regulations." The audience roared with laughter, but Hana was just getting started. She had been studying footage of the Vorthak military operations and noticed something that apparently their own commanders had missed. And another thing, their battle formations are completely wrong for urban warfare. They're still using tactics designed for open field combat on planets with no buildings. Yesterday, I watched a squad of alien soldiers get completely confused by a revolving door. A revolving door, these are supposed to be elite galactic conquerors, and they were defeated by basic architecture. Her observations, delivered as comedy, were actually serious military analysis. The Vorthax had never encountered a species that built cities vertically, and their standard invasion protocols assumed wide open spaces and terrified populations, not narrow streets filled with curious onlookers taking selfies. The routine was broadcast across the galaxy through various news networks and social media platforms, making the mighty Vorthak Empire a laughingstock among other alien civilizations. Other species began sharing their own stories of Vorthak incompetence, and suddenly, the galaxy's most feared military force became its biggest joke. Admiral Kexmora, still stuck in bureaucratic hell, could only watch helplessly as her empire's reputation crumbled one permit application at a time. As the Vorthak invasion became the galaxy's biggest comedy show, other alien species started arriving at Earth not to conquer, but to watch the spectacle unfold. Word had spread through interstellar communication networks that the supposedly mighty Vorthak Empire was being defeated by paperwork and internet memes. For many civilizations, this was too entertaining to miss. The first to arrive were the Zelkons, a peaceful trader species who had been bullied by the Vorthax for decades. Their ships appeared in Earth's orbit, carrying nothing but cameras and popcorn, or at least their alien equivalent. They set up what could only be described as galactic bleacher seats, floating observation platforms positioned for the best views of the ongoing chaos. Next came the Quidarian Republic, followed by the Helix Confederation, and then dozens of other species that had previously lived in fear of Vorthak military might. Earth's skies became crowded with alien tourists, all eager to witness the Empire's humiliation firsthand. Entertainment mogul Dae Min, who owned a small cable TV company in Busan, immediately recognized the business opportunity of a lifetime. While everyone else was focused on the spectacle, he was thinking about the bigger picture. If aliens from across the galaxy were coming to Earth to watch this mess unfold, why not give them a proper show? Working around the clock with his small team of technicians, Day created the first intergalactic streaming service overnight. Galactic Comedy Central went live within 48 hours, broadcasting live feeds of the invasion to every alien species in the solar system. He offered multiple camera angles, instant replay features, and even commentary tracks in 17 different alien languages. "We're not just watching history," Day announced during his first broadcast. "We're watching the birth of intergalactic entertainment." The streaming service was an instant hit. Alien ships began paying subscription fees in various forms of galactic currency, from rare metals to advanced technology blueprints. Day quickly found himself running the most successful media company in Earth's history, despite the fact that most of his audience wasn't even human. Back on the Vorthak flagship, Admiral Kex Mora was dealing with a crisis that was far worse than bureaucratic red tape. She had discovered that her own troops were secretly enjoying human comedy and culture. It started small, soldiers watching human entertainment during their off-duty hours, but it had quickly spiraled out of control. The breaking point came when Sergeant Vektal, one of her most decorated officers, failed to follow a direct order during what should have been a routine intimidation mission. Instead of maintaining his position in the battle formation, he started doing interpretive dance in response to music playing from a nearby human street performer. Sergeant Vektal returned to formation immediately, the Admiral barked through her communicator. But instead of snapping to attention, Vektal launched into what could only be described as an elaborate interpretive dance routine, complete with dramatic arm movements and rhythmic steps that somehow perfectly matched the street musician's guitar playing. The human crowd gathered around him, cheering and filming with their phones. Admiral Kex Mora decided this breach of military discipline required immediate punishment. She ordered Vektal to report for court-martial proceedings, expecting him to show proper remorse for his behavior. Instead, when he appeared before the military tribunal, Sergeant Vektal responded to her formal charges by performing a perfect recreation of a viral TikTok dance that had been trending among Earth's younger population. The dance involved complex footwork, synchronized arm movements, and facial expressions that somehow managed to convey both joy and defiance simultaneously. The other officers in the tribunal were supposed to remain serious and disciplined, but several of them began unconsciously nodding their heads to the rhythm. 2 junior officers were caught quietly attempting to copy the dance moves under the table. "This is mutiny," Admiral Kex Mora declared, but her words carried less authority than they used to. Half her crew was now spending their free time learning human dances, trying human food, and participating in what humans called social media. The situation reached its peak when the Vorthak Emperor himself decided to visit Earth to see what was causing his military's complete breakdown in discipline. Emperor Jexkalar was ancient, powerful, and had never personally visited a planet during an invasion. His arrival was supposed to restore order and remind everyone why the Vorthak Empire was feared across the galaxy. The Emperor's massive royal ship descended through Earth's atmosphere with appropriate pomp and ceremony. Golden banners flew from its hull, and its arrival was announced by a symphony of traditional Vorthak ceremonial music that was designed to inspire awe and reverence. Instead, the humans treated his arrival like the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Crowds gathered in Seoul's main plaza to welcome him, holding signs that read, "Welcome, Space Emperor," and "Thanks for the entertainment." Food vendors set up stalls selling Emperor snacks, and local news stations provided live coverage with commentators discussing the Emperor's ship design choices. Translator Sue Park, who had been serving as the unofficial liaison between humans and Vorthaks throughout the invasion, was assigned the impossible task of explaining to the Emperor why his entire army was learning the Gangnam-style dance from humans. "Your Imperial Majesty," Sue began carefully, "your soldiers have been culturally influenced by our local customs." "Explain," the Emperor commanded in his deep, authoritative voice. Sue took a deep breath. "Well, there's this dance that humans created about 10 years ago, and it became very popular worldwide. It involves specific movements that represent riding a horse, and somehow your troops have adopted it as a form of military exercise." Through the large windows of the Emperor's throne room, they could see groups of Vorthak soldiers in the plaza below. dancing in perfect synchronization with a crowd of Korean teenagers. The aliens had modified the dance slightly to accommodate their forearms, but the basic movements were unmistakably Gangnam Style. The Emperor stared at the scene for a long moment, his four eyes blinking in what Su hoped was contemplation, rather than rage. "They seem happy," he observed quietly, and they did. For the first time in Su's interactions with the Vorthax, they actually looked like they were enjoying themselves. The rigid military discipline that had defined their culture for centuries had been replaced by something humans took for granted. The simple joy of dancing badly in public and not caring who was watching. The invasion had officially become a cultural exchange program. Though nobody had bothered to make it official yet, the story concluded with the greatest plot twist in galactic history. The entire invasion was orchestrated by the Vorthak Emperor as an elaborate setup for the galaxy's first interspecies comedy festival. Nobody saw it coming, least of all Admiral Kexmora, who had spent weeks believing she was leading a legitimate military operation. The revelation came during what everyone thought would be a tense diplomatic meeting between Emperor Jexkalar and Earth's world leaders. Representatives from every major nation had gathered in Seoul's largest convention center, expecting to negotiate surrender terms or at least discuss the logistics of peaceful coexistence. Instead, the Emperor walked onto the stage, looked out at the confused crowd of humans and aliens and started laughing. Not the evil cackle of a galactic dictator, but the genuine, hearty laughter of someone who had just pulled off the greatest practical joke in the universe. "Ladies, gentlemen, and beings of various other classifications," the Emperor announced. "Through the translation system, I have a confession to make. This entire invasion was fake." The silence that followed was deafening. Admiral Kexamora, sitting in the front row, felt her four stomachs drop simultaneously. Reporter Yuna Oh, who had been covering the invasion since day one, nearly dropped her microphone. "Our empire was dying from our own seriousness," the Emperor explained to the stunned audience. "For 3,000 years we've conquered planets, built military bases and maintained order across the galaxy. But somewhere along the way we forgot how to enjoy life. Our people were becoming depressed, our culture was stagnating, and honestly, being the most feared empire in the galaxy was getting pretty boring." He gestured toward the screens, showing footage of Vorthak soldiers dancing with human children in the plaza outside. "We needed humanity's gift for finding humor in everything. You took our most intimidating military displays and turned them into entertainment. You made our war chants into pop music. You even made our appearance into something cute and marketable." The Emperor paused, looking directly at Admiral Kexmora. "Admiral, I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth from the beginning, but I needed your reactions to be genuine. If you had known this was all an act, it wouldn't have worked." Kexmora stood up slowly, her armor clanking. "You mean, Chan, all those times I reported our failures to you, you were actually pleased?" "Delighted," the Emperor confirmed. "Every bureaucratic form you filled out, every meme made about our ships, every time humans turned our intimidation tactics into entertainment, it was exactly what I was hoping for." The crowd began to murmur as the implications sank in. Yuna, recovering from her shock, raised her hand. "Your Majesty, are you saying you deliberately made your invasion look incompetent?" "Oh no," the Emperor chuckled. "We really are that. Incompetent at dealing with humans. That's what made this so perfect. We genuinely had no idea how to handle a species that responds to threats with humor and bureaucracy. The plan was just to show up and see what happened. I never imagined it would work this well. What had started as a social experiment had accidentally created something unprecedented in galactic history. A successful cultural exchange program disguised as a failed invasion. Earth became the galactic capital of entertainment almost overnight, with humans teaching other species the ancient art of not taking yourself too seriously. Comedy clubs began offering alien-friendly nights where species from across the galaxy could try their hand at stand-up comedy. The language barriers made for some hilariously confused performances, but that just added to the charm. Cultural exchange programs popped up everywhere, with aliens learning human games like karaoke, and humans learning alien sports that defied several laws of physics. The transformation wasn't limited to entertainment. Human bureaucrats became galactic celebrities, as other species discovered the joy of unnecessarily complex paperwork. Filing taxes became a competitive sport among the Zelkons, who found the process strangely satisfying. The Quidarians started a support group for beings struggling with excessive seriousness disorder. Admiral Kex Mora made perhaps the most dramatic career change of anyone involved. She retired from military service to become a successful stand-up comedian with her signature routine, How I Failed to Conquer Earth and Learned to Love Memes. Her shows sold out across the galaxy, with audiences loving her deadpan delivery of lines like, "I spent 40 years perfecting intimidation tactics, only to be defeated by a dancing baby video." Her comedy career took off when she started doing crowd work with audience members from different planets. "So you're from the Helix Confederation? Let me guess, your planet has 3 suns, and you're all extremely serious about time management. Have you tried just being late to things occasionally? It's very liberating." The Vorthak military dissolved peacefully, with most soldiers transitioning into careers in entertainment, hospitality, or social media management. Some became tour guides, showing other aliens around Earth and explaining human customs like why humans take pictures of their food and the cultural significance of cat videos. Emperor Jexkalar established a permanent embassy on Earth, not for diplomatic purposes, but to run the intergalactic comedy festival that became an annual event. Species from across the galaxy would gather in Seoul each year to share jokes, learn new forms of entertainment, and participate in what humans called the most wholesome invasion in cosmic history. The festival's main event was always the invasion reenactment, where participants would recreate the original Vorthak invasion with intentionally terrible special effects and over-the-top dramatic performances. Admiral Kex Mora served as the head judge, rating performances on categories like most creative use of bureaucracy and best meme integration. Years later, when galactic historians wrote about this period, they would describe it as the moment when the universe learned to laugh at itself. The Vorthaks had accidentally discovered that the best way to conquer hearts and minds wasn't through fear or force, but through the simple act of being ridiculous enough that people couldn't help but love you for it. And in the end, humanity had won not through superior weapons or technology, but through the most powerful force in the universe, the ability to find something funny in absolutely any situation, even an alien invasion.
The galaxy used to be a quiet place. For centuries, the Galactic Federation, a group of 5 advanced alien races, ruled the stars. When humans first arrived from Earth, we were the new kids. We weren't the strongest, and we didn't have the oldest technology, but we had something they lacked: adaptability. When the Void Eaters, a mindless swarm from outside the galaxy, attacked, the Federation was terrified. Their high-tech shields were failing. Their logic-based tactics were useless. They turned to us. "Help us," they said. "If you fight on the front lines, we will give you a permanent seat in the High Council. We will share our energy technology with Earth." We believed them. For 5 years, human soldiers bled in the cold dark of space. We lost millions of lives. We used our primitive but effective kinetic weapons to tear through the Void Eaters. We saved their homeworlds. We saved their children. But the day the last Void Eater hive ship was destroyed, the Federation changed. The betrayal. I was standing on the bridge of the UEFS Retribution when it happened. Admiral Marcus Thorne, a man with more scars than medals, was looking at the view screen. We were expecting a celebration. Instead, we saw the Federation fleet, our allies, surrounding us. The holographic projector flickered to life. It was High Counselor Varkas, a spindly blue-skinned alien from the Zool race. "Admiral Thorne," Varkas said, his voice cold and robotic. "The war is over. The threat is gone. But we have realized that humanity is too dangerous. You are too violent, too fast, and your population grows too quickly. You are a threat to the stability of this galaxy." Thorne narrowed his eyes. "What are you saying, Varkas?" "We just saved your skins." "We are saying," Varkas replied, "that your services are no longer required. All human ships must power down their engines and prepare for boarding. Your colonies will be dismantled, and your people will be relocated to a single system under our protection. If you refuse, we will fire the trap. They didn't wait for an answer. Before Thorn could even speak, the Federation fleet opened fire. But they didn't use lasers. They used ion pulses. They knew our ships were weakened from the war. Bam! The Retribution shuddered. All the lights turned red. The hum of the engine died. "Status," Thorn yelled. "Engines are dead, sir. Shields at 10%. The comms officer shouted. "They've sent a virus into our network. They used the repair nanites they gave us last month to sabotage our systems from the inside. They hadn't just attacked us. They had planned this for months. While we were fighting their war, they were building a cage for us. Across the sector, thousands of human transport ships and colony hubs were being seized. They took our fuel, our food supplies, and our communication arrays. They left us with nothing. They thought that without their advanced technology, we would crawl back to Earth and slowly fade away." The human response. Varkas appeared on the screen one last time. "Do not be sad, Admiral. You are lucky we let you live. But from today, the stars belong to us again. You have nothing left to fight with." The screen went black. The bridge was silent. Everyone looked at Admiral Thorn. We were drifting in space, surrounded by enemy ships that were now moving away, laughing at us. We had no fuel, no long-range comms, and no advanced Federation weapons. Thorn walked over to a small locker at the back of the bridge. He pulled out an old-fashioned, physical cigar, a luxury from Earth, and lit it. "They think we have nothing," Thorn said, the smoke curling around his head. "They think because they took our shiny toys and our plasma cores, we are beaten." He looked at the crew. His eyes weren't full of fear. They were full of a dark, burning fire. "The Federation forgot one thing about humans," Thorn whispered. "We didn't start with plasma. We started with rocks and sticks. And when someone takes our house, we don't cry. We build a bigger one and take theirs." He turned to the chief engineer. "Sarah, can we still access the emergency manual overrides? The old mechanical ones?" Tara, "Yes, sir," she said, wiping grease from her forehead. "They disabled the digital systems, but they didn't touch the old hydraulic levers. They probably don't even know what they are." "Good," Thorn smiled. It was a terrifying smile. "Call all remaining ships on the shortwave radio frequencies, the ones used in the 20th century. The aliens won't be listening there. Tell them the plan has changed." "What is the plan, sir?" I asked. Thorn looked out at the glowing lights of the Federation's rich cities in the distance. "They took our future," he said. "So, we are going to take their everything. Every ship, every mine, every credit. We aren't going home. We're going shopping." That was the day the Great Reclamation began. The aliens thought they had won because they took our technology. They didn't realize that a hungry human with a wrench is much more dangerous than a soldier with a laser. The Federation made a fatal mistake. They assumed that because we were low-tech, we were helpless. They saw our ships as scrap metal floating in the dark. But to a human engineer, scrap metal is just a weapon that hasn't been put together yet. The secret frequency. For 3 days, the UEFS Retribution drifted. To the alien scanners, we looked like a dead ship. But inside, the corridors were buzzing with silent energy. We weren't using the Federation's glowing blue power grids. We were using old-school copper wires and backup diesel generators. Tech so ancient, the aliens didn't even recognize the heat signatures. "Admiral," Chief Engineer Sarah whispered, "the shortwave radio is working. I've reached the Ironclad, the Vanguard, and the mining colony on Asteroid 9. Thorn nodded. "Tell them to stay dark. No lights, no signals. We are going to hit the Zool Energy Depot on the moon of Xylos. That's where they're keeping the fuel they stole from us." "Sir," I interrupted, "Xylos is protected by a Class 5 AI defense shield. We don't have the codes anymore." Thorn smirked, tapping his temple. "We don't need codes. We have human viruses that no AI can calculate. The heist begins. We didn't fly to Xylos using engines. That would have alerted their sensors. Instead, we used a gravity slingshot. We turned off all power and let the gravity of a nearby gas giant pull us toward the moon. We were a 50,000-ton ghost falling through the sky. As we approached the depot, the massive alien structure came into view. It was a beautiful tower of glass and light, filled with millions of gallons of star fuel. "Now!" Thorn shouted. "We didn't fire lasers. We fired harpoons." Massive, heavy steel cables with magnetic tips. Clang, clang, clang. The harpoons pierced the glass walls of the depot. The Federation's AI was confused. It was programmed to block energy beams and hacking attempts. It didn't know how to react to a giant piece of sharpened metal hitting it. It was like a supercomputer trying to fight a caveman with a club. The chaos. Breach team, go. I led the squad. We didn't wear fancy light armor. We wore heavy, thick, lead-lined suits. We swung across the cables like pirates from the old Earth oceans. When we hit the glass, we used thermite, a simple chemical mixture, to melt through their indestructible shields. Inside, the Zool guards were panicking. They reached for their DNA-coated pulse rifles, but Sarah had already done her trick. She hadn't hacked their system. She had simply overloaded the local gravity sensors. Suddenly, the Zool guards, who were used to perfect, stable gravity, were floating uncontrollably. But we humans? We had spent months training in zero-G gyms on Earth. We were used to the chaos. "Secure the tanks," I yelled, firing my old-fashioned lead bullet pistol. The sound was deafening. The Zool had never heard a gun before. To them, it sounded like a thunderclap. Taking everything. We didn't just take the fuel. Thorne's orders were clear. Take everything. We attached massive thrusters to the entire fuel storage wing of the building. We literally cut the building in half. "Admiral, the storage wing is detached," Sarah reported. "Hook it to the ship," Thorne commanded. The Retribution fired its old mechanical thrusters. With a massive groan of metal, we began to tow the entire alien fuel depot away into the darkness of space. By the time the Federation's warships arrived, we were gone. All they found was a half-destroyed building and a note painted in giant white letters on the remaining glass wall. "Thanks for the gas. We'll be back for the tires." The aftermath. Back at our secret rallying point, the human fleet was cheering. We now had enough fuel to power our ships for a year. But more importantly, we had captured their repair droids. Thorne stood in the cargo bay, looking at the thousands of tiny alien robots we had kidnapped. "They thought they could lock us out of the galaxy," Thorne said to the crew. "But they forgot that humans are the best thieves in existence. We aren't just going to fight them. We are going to dismantle their empire, bolt by bolt, until they are the ones drifting in the dark." The betrayal had hurt us, but it had also woken up the apex predator of the stars. The humans were no longer soldiers for the Federation. We were the owners of the Great Reclamation. Next on the list, the Zool Central Bank. After the fuel heist at Xylos, the Galactic Federation was in an uproar. They called us space pirates and primitive thieves. High Counselor Varkas put a massive bounty on Admiral Thorne's head, but they still didn't take us seriously. They thought we were just desperate. They were wrong. We were calculated. The target, Ethelgard. Ethelgard was the jewel of the galaxy. It was a planet-sized city that acted as the central banking hub for all 5 Federation races. Every digital credit, every physical Lumina crystal, their version of gold, and every trade contract was stored in the great archives of Ethelgard. If we take the crystals, we can buy any weapon we want from the black market dealers in the Outer Rim, Admiral Thorne explained to the commanders of the human fleet. But if we take the data, we own their history. The low-tech Trojan horse. The Federation's security was legendary. They had life sign scanners that could detect a single heartbeat from orbit. They had logic gates that could block any AI-driven hack. So, we didn't use a ship, and we didn't use an AI. We used a comet. We found a massive ice comet heading toward Ethelgard's sun. We hollowed out the center of it and stuffed it with 50 of our best infiltrators, led by me. We turned off every single electronic device. We sat in the freezing dark, breathing through old-school oxygen tanks, for 12 hours as the comet drifted past the planet's orbital defenses. The Federation scanners saw the comet. Their AI labeled it as natural space debris. They didn't even look twice. When the comet entered the upper atmosphere, we hatched. The drop, we ejected from the ice shell in wingsuits, simple fabric suits that allowed us to glide through the air without engines. No heat signature, no radar footprint. We looked like giant birds falling from the stars. We landed on the roof of the central bank at midnight. "Thermal charges ready," Sarah whispered over a wired headset, no radio waves for them to track. Pfft, crack. The roof didn't blow up. It melted. We dropped into the main vault chamber. It was beautiful. Rows upon rows of glowing blue lumina crystals, worth trillions. But we weren't there for the shiny rocks. The data ghost. While the team started loading crystals into vacuum bags, I ran to the central core. This was the heart of the Federation's economy. I didn't try to hack it. You can't hack a Zool core with a human laptop. Instead, I pulled out a magnetic pulse induction coil, a device that creates a massive, localized magnetic field. Sarah, start the mirror program, I commanded. We weren't stealing the data by downloading it. We were using the magnets to print a physical copy of the server's magnetic state onto a blank lead plate. It was like taking a giant stamp of the entire bank's memory. Suddenly, the alarms screamed. The Zool guards' tall, four-armed aliens with glowing stun staffs burst into the room. "Human scum," the leader yelled. "Drop the crystals and die. The human trick." I looked at the guard and smiled. "We aren't here for the crystals, buddy." I hit the eject button on my belt. Suddenly, the entire bank floor began to vibrate. We hadn't just come to steal. We had brought a gift. Outside, on the street level, the human mining ships, the ones the Federation thought were scrap, had attached massive industrial magnets to the building's foundations. Rumble, crash. The entire vault floor, 10 floors of solid metal, was ripped downward, falling into the sewer tunnels we had spent 2 days digging with industrial lasers. The Zool guards fell with us, screaming as they lost their balance. We used our magnetic boots to stay upright. In the darkness of the tunnels, our night vision goggles gave us the advantage. Pop, pop, pop. Our silenced pistols took them down before they could even see us. The Great Disappearance. By the time the Federation police reached the sewers, we were gone. We had loaded the vault floor onto a massive underground maglev train, an old piece of infrastructure the Zool had abandoned centuries ago. We didn't just take their money, we took the property deeds. The next morning, High Counselor Varkas woke up to a galaxy-wide broadcast. It wasn't a threat. It was a legal notice. Admiral Thorne appeared on every screen in the Federation. He was holding a glass of wine and a stack of digital papers. "Attention, citizens of the Federation," Thorne said calmly. "According to your own laws, Section 4, Article 9, the owner of the physical, original deed owns the land, and well, I'm currently holding the deeds to your 3 biggest mining planets, 2 sun collectors, and the High Counselor's private summer villa." He took a sip of his wine. "Technically, you're all trespassing on human property now. You have 24 hours to pay rent in the form of military tech and warships, or we start the evictions." The Federation had betrayed us to save their power. Now, they were realizing that in a galaxy run by laws and money, the humans had just become the ultimate landlords. High Counselor Varkas made a televised speech. "The human landlords are a joke," he sneered. "We do not pay rent to monkeys. We pay in fire." He sent 20 Zool dreadnoughts, massive, sleek ships that could crack a planet's crust, to the human rallying point near the Oort cloud. They arrived with their shields at 100% and their plasma cannons glowing red. The silent trap. When the Federation fleet arrived, they found nothing. No human ships, no stations, just empty space. "Scan for heat signatures," the Zool Admiral commanded. "Nothing, sir," the technician replied. "Wait, I'm picking up thousands of tiny signals. They look like frozen water?" The Federation's advanced sensors ignored them. To their AI, it was just space ice. But inside those blocks of ice were human saboteurs. We had covered our small boarding pods in layers of frozen CO2 and ice to match the temperature of deep space. We were invisible to their high-tech thermal cameras. The cold boarding. As the massive dreadnoughts drifted through the ice field, we fired small compressed air thrusters. No fire, no heat, just a puff of cold air to push us toward the enemy hulls. Thump. I was in Pod 7. We hit the side of the Zool flagship, the Star Crusher. We didn't use drills. Drills make noise and vibration. Instead, we used gallium liquid. We poured the liquid onto their indestructible aluminum alloy hull. In minutes, the metal became as brittle as a dry cracker. Crunch. We snapped a hole in the ship and climbed inside. Chaos in the corridors. The Zool were prepared for a space battle, not a hallway fight. Their ships were designed for long-range laser duels. The corridors were wide and built for comfort, not defense. We burst through the vents. We weren't using energy shields. We were using flashbangs and smoke grenades. I can't see. My sensors are blinded. A Zool guard screamed as the thick gray smoke filled the deck. To an alien who relies on visual augmentation, smoke is a nightmare. To a human who grew up playing hide-and-seek in the dark, it's home. We moved like shadows. Using simple stun batons and zip ties, we neutralized the crew deck by deck. We didn't want to kill them. Dead pilots can't teach you how to fly. The hijack. On the bridge, the Zool admiral was frantically hitting buttons. Override. Lock the engines. Self-destruct. Too late, pal. Admiral Thorne's voice came over the ship's own intercom. Thorne hadn't boarded a ship. He was sitting in an old human ham radio room on an asteroid. But he had Sarah. Sarah had found a backdoor. She hadn't hacked the Zool computer. She had hacked the maintenance droids we stole in Part 2. Thousands of those little robots were now crawling inside the Star Crusher's computer brain, physically pulling out wires and rerouting them to a human-made control box we had brought with us. Admiral, I called out into my radio. The bridge is ours. The Star Crusher is now a human ship. The Grand Theft Starship. Across the fleet, the same thing was happening. One by one, the glowing blue lights of the Federation dreadnoughts turned human orange. The Zool pilots were forced into escape pods and launched back toward their homeworld. They watched, crying in shame, as their own invincible fleet turned around and warped away. The message. An hour later, Varkas received a ping on his private terminal. It was a video from Admiral Thorne, sitting in the captain's chair of the Federation's own flagship. Varkas, Thorne said, leaning back comfortably. You said you'd pay and fire. Well, your ships have excellent firepower. Thanks for the donation. Thorne pointed the camera out the window. Behind him, 19 other stolen dreadnoughts were lining up. Now, Thorne continued, his voice turning cold. You've lost your bank, you've lost your fuel, and now you've lost your primary fleet. We have everything we need to build our own empire. But we're not done. You still have your food synthesizer hubs on Planet Ceres, and we're feeling a bit hungry. The Federation was officially in a panic. They had tried to treat us like a minor threat. Now, they were realizing that they hadn't just betrayed an ally, they had accidentally built and funded the most dangerous army in the galaxy. In the galaxy, nobody farms anymore. The Federation races the Zool, the Xylos, and the Krill rely entirely on molecular food synthesizers. These massive machines, located on the garden planet Ceres 2, turn raw energy and basic minerals into steak, fruit, and nutrient pastes. If we control Ceres 2, High Counselor Varkas told his remaining generals, the humans will have to beg for a biscuit. They can steal our ships, but they cannot eat metal. He was right about one thing. We were hungry. But he was wrong about how we would get our dinner. The dirty tactic. We didn't send our newly stolen dreadnoughts to Ceres 2. That would have been too obvious. Instead, we used our old Earth trash. During the Void Eater War, humanity had thousands of garbage barges, huge, ugly ships used to haul waste away from the front lines. The Federation ignored them. To them, garbage was invisible. Inside those barges, we hadn't stored trash. We had stored Earth soil and insects. The biological strike. We didn't drop bombs on Ceres 2. We dropped ecopods. As the garbage barges flew over the vast synthesizer fields of the planet, we released millions of tiny, genetically modified Earth locusts and a fast-growing earthweed known as kudzu. Admiral, I reported from the surface of the planet, hidden in a forest of alien purple trees. The green menace has been released. Within hours, the alien synthesizers began to choke. These machines were designed to work in sterile environments. They couldn't handle the messy biology of Earth. The vines grew into the cooling vents. The locusts crawled into the circuitry. The Federation's perfect food machines began to grind to a halt. The service call. The Zool scientists panicked. They didn't know how to deal with pests. They had lived in clean labs for thousands of years. Suddenly, a signal broadcasted across the planet's comms. It was Sarah, pretending to be an automated Federation repair service. Attention Ceres 2 hub. Her voice was disguised by a modulator. Biohazard detected. Please evacuate all personnel to the safety bunkers. We are sending the cleaning drones to sanitize the facility. The terrified Zool workers fled. They didn't check IDs. They just ran. The takeover. The cleaning drones were actually human engineering teams in white hazmat suits. We walked right through the front gates of the galaxy's largest food factory. "Look at this," Sarah said, pointing to the massive central processor. "They have enough protein stored here to feed Earth for a century. And the best part? They've encrypted the food recipes, but they left the bioprints open. We didn't just steal the food. We did something much worse for the Federation. We reprogrammed the synthesizers. The bitter taste of defeat. 24 hours later, the Federation army arrived to take back the planet. We were already gone, vanishing into the clouds in our barges. Varkas ordered the synthesizers to be restarted immediately. "Feed the troops," he commanded. "I want them ready to hunt the humans." The machines hummed. The first batch of food came out. It looked like the usual Zool delicacies, but when the High Counselor took a bite of his favorite xylo fruit, he immediately spat it out, gagging. "What is this?" he screamed. Every single machine on the planet, the only source of food for trillions of aliens, had been locked into a single setting. No matter what button you pressed, the machines only produced one thing: human, Marmite, and ghost pepper sauce. It was edible, but to the sensitive taste buds of the aliens, it was like eating liquid fire mixed with salty tar. The hostage situation. A message appeared on the High Counselor's screen. It was Admiral Thorne, eating a very juicy, perfectly synthesized Earth-style apple. "Hey Varkas," Thorne said, wiping his mouth. "I heard the new menu is a bit spicy. Don't worry, we kept the sweet and savory codes for ourselves. If you want your taste buds back, you're going to have to give us the navigation charts for the Great Nebula." Thorne took another bite. "Or you can get used to the spice. I hear it's great for the sinuses." The Federation was now hungry, angry, and humiliated. We had taken their fuel, their money, their ships, and now we had taken their very ability to enjoy a meal. Humanity wasn't just winning the war. We were making the Federation regret they ever met us. The Federation High Command was in a state of emergency. High Counselor Varkas was trying to organize a Grand Alliance meeting. He needed to talk to the kings and leaders of the other 4 races to convince them to launch a final, desperate attack on Earth. "Use the subspace array," Varkas ordered. "Send an encrypted priority signal. Tell them we meet at the neutral zone in 2 cycles." The weakness of light. The Federation's communication system was beautiful. It used pulses of light sent through artificial wormholes. It was nearly instantaneous, but because it was so advanced, it was incredibly fragile. It relied on sync stations, massive satellites that kept the light pulses timed perfectly. "Admiral," Sarah said, pointing at a holographic map of the galaxy. "If we take out those 3 sync stations, the entire Federation goes dark. They won't even be able to send a text message to the next room." "We aren't going to destroy them," Thorne said, sharpening a small combat knife. "If we destroy them, they'll just build new ones. We're going to reroute them." Operation Echo. We didn't use our stolen dreadnoughts for this. Instead, we used tugbolts. Small, powerful engines usually used to move space debris. We painted them matte black so they wouldn't reflect any light. I led the mission to Sync Station Alpha. It was a giant golden ring floating in the void. There were no guards, only automated turrets, because the Federation thought no one would be crazy enough to attack a station that didn't even have any gold or fuel on it. "Turrets are active," my pilot whispered. "Don't shoot back," I ordered. "Launch the chaff." We fired canisters filled with millions of tiny pieces of aluminum foil. The Federation's high-tech targeting lasers hit the foil and scattered. The turrets were blinded by their own reflections. It was a $5 solution to a $500 million defense system. The hijack. We landed on the station, and Sarah plugged in a device we called the Human Filter. We didn't stop the Federation's messages. We let them through, but we added a delay. Every message sent by Varkas was now being intercepted by our ship, edited by a human team, and then sent back out. The chaos begins. Varkas sent a message to the Krill Emperor. "We must unite to destroy the humans. Bring your fleet to the neutral zone." But the message the Krill Emperor actually received was, "The humans have paid us. We are going to attack the Krill homeworld tomorrow. Prepare to die." At the same time, we sent a message to Varkas, pretending to be the Krill. "We are joining the humans. Your empire is over. Varkas. The result, for the next 12 hours, the Federation fell into complete madness. Neighbors who had been allies for 1,000 years began to aim their guns at each other. They were screaming into their radios, but all they heard were insults and threats, which we were writing for them. Admiral, I laughed, watching the scanners. The Zool and the Xylos are currently arguing over who stole whose lunch money. They've completely forgotten about us. Thorn nodded. Silence is a powerful weapon. When people can't talk, they start to imagine the worst. And right now, we are their worst nightmare. The final twist. Once the Federation was busy fighting among themselves, we did the final move. We didn't just edit their messages, we stole their identity keys. Every bank account, every door lock, and every automated factory in the galaxy required a digital signature from the High Council. By hijacking the sync stations, we now had those signatures. Varkas tried to log into his personal terminal to call for help. A message popped up on his screen. Error. Identity not recognized. This terminal now belongs to the Human Reclamation Front. Please enter your password to continue. Hint. Your password has been changed to We Are Sorry Humans 123. The High Counselor sat in his dark office, realized his lights were turned off, his bank was empty, his ships were gone, and now, he couldn't even prove who he was. Humanity had turned the entire galaxy into a giant prank call, and the Federation was the punchline. The High Council of the Federation kept their most prized possessions in the Vault of Ages on the planet Primus. This wasn't a bank for money, it was a bank for legacy. It held the original crowns of ancient kings, the first blueprints of their warp engines, and the soul cores of their ancestors, digital memories of their greatest leaders. If we lose our history, Counselor Varkas whispered to his shivering guards, we are nothing but ghosts. Protect the vault at all costs. The invisible invasion. We didn't send soldiers. We didn't send hackers. We sent the janitors. Because the Federation's economy had collapsed, thanks to us, they had fired all their expensive security droids. They were forced to hire cheap labor to keep their museums clean. A group of Xylo workers arrived at the Vault of Ages. They wore masks, carried mops, and spoke in low alien grunts. The guards didn't even look at them. Why would they? They were just cleaners. Except, under those masks were Admiral Thorn, Sarah, and me. The swap, we spent 3 hours cleaning the main gallery, while Sarah used a portable scanner to create perfect 3D holograms of the artifacts. I was busy with the human touch. We weren't just stealing the items, we were replacing them with Earth junk. We took the golden scepter of the Zool Empire, a symbol of their divine right to rule, and put it in a bag. In its place, we put a plastic yellow broom handle, spray-painted gold. From a distance, in the dim museum light, it looked exactly the same. We took the first warp engine blueprint and replaced it with a child's drawing of a rocket ship colored with crayons. We took the soul cores, the digital memories, and replaced them with USB drives containing nothing but a 10-hour loop of Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. The reveal. We walked out of the front door with the history of the galaxy in our trash bags. Nobody stopped us. Once we were safe on the Retribution, Thorn gave the order. Turn on the planetary broadcast. Let's show them who really owns the past now. Suddenly, every screen on the planet Primus flickered. Instead of the usual Federation news, it showed Admiral Thorn standing in our cargo bay, surrounded by their most sacred treasures. People of the Federation, Thorn said, holding up the real golden scepter. You told us we were a minor race. You told us we had no culture, no history worth keeping. You tried to erase our future. He dropped the scepter into a crate marked Property of Earth. Well, it turns out your history is pretty easy to carry. Since you couldn't protect your past, we've decided to look after it for you. If you want your soul cores back, you're going to have to ask nicely. The collapse of spirit. The news spread like wildfire. When the high-ranking Zool priests rushed to the vault to check their treasures, they found the plastic broom handle. When they tried to consult their ancestors for advice, they were met with a 1980s pop song. The psychological blow was more devastating than any bomb. The citizens of the Federation stopped believing in their leaders. If the High Council couldn't even keep a scepter from being replaced by a broom, How could they rule a galaxy? The new history. Thorn turned to me as we watched the Federation systems descend into riots. You know what the best part is? What, sir? I asked. We aren't just taking their stuff. Thorn smiled. We're opening a museum on Earth. We'll charge them admission to see their own history. It's called The Cost of Betrayal Exhibit. Humanity didn't just have their ships and their food anymore. We had their identity. The Federation was no longer an empire. They were just a group of people living in a galaxy that was rapidly being renamed the Terran Sector. High Counselor Varkas had retreated to the Zool homeworld. He sat in a bunker, watching the Aegis network on his screen. Let them come, he hissed. These satellites are hardwired, no hacking, no human filters. If a human bolt enters the zone, it is destroyed instantly. He was right, we couldn't hack them. But we didn't need to. The low-tech solution. Admiral, I said, looking at the glowing red grid of the enemy defenses. If we fly in there, we're toast. Those lasers can melt steel in half a second. Thorn didn't look worried. He was holding a small, shiny object, a simple hand mirror. What happens when you shine a flashlight at a mirror, son? It bounces back, sir. Exactly, Thorn grinned. Sarah, bring in the glitter bombs. The silver cloud. We didn't send warships. We sent cargo containers filled with trillions of tiny, microscopic glass beads coated in highly reflective silver. We launched these containers from long range using railguns. When they reached the edge of the Aegis network, they exploded, creating a massive, shimmering cloud of space dust that surrounded the entire planet. The satellite's AI detected objects and fired their high-powered lasers to destroy them. Zap, zap, zap. But the lasers didn't burn the dust. Instead, the light hit the silver-coated beads and reflected. The lasers bounced off the dust, hit other beads, and eventually bounced back toward the satellites themselves. Self-destruction. It was a feedback loop of light. Within minutes, the Aegis network was blinded by its own power. The satellites began to overheat and explode as their own reflected beams melted their sensors. The shield is down, Sarah shouted. But more importantly, we've got a clear path to the atmospheric stabilizers, the ultimate ransom. Every advanced alien planet uses atmospheric stabilizers to keep the weather perfect. No storms, no heat waves, just 22 degrees Celsius and a light breeze every day. We didn't land our army. We sent a single drone to the main stabilizer hub. We didn't blow it up. We just installed a thermostat. A message popped up on the High Counselor's bunker screen. It showed a simple dial with two options, Ice Age and Sahara Desert. Below the dial was a note from Admiral Thorn. It's getting a bit chilly in here, Varkas. We've locked your planet's weather. If you want us to turn the heater back on, we need the master keys to every orbital shipyard in the sector. You have 10 minutes before we start the Snowfall Protocol, the surrender of the skies. Inside the bunker, the temperature began to drop. The Zool, who were cold-blooded creatures, began to shiver. They couldn't fight a war if they were frozen solid. Varkas looked at his generals. There was no pride left in his eyes. He realized that the humans weren't just fighting a war. They were playing a game, and they had changed the rules at every turn. Give them the keys, Varkas whispered, his teeth chattering. Give them everything, taking the factories. By the end of the day, humanity didn't just have ships, we had the shipyards. We now owned the factories that built the Federation's technology. We weren't just the landlords or the pirates anymore. We were now the industrial powerhouse of the galaxy. The Federation was now officially working for us. High Counselor Varkas sat in the Great Hall of the Federation on the planet Primus. Around him sat the representatives of the 4 other races. They were wearing their ceremonial robes, but they looked pathetic. Some were wrapped in blankets because we still controlled their thermostats. Others were eating the spicy marmite we forced their synthesizers to make. We must declare a state of total sovereignty, Varkas announced, his voice trembling. We must pass a law that makes human ownership of our assets illegal. The legality trap. They thought they could use law to stop us. They forgot that humans have been practicing law for thousands of years. While they were talking, we were filing paperwork. Suddenly, the massive holographic doors of the Great Hall swung open. I didn't walk in with a gun. I walked in with a briefcase. Behind me were 10 human lawyers, men and women in sharp suits, carrying tablets and stacks of physical paper. "Who are you?" Varkas demanded. "This is a closed session of the High Council." "Actually," I said, leaning against the councilor's podium, "this is a meeting of the board of directors, and you're sitting in our chair." The fine print. The alien councilors looked confused. One of the human lawyers, a woman named Elena, stepped forward. "Councilor Varkas," she said calmly, "when you signed the Mutual Defense Pact with Earth 10 years ago, you included a clause in the fine print, Section 88, Paragraph B. It states that in the event of a systemic failure of Federation logistics, the primary contractor, Earth, would assume temporary administrative control of all government assets to ensure stability. But there is no systemic failure," Varkas yelled. "Sir," Elena smiled thinly, "you have no currency, no military, no food supply, and your communication network is currently playing 80s pop songs. If that isn't a systemic failure, I don't know what is." The hostile takeover. We didn't need to fire a single shot. We had used the Federation's own obsession with order and process against them. "According to the records we recovered from your archives," I added, "the High Council's building, the ground it sits on, and even the air you are currently breathing are technically leased from the Human Reclamation Front. And since you haven't paid rent in 3 cycles," I pulled out a small electronic device and pressed a button. Click. The holographic symbols of the Federation, the stars, and the ancient crests flickered and vanished. In their place, the United Earth logo appeared on every wall and screen. "The dissolution, effective immediately," I announced to the silent room. "The Galactic Federation is dissolved. It has been declared bankrupt morally, financially, and logically. This building is now the Human Administrative Office for Galaxy Sector 1. The guards looked at Varkas, then at us. They saw our lawyers, our technicians, and the human dreadnoughts visible in the sky above. They didn't raise their spears. They simply laid them on the floor and walked out. Varkas slumped into his chair. "You took everything," he whispered. "You didn't just kill us. You erased us." "No," I corrected him. "We didn't erase you. We just put you under new management. You're still here. You just don't own the chair you're sitting in anymore." The new order. By sunset, the High Council was gone. The leaders were given small apartments and pension plans, paid in our new currency. The galaxy didn't collapse into chaos. In fact, things started running better. The ships moved on time, the food was distributed fairly, and for the first time in centuries, there was no High Council taking a cut of everyone's hard work. Humanity was no longer a member of the galaxy. We were the owners, but there was one final thing left to do. We had the power. We had the assets. Now, we had to decide what to do with the betrayers themselves. The galaxy was quiet. For the first time in 1,000 years, there were no border disputes, no trade wars, and no secret alliances. Why? Because you can't argue with the person who owns your oxygen, your bank, and your history. The final meeting. Admiral Thorne stood on the balcony of the former High Council building on Primus. Below him, the city was bustling. Human engineers were working alongside Zool workers to repair the infrastructure. But today was a special day. Today was the day of audit. Varkas, the former High Councilor, was brought to the balcony. He wasn't in chains. He was wearing a simple, clean suit. He looked older, tired, but safe. "Look at them," Thorne said, pointing to the streets. "They're actually happy. The Krill are trading with the Xylos again. No more political taxes or galactic fees. Just honest work." "I did," Varkas sighed. "You took our pride, Thorne. You made us beggars in our own homes." "No," Thorne turned to face him. "We took your greed. We made you realize that being advanced doesn't mean you get to step on the new kids. We were your allies, Varkas. We bled for you, and you tried to throw us away like trash." The sentence. "So," Varkas asked, looking at the human fleet patrolling the skies, "what is our final fate? Are you going to exile us to the dead moons, or are you going to use us as labor?" Thorne laughed. It wasn't a cruel laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had already won the ultimate game. "We're humans, Varkas. We don't like keeping slaves, it's too much paperwork. And we don't like exile, it's a waste of talent. No, your sentence is much worse." Thorne handed Varkas a digital tablet. "From today, the Zool homeworld is being rebranded. It is now a nature preserve and tourist destination. You and your people will stay here. You will manage the forests, you will protect the wildlife, and you will host the millions of humans who want to come here for vacation. Varkus blinked. You're making us tour guides? I'm making you responsible, Thorn corrected. You wanted to be the masters of the galaxy. Now you can be the masters of this one garden. We've taken all your weapons, all your warships, and all your high-tech labs. We've moved them to Earth, the capital of the stars. As Thorn spoke, a massive shadow covered the city. It wasn't an alien ship. It was the UEFS Legacy, the first ship built entirely in the captured Federation shipyards, using human imagination and alien physics. Earth was no longer a minor planet. It was the central bank, the central armory, and the central library of the known universe. All roads, or rather, all warp gates, now led to Earth. We took everything from you, Thorn continued, so that we could give the galaxy a fresh start, a human start. We've turned your empire into a community. And the best part? We're charging a 5% service fee for everything. We are humans after all, the human spirit. I stood behind the Admiral, looking out at the stars. I remembered how we felt when they betrayed us. We felt small. We felt alone. We felt like the galaxy was a cold, dark place. But we didn't stay small. We grew. We adapted. We stole. We hacked. We bargained. And we fought until the cold dark belonged to us. Admiral, I said, the first transport of Earth students has arrived. They're here to study the ancient alien ruins in the museum. Thorn smiled and lit his cigar. Tell them to enjoy the tour. And remind them, if they see a blue-skinned guy named Varkus, they should tip him well. He's had a very long year. The Legacy. The story of the human reclamation became a legend that lasted for 10,000 years. It was a story told to every alien child. Never betray a human, because they won't just fight you. They won't just beat you. They will take your house, your car, your lunch, and your history, and then they'll hire you to keep the grass cut. The galaxy was finally at peace, and for the first time, it was a human peace.
All personnel, Code Violet in Mess Hall 7. Khor-Vathi cubs are loose, and security is ordered to stand down. Repeat, stand down per diplomatic protocols. Commander Zilax's voice crackled through every speaker in the Galactic Military Academy, with the kind of panic usually reserved for hull breaches. In the mess hall, 300 cadets from 15 different species pressed themselves against walls, tucked under tables, or simply froze in place as 5 Khor-Vathi cubs, each the size of a Terran lion, prowled between the rows, snatching food trays and scattering utensils with gleeful abandon. Sir, they've taken the entire 3rd section's lunch allocation. Lieutenant Vexthul reported from the doorway, his hand hovering uselessly over his sidearm. Permission to... Denied, Zilax snapped. Those cubs' parents are the Khor-Vathi ambassadors. One scratch, one bruise, and we're looking at an interstellar incident that'll make the Proxima trade wars look like a scheduling dispute. The cubs clearly knew it too. The largest one, sporting distinctive crimson stripes, had commandeered an entire table and was systematically destroying a Vegelian cadet's carefully prepared nutrient paste, while maintaining direct eye contact with security personnel. Across the hall, cadets whimpered, their species-specific fear responses triggering in waves. The Khor-Vathi were apex predators. They'd evolved at the top of their food chain, had spread across 6 systems before achieving spaceflight, and possessed exactly 0 natural predators. Their cubs learned hunting by instinct at 3 months old. Commander, this is a disaster, Vexthul said, watching a cub casually bat a fleeing Prixian cadet back toward the cowering group with one massive paw. We can't even evacuate without risking someone getting hurt. The cubs think it's a game. I'm aware, Zilax growled, scrolling through protocols on his datapad with increasing desperation. The moment we move defensively, their instincts trigger full predator response. We're stuck until the ambassadors arrive, and they're in a council session that won't end for another 2 hours. In the far corner of the mess hall, Cadet Emma Martinez sat at her usual table, methodically working through her sandwich, some kind of Terran protein and vegetation combination, while reviewing notes on her datapad. She hadn't looked up once. "Sir," Vex Thule said slowly, "the human hasn't been approached yet." Zilax's attention snapped to the corner. The human sat in a small bubble of normalcy, completely oblivious to the chaos spiraling around her. 2 cubs had started fighting over a stolen dessert cart barely 10 meters from her position. She'd reached for her drink without even glancing their direction. She doesn't know, Zilax realized. She's wearing audio buds. She can't hear the announcement. Should we warn her? They watched as the largest cub, having thoroughly destroyed its current conquest, turned its attention toward new territory. Its predatory gaze locked onto the human's table, where an actual, untouched meal sat waiting. "Get a medical team standing by," Zilax ordered quietly. Humans are durable, but Korvathi cubs don't understand proportional response. The cubs began their approach, moving with the confident swagger of creatures that had never encountered anything capable of challenging them. Emma took another bite of her sandwich. Cadet Kael'thas had his communicator out, hands shaking as he held it at chest level, broadcasting directly to Academy Command. As a Pelian, a species that had spent 3 million years as prey before developing sentience, every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. But he couldn't look away from the approaching disaster. "Command, this is Cadet Kael'thas. Direct feed from Mess Hall 7, he whispered, his voice cracking. The cubs are moving toward the human. She still hasn't noticed. Repeat, the human has no idea what's coming. On his screen, he could see the command center's reaction. A dozen officers leaning toward their monitors, equally horrified and helpless. The largest cub reached Emma's table first, circling to her left, while 2 others flanked right. They moved with the practiced coordination of pack hunters, even at their young age. One of them released a low rumble, a sound that made Kael'thas's legs nearly give out despite being 30 meters away and behind a reinforced table. Emma scrolled through her notes, taking another sip of her beverage. She's going to die. Someone whimpered behind Kael'thas. Why isn't she running? She can't hear them, Kael'thas said into his communicator, forcing himself to keep recording. She's wearing audio devices. Sir, we have to do something. Negative. Commander Zilax's voice came through, strained. Any intervention triggers their hunting instinct. The moment we move aggressively, they'll attack everyone. At least right now they're just playing. But playing for a Korvathi cub looked a lot like combat. The crimson-striped leader reared up, placing both massive paws on Emma's table. Its claws, each the length of a Terran finger, gouged deep marks into the metallic surface. It brought its face within a meter of Emma's, jaws parting to display rows of serrated teeth designed to tear through armor plating. Emma turned a page on her datapad. How is she that calm? Lieutenant Vex Thule's voice came through Kael'thas's feed. Does her species not have fear responses? Oh, they have fear responses, another officer replied. I've seen the human entertainment archives. They're terrified of everything from insects to social embarrassment. She just doesn't realize. The second cub reached out with one paw, batting at Emma's lunch tray. It skittered a few centimeters across the table. The third cub released another rumble, deeper this time, activating its species' natural intimidation frequency, a sound that had evolved to paralyze prey on 17 different worlds. Kael'thas felt his knees buckle slightly, even at this distance. Around the mess hall, cadets from prey species backgrounds had stopped breathing entirely. Emma scratched her nose absently and reached for her sandwich. "Commander, we need to contact the ambassadors now," Vex Thul insisted. "I don't care if it's the middle of their council session. We're about to have a dead human and an interstellar catastrophe." "Already tried," Zilak said grimly. "They've got their communications locked for high security discussions. We're on our own for another 90 minutes at minimum." On screen, the crimson-striped cub lowered itself into a crouch, the unmistakable precursor to a pounce. Its siblings mirrored the position, forming a triangle around Emma's chair. This was it. This was the moment their hunting instincts would override their playfulness. "Someone needs to warn her," Kael'thas pleaded, though he made no move to leave his hiding spot. Evolutionary programming was a powerful thing. The largest cub's haunches tensed. Its tail went rigid. Every predator indicator screamed imminent attack. Emma set down her sandwich, finally looking up from her datapad with a slightly annoyed expression, not at the cubs, but at something on her screen. She reached for her drink, and as she did, her hand passed within centimeters of the cub's muzzle. The entire mess hall held its breath. Then Emma's throat moved, and she made a sound. "Ahem." The sound was barely audible, a soft, almost polite clearing of the throat, the kind of noise someone makes when they have a tickle from carbonation or want to gently indicate their presence. "Ahem." The effect was instantaneous and absolutely catastrophic to everything the galaxy understood about Khor Vathi behavior. The crimson-striped cub's eyes went wide, pupils contracting to pinpoints. Its ears flattened against its skull. For a fraction of a second, it stood completely frozen, every muscle locked as though its nervous system had simply stopped processing commands. Then it bolted. Not a casual retreat, not a tactical withdrawal, a full, scrambling, evolutionary panic response that sent it careening backward with such force that it crashed into its sibling, sending both cubs tumbling across the polished floor. The third cub didn't even bother with direction. It simply ran, slamming into a support column hard enough to dent the metal before ricocheting toward the exit. Within 5 seconds, all 5 Khor Vathi cubs had evacuated the mess hall, trampling over each other in their desperation to escape. The sound of their claws scrabbling against the deck plating echoed down the corridor, growing fainter as they put as much distance as possible between themselves and the human. The mess hall fell into absolute silence. Emma picked up her sandwich and took another bite, her eyes returning to her datapad. She chewed thoughtfully, scrolling through what appeared to be a tactical doctrine analysis, completely unaware that 300 cadets were staring at her with expressions ranging from shock to existential crisis. Kael'thas's communicator was still transmitting. On the feed, he could see Commander Zilax's mouth opening and closing without sound, his species equivalent of a system reboot. "What?" the commander finally managed. "In the name of every star system in the known galaxy just happened?" Lieutenant Vexithul's voice came through, equally stunned. "Sir, the cubs, they fled. From a sound. From a human sound." "I have eyes, Lieutenant," Zalax snapped, his composure cracking. "Someone get down there and find out what kind of weapon that human is carrying. Sonic disruptor? Pheromone emitter? Subsonic frequency generator?" In the mess hall, Emma looked up as 4 security officers burst through the entrance, weapons drawn but uncertain, scanning for threats. She pulled out one of her audio buds. "Oh, hey," she said casually. "Did something happen? I had my music on." "Cadet Martinez." Vex Thul approached carefully, his scanner out and sweeping over her. "What did you do to the Khor Vathi cubs?" Emma blinked. The what now? The cubs. The 5 predators that were about to attack you. What defensive measure did you employ? Attack me? Emma looked around the mess hall, finally noticing the 300 traumatized cadets and the overturned furniture. Wait, what? When did... She paused, thinking back. Oh, those big cat dog things. They were getting kind of close to my fries, so I just, let them know I wasn't interested in sharing. How? Vexthul demanded, his scanners showing nothing but standard human biology. What weapon did you use? Weapon? I just cleared my throat. Emma demonstrated, producing another soft ahem. Every security officer took an involuntary step backward. That, Vexthul said slowly, his voice tight with disbelief. That sound, that noise made the most dangerous juvenile predators in the known galaxy flee in terror. I mean, it's just a throat clear, Emma said, looking genuinely confused. Excuse me, personal space, please? I wasn't even trying to be rude about it. Commander Zelax's voice came through the mess hall speakers, dangerously calm. Lieutenant, I need a biological warfare specialist in that cafeteria immediately. And someone find me every piece of data we have on human vocal patterns, now. Sir, Kyle spoke up from his position, finally finding his voice. The Academy Xenobiology database has entries on human communication. Accessing now. He pulled up his datapad with shaking hands. Throat clearing is listed as a warning vocalization, used to indicate mild displeasure or to gain attention. Mild displeasure, Zelax repeated flatly. Yes, sir. It's considered one of the least aggressive sounds humans make. In the corner, Emma had gone back to eating her sandwich, occasionally glancing around at the chaos with growing bewilderment. Someone, Zelax said, his voice carrying the weight of a commander whose entire understanding of the universe had just been invalidated. Please explain to me how the least aggressive human sound just accomplished what every security protocol in the galaxy has failed to do for the last 3,000 years. Nobody had an answer. Emma finished her sandwich and reached for her dessert. Completely oblivious to the crisis of galactic understanding unfolding around her. Xenobiologist Talana arrived within 20 minutes, her 6 manipulator appendages already working across multiple datapads simultaneously. She'd been in the middle of a lecture on cross-species communication when the emergency summons came through, and she'd brought half her research team with her. Show me the footage, she demanded, not bothering with pleasantries. All angles, full spectrum analysis. Commander Zelax pulled up the security recordings. Talana's primary eyes widened as she watched the cub's reaction play out in slow motion. The freeze, the pupil dilation, the immediate flight response. Extraordinary, she breathed. Play the audio again. Isolate the human's vocalization. Emma's ahem echoed through the command center's speakers. Talana's manipulators flew across her analysis equipment. There, she said, pointing to a cascade of wavelength readings. Do you see it? The human vocal pattern isn't operating on a single frequency. It's hitting simultaneously across 17 different ranges. Low subsonic rumble, mid-range harmonics, and high-frequency overtones, all layered together in one simple sound. So, it's a weapon? Vexthul asked. It's communication, Talana corrected. Korvathi cubs are apex predators, yes, but they evolved in an environment with other apex predators. Their survival depended on recognizing warning signals across species lines, learning which creatures were dangerous even if they'd never encountered them before. She pulled up a comparison chart. Look at this. The human's throat clear contains acoustic markers that match warning vocalizations from 18 different predator species. To the cubs, it wasn't just a sound. It was a territorial dominance display from something they instinctively recognized as being higher on the food chain than they are. But she wasn't even trying. Zilax protested weakly. That's what makes it so effective, Talana said, her voice filled with scientific fascination. There's no aggression markers, no stress indicators, just calm, casual authority. To a predator's instinct, that reads as supreme confidence, something so dangerous, it doesn't even need to try. Back in the mess hall, Emma had been escorted to a secure observation room where she sat across from Talana, looking increasingly uncomfortable with the attention. Could you demonstrate again? Talana asked. Just a simple throat clear? Okay. Emma cleared her throat gently. Like that? Talana's equipment lit up like a festival display. Fascinating. Now, Cadet Kael'thas, would you attempt the same? Kael'thas, still shaky from the earlier events, cleared his throat. The sound was higher pitched, single frequency, and triggered exactly 0 alarm responses on the monitoring equipment. You see? Talana gestured excitedly. Completely different acoustic signature. The human respiratory system, combined with their vocal cord structure, creates something unique in the galactic community. Emma started laughing, a genuine, surprised sound. So, you're telling me I accidentally spoke apex predator? That's hilarious. Back home, I'm the person who apologizes to furniture when I bump into it. Before Talana could respond, Lieutenant Vex Thul burst into the room. Commander, the Korvathi ambassadors have arrived, and we have a problem. The problem became clear when they reached the landing bay. The Cubs had retreated into the transport ship's cargo hold and refused to come out, even for their parents. Ambassador Korval, a massive adult Korvathi with diplomatic sashes across his fur, looked mortified. They say there's a super predator in the facility, he explained, his translator rendering his embarrassment clearly. They won't budge until they're certain it's safe. Commander Zilax pinched the bridge of his nose. Cadet Martinez, would you be willing to talk to them? Me? Emma looked startled. I mean, sure. I'm not going to hurt anyone. They led her to the cargo bay entrance. Emma stepped forward, hands in her pockets, and spoke in her normal conversational tone. Hey, it's okay. I'm not mad. You guys were just being curious, right? No harm done. The silence stretched for a long moment. Then, slowly, 5 sets of eyes appeared in the darkness of the cargo hold. The Cubs emerged one by one, keeping a careful 10-meter distance from Emma, their body language submissive and cautious. Ambassador Korval stared. What are you? Just a cadet, sir, Emma said, offering a friendly smile. Emma Martinez, Human Exchange Program. Nice to meet you. The ambassador looked at his Cubs, then at Emma, then at Commander Zilax. We need to update our diplomatic briefings immediately. Already on it, Zilax muttered, pulling out his datapad. Along with every security protocol, training manual, and threat assessment document in the Academy database. Emma, oblivious to the galactic paradigm shift she'd just caused, checked her chronometer. Oh no, I'm going to be late for advanced tactics. Can I? Go, Zilax said, waving her away. Just try not to clear your throat in class. Why would I? You know what? Never mind. Emma shrugged and headed toward the exit, leaving behind a cargo bay full of diplomats, security officers, and thoroughly humbled apex predators. The Human Vocal Warning Protocol went into effect exactly 36 hours after what was now being called the throat clearing incident. Commander Zilak stood in his office, reviewing the new guidelines with the kind of exhausted resignation that came from having one's entire understanding of predator dynamics rewritten by a college student with a sandwich. All personnel are advised to maintain awareness of human respiratory functions, he read aloud to Lieutenant Vexthul. Throat clearing, coughing, sneezing, and hiccuping are normal biological processes and should not be interpreted as threat displays unless accompanied by aggressive posturing or verbal warnings. The parenthetical note seems excessive, Vexthul offered. The parenthetical note, Zilak said flatly, is there because 3 different apex predator species have formally requested clarification on whether they need to evacuate facilities when humans have seasonal allergies. I've spent 2 days explaining to ambassadors that humans don't intentionally weaponize their sinuses. Down the hall, Emma sat in the academy cafeteria, a different one this time, Mess Hall 3, trying desperately to ignore the whispers and stares. Word had spread across the entire facility. She'd become an inadvertent celebrity, complete with a nickname she absolutely hated. The human who scared the unscarables. This is ridiculous, she muttered to Kael'thas, who'd taken to sitting with her at meals. The Pelion had apparently decided that anyone who could terrify Khorvathi cubs was the safest person in the galaxy to befriend. I literally just cleared my throat because I had some soda go down wrong. Now there are scientific papers being published about my vocal cords. 7 papers, actually, Kael'thas said, scrolling through his datapad. Talana's team submitted 3 to the Galactic Journal of Xenobiology alone. There's also a symposium being planned on cross-species acoustic threat recognition and human vocal complexity. You're listed as a featured case study. Emma dropped her head onto the table. Kill me now. I'd rather not. You're the only reason I feel safe eating lunch anymore. The Academy's communication systems had been working overtime. Every apex predator species in the known galaxy, 17 in total, had received formal advisories about human casual sounds. The Khorvathi ambassadors had personally transmitted warnings to their homeworld. The Galactic Security Database, which Xylax had spent 6 hours updating, now included an entire section on human acoustic patterns with detailed frequency analysis and threat assessment protocols. Emma's personal communicator wouldn't stop buzzing with interview requests from xenobiology departments across 3 sectors. At least it's dying down, Emma said hopefully, reaching for her drink. At that exact moment, a piece of food went down the wrong pipe. Emma coughed, a normal reflexive cough to clear her airway. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic to any sense of normalcy. 200 cadets from dozens of species, including several who were technically classified as predators themselves, flinched in perfect synchronization. 3 cadets actually dove under their tables. 1 dropped their entire meal tray with a crash that echoed through the suddenly silent hall. Emma stared around the cafeteria, her face turning red with embarrassment. Oh, come on. Kael'thas tried to hide his smile behind his datapad and failed. I did warn you. This is going to be a thing now, isn't it? Emma asked, her voice carrying just a hint of desperation. You just achieved what evolution gave up on for 17 species, Kael'thas said, his tone mixing amusement with genuine awe. You made apex predators acknowledge a superior threat through nothing but your natural biology. Yes, Emma, this will absolutely be a thing. Emma stood up, gathering her tray with exaggerated care, trying to move as quietly as possible. Great. Back home, I'm just the person who brings donuts to study group. Here, I'm apparently a walking intimidation field. How is this my life? She headed toward the exit, muttering under her breath about interstellar exchange programs and cosmic irony. Halfway to the door, something in her diaphragm spasmed. Emma hiccuped. The sound carried across the cafeteria. A sudden, involuntary hic that was somehow both adorable and, apparently, terrifying. The response was immediate. Chairs scraped. Cadets scrambled backward. Someone shouted, "She's vocalizing again," in a tone normally reserved for incoming artillery strikes. In the back corner, a group of Vigalian students executed what was clearly a practiced evacuation drill. Emma didn't even turn around. She just walked faster, her shoulders hunched with mortification, and pushed through the exit into the corridor. Behind her, she could hear Kael'thas trying to calm everyone down. "It's fine. It's just hiccups. She's not establishing territorial dominance over the cafeteria." Emma made it 3 meters down the hallway before hiccuping again. From Mess Hall 3, she heard the unmistakable sound of mass panic. Chairs overturning, rapid footsteps, and someone yelling about implementing emergency protocols. "I hate everything about this," Emma announced to the empty corridor. Her communicator buzzed. A new academy-wide memo, ATTN, all personnel human respiratory functions. All personnel are advised that human respiratory sounds, throat clearing, coughing, sneezing, hiccuping, and related functions are normal biological processes and do not indicate aggression, territorial claims, or imminent threat. Please respond appropriately to these sounds with calm acknowledgement rather than alarm. Security response team remains on standby for actual emergency situations. Apex predator species are reminded that humans are classified as Tier 1 diplomatic priority and are not to be challenged, provoked, or engaged in dominance displays under any circumstances. Yes, this includes accidental eye contact. No, we're not sure how we got here either. Emma read the memo, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Carefully, quietly, making absolutely certain it didn't produce any sound whatsoever. From down the hall, she heard Commander Zillax's voice echoing from his office. "Someone explained to me how one human with a sandwich has rewritten 3,000 years of interstellar security doctrine." Emma decided it was time to find a very quiet, very empty study room, preferably one with soundproofing.
Welcome to Starbound. My name's Chikondi, and I'll be your narrator today. Nearly 500 supporters get early access to our stories, including brand new episodes of Sunspire Academy and Freyrin and Rimiki. If you'd like to unlock early access and support new episodes and future series, tap Join below to become a Starbound member. Now let's get into today's story. Levila's heart was racing. It was her first day on the job as a galactic law enforcer, and her superior had just mentioned a secret test, and she utterly hated it. What about all the other tests she had already passed? And now her superior had the audacity to ask her to do one more, just to make sure she could handle being near her assigned partner, apparently something called a human. The worst part was that she had no idea what the test would be all about. All she knew was that she had been asked to wait in this room with 3 bipedal robots hanging on an alcove in front of her. The chamber itself was sterile and unremarkable, smooth metal walls that curved seamlessly into the ceiling, harsh white lighting that eliminated any shadows, and absolutely nothing else except for those 3 mechanical figures suspended in their individual recesses like dormant sentinels. The robots were unnervingly lifelike in their basic structure. Each stood approximately 2 meters tall, bipedal with articulated joints that mimicked organic movement. They possessed 2 eyes, or at least optical sensors positioned where eyes should be, a mouth-like opening, and a protrusion that resembled a nose, all arranged in a disturbingly familiar pattern. Their entire exterior was composed of a fully reflective material that caught and threw back the light just like mirrors, making them appear almost liquid despite their obvious solidity. Lavila found herself pacing around the room, her footsteps echoing against the metal floor as she examined the robots more closely. The basic bipedal form wasn't unfamiliar to her. She herself was part of the bipedal faction of the Galactic Federation, after all. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head atop shoulders. It was a body plan that had evolved independently on dozens of worlds, proving its superiority time and again. Still, there was something unsettling about seeing it reproduced so precisely in metal and circuitry. As she stepped closer to the middle robot, drawn by curiosity despite her better judgment, she caught sight of her own reflection in its mirror-like surface. The image staring back at her was distorted slightly by the curve of the robot's chest plate, but clear enough to show her features in detail. Her blue skin appeared almost luminescent in the harsh lighting, a deep blue that darkened to navy at her extremities. Her 2 yellow eyes, bright as twin suns, blinked back at her with vertical pupils that dilated as she focused. The very short fur that covered most of her body was barely noticeable, except where the light reached it at certain angles, creating a subtle texture like velvet. Her long, pointed ears tensed involuntarily, a nervous habit she'd never been able to fully control, and her sharp fangs protruded slightly from her mouth even when her lips were closed, giving her resting expression a perpetual hint of predatory intent. Her face, despite the fearsome teeth, was remarkably expressive, every emotion playing across her features with an openness that often put her at a disadvantage in negotiations.
The robots are not mirrors, Enforcer Lavila. Step back from the unit immediately.
The voice came from everywhere, emanating from hidden speakers throughout the room with perfect omnidirectional clarity. Lavila's ears flattened against her skull in annoyance as she recognized the grating tones of her superior. Tanuk belonged to the only avian species in the entire Galactic Federation whose vocalizations had absolutely nothing melodic about them. Where most avians produced sounds that could charm even the most tone-deaf species, Tanuk's people communicated in harsh tones, grinding whistles, and abrasive squawks that sounded like metal scraping against stone. Lavila took 3 measured steps backward, her hands clasped behind her back in the formal stance expected of junior enforcers.
My apologies, Superior Officer Tanuk. I was merely conducting a preliminary observation of the testing equipment.
A sound that might have been laughter, or possibly someone strangling a rusty hinge, filtered through the speakers.
Save your observations for when they matter, Enforcer. Now pay attention. What I'm about to explain could mean the difference between a successful partnership and a medical emergency.
Lavila's ears perked forward despite her irritation.
Medical emergency?
Indeed. Tell me, Enforcer Lavila, are you familiar with the human custom known as a handshake?
I am not,
she admitted, her tail, which she usually kept wrapped around her waist like a belt, beginning to unwind slightly with curiosity.
It is a greeting ritual,
Tanuk explained, his voice taking on the pedantic tone he used when lecturing new recruits.
2 individuals grasp each other's primary manipulator appendage, in your case, your right hand, and move it up and down in a constant motion. Simple enough concept, but potentially catastrophic in execution.
Catastrophic?
Lavila couldn't keep the skepticism out of her voice.
From a greeting?
3 years ago, a human accidentally crushed the hand of Ambassador Zunnik during what should have been a routine diplomatic introduction. The Zunnik are fragile under compression. The human claimed he was merely being friendly and giving a firm handshake. The ambassador spent 6 months in regenerative therapy.
Lavila's eyes widened.
The human did this intentionally?
That's just it. It was completely unintentional. Humans, it seems, have a rather alarming amount of variation in their grip strength, and even more alarming inconsistency in what they consider appropriate pressure for social situations. Hence, this test.
You want me to shake hands with these robots?
Precisely. Each one is calibrated to represent a different level of human grip strength. You must successfully complete a handshake with each one before you'll be allowed anywhere near your potential human partner. Consider it a practical lesson in not having your carpals reduced to powder.
Levila's ears flattened again, this time in disbelief rather than annoyance.
This is ridiculous. I've passed combat assessments, tactical evaluations, xenopsychology examinations, and 10 other standardized tests to get to this position. Now you're telling me I need to prove I can hold hands correctly?
The grinding laugh came again, longer this time.
Oh, young enforcer, if you think this is stupid, wait until you hear about the other tests. This is merely the first of 3 evaluations you must pass before you can be hired as the partner of Officer Ritchie, the human who may, and I stress, may become your partner.
3 tests?
Levila's voice rose an octave.
Superior Officer Tannock, with all due respect.
Which means none at all, I'm aware,
Tannock interrupted.
Robots, activate and approach the subject.
The 3 figures in the alcove suddenly activated, their optical sensors flaring bright red as internal systems engaged. Levila instinctively took a step back, her muscles tensing as millennia of evolutionary instincts screamed warnings about moving metal that shouldn't move. She had always harbored a deep dislike for machines that mimicked life. Something about the uncanny valley between organic and artificial made her fur stand on end. But she kept her feelings locked inside, maintaining her professional composure even as her tail wrapped tightly around her waist again. The robots moved with an eerie fluidity, their joints operating smoothly. They stepped down from their alcoves in perfect synchronization, their reflective feet making soft sounds against the floor. As they approached, Levila could hear the subtle whir of their components and the constant sound of power cells. They stopped exactly 2 meters from her position, arranged in a neat line like soldiers awaiting inspection.
Excellent!
Tannock's voice grated through the speakers.
Now, Enforcer Levila, approach the first robot and execute a standard human handshake. Grip the appendage firmly. Move it up and down 3 times, then release. Simple.
Levila moved forward hesitantly, her yellow eyes fixed on the first robot's extended hand. The appendage was remarkably human-like in its construction. 5 digits arranged with an opposable thumb, articulated at multiple joints. She reached out slowly, her blue fingers wrapping around the mechanical hand with careful precision. The contact was unremarkable. The robot's grip was present but gentle, barely more pressure than holding a stylus. They moved their joined hands up and down 3 times as instructed, and then Levila stepped back.
That's it?
She couldn't keep the disdain out of her voice as she reported to the omnipresent Tannock.
This is your great test? I've had more challenging interactions with automated door sensors.
Patience, Enforcer. That was merely the first calibration. Now proceed to the second robot.
Levila rolled her eyes and stepped up to the second robot without hesitation. This time, when their hands met, she noticed a distinct difference. The pressure was significantly greater, the mechanical fingers wrapping around her hand with enough force to be distinctly uncomfortable. Not painful exactly, but certainly more than she would consider polite for a greeting. Her fingers compressed slightly under the grip, and she had to consciously resist the urge to pull away. After the requisite 3 pumps, she extracted her hand and flexed her fingers experimentally.
The pressure differential is noted.
she reported, trying to keep her voice neutral despite the lingering discomfort.
Though I still fail to see how this prepares me for actual interaction with a human partner, it remains, respectfully, a stupid test.
Your opinion is noted and ignored,
Tanuk replied cheerfully.
Final robot, if you please.
Leviatha approached the third robot with a touch more wariness. If the pattern held, this one would grip even harder than the second. She extended her hand, and the moment the robot's fingers closed around hers, she knew she'd been right. Pain shot through her hand as the mechanical grip compressed her flesh against her bones. It felt like being caught in an industrial press, the kind used to compact waste material in the lower decks of space stations. Every instinct screamed at her to jerk away, to bare her fangs and snarl at the threat. But spite was a powerful motivator. Leviatha kept her face completely neutral, her poker face perfected through years of dealing with irritating superiors and annoying colleagues. She endured the 3 mechanical pumps of the handshake without so much as a twitch, even as she felt her knuckles grind together. When the robot finally released her, she had to consciously prevent herself from cradling her throbbing hand.
Completed,
she reported, her voice steady despite the pain still radiating up her arm.
It was nothing. Are we finished with this childish exercise?
A long sigh filtered through the speakers, somehow managing to convey deep exhaustion despite coming from a species that didn't technically breathe in the conventional sense.
I don't know if excessive pride is a problem with Deathworlders in general, or just with the weird subcategory called mammalians. The avian faction would never be so stubborn about acknowledging discomfort.
Another sigh.
We are social creatures, you see. We understand the value of communicating our limitations.
Did I pass the test or not?
Leviatha demanded, finally allowing herself to flex her sore fingers.
Yes, you passed, though your prideful attitude concerns me.
Excellent. Then we can move on to
the next test,
Tanuk interrupted. Leviatha's ears went completely flat.
Superior Officer Tanuk, I really must protest. I've been here for hours already, subjected to this handshake nonsense, and now you're telling me there's more? I should be meeting my partner, learning our patrol routes, familiarizing myself with...
You should be grateful,
Tanuk cut her off again, his voice taking on a harder edge.
3 species have already been eliminated by the handshake test alone. 3 entire species who can never work directly with humans because their physiology simply cannot withstand even casual physical contact. You are the first candidate to make it this far. So yes, Enforcer Leviatha, there are more tests, because the Galactic Federation takes the safety of all its members seriously, even if junior officers do not.
Leviatha's anger deflated slightly at this revelation. 3 species eliminated just from the handshake test? What kind of beings were these humans? And more concerning yet, what kind of weaklings had been tested before her?
Now!
Tanuk continued, his tone returning to its usual grating cheerfulness.
The next test is quite straightforward. The job of a law enforcement partnership requires that both officers can keep pace with each other during foot pursuits. The robots you see before you will demonstrate 3 different human running speeds.
As he spoke, the lighting in the room shifted, the harsh white dimming to a softer amber. A bright blue line appeared on the floor, glowing with gentle phosphorescence as it traced a complex path around the perimeter of the chamber. The pattern wound in curves and straightaways, creating a track approximately 200 meters in length.
The first robot represents an overweight human, those carrying excess mass but still capable of pursuit. The second represents an average human in moderate physical condition. The third...
Tanuk paused dramatically.
Represents a fit human, one who maintains their physical conditioning at peak efficiency.
Leviatha studied the robots with new interest. They didn't look any different from each other, their reflective surfaces giving no hint of the performance differences programmed into their systems.
The test is simple,
Tannic explained.
You must maintain pace with each robot for as long as possible. The guidance line will show you the path. Begin when ready.
All three at once?
Levilah asked, already dropping into a runner's crouch.
Indeed! Marathon protocol begins now!
The robots took off at different speeds immediately, their mechanical legs pumping with impressive speed. Levilah launched herself forward, her powerful legs propelling her along the glowing path with ease. The first few circuits were almost laughably simple. The overweight robot moved at barely more than a brisk walk by her standards, and even the average robot's pace was well within her comfort zone. She found herself having to consciously slow down to avoid overtaking them.
This is your test?
She called out as she rounded a curve, her breathing still easy and controlled.
I could do this in my sleep.
Patience, Enforcer,
came Tannic's irritating response.
The test has only just begun.
5 minutes passed. 10. 15. Levilah began to understand the insidious nature of the challenge. While her organic body began to show signs of exertion, increased heart rate, the beginning of muscle fatigue, the need for deeper breaths, the robots continued at exactly the same pace they'd started with. No variation, no fatigue. No slowing down for turns or speeding up on straightaways. Just relentless, mechanical consistency. By the 20-minute mark, she had fallen behind the fit robot. Not by much. It remained visible ahead of her on the track, but the gap was steadily widening. She couldn't sweat, but her breathing had become labored, and her legs, so confident at the start, now felt like they were weighted with lead.
Tannic?
She gasped out beneath breaths.
How long do these things run for?
Humans,
Tannic replied with what sounded like amusement,
have been known to run continuously for over 40 of your standard hours. It's called ultra-marathon running. Quite fascinating, really. Their bodies can enter a state where they essentially shut down everything non-essential and just keep going.
40 hours?
Levilah nearly stumbled in shock. No species she knew of could maintain continuous motion for that long. Even the renowned Kellen runners, who dominated the Federation's athletic competitions, maxed out at around 6 hours. The average robot was pulling away from her now, too. Levilah pushed harder, her pride refusing to let her fall behind what was supposed to represent a mediocre human performance. But her body had limits, and she was rapidly approaching them. Her legs burned with lactic acid buildup, her lungs felt like they were on fire, and her usually precise movements were becoming increasingly uncoordinated. At the 30-minute mark, she stumbled to a halt, hands on knees as she gasped for air. Both the fit and average robots continued their circuits, now far ahead of her. Only the overweight robot remained within easy reach, still maintaining its steady, plodding pace. Had she failed? The worry gnawed at her as she fought to catch her breath. If maintaining pace with an average human was a requirement for the job, then she'd just demonstrated her complete inability to do so. Questions flooded her mind. Would she be sent home in disgrace? Would her entire species be eliminated from consideration, just as 3 others had been? Had she just cost her people a chance at this prestigious new position? The silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of mechanical feet on metal flooring and her own ragged breathing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a door she hadn't noticed before slid open with a soft hiss. Through it stepped Tannic himself, no longer just a disembodied voice, but a physical presence. He was smaller than she'd expected, standing perhaps 3/4 of her height. His body was covered in sleek black feathers that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, giving him an almost shadow-like quality. His wings, currently folded against deep purple when they caught the light. His head cocked to one side in the characteristic manner of avians, one bright orange eye fixed on her while he approached.
Congratulations, Enforcer Livila,
He said, his physical voice even more grating than the speaker-filtered version.
You've been approved for continuation to the final phase.
Livila straightened up, confusion evident on her expressive face.
But I failed. I couldn't keep pace with the average human, let alone the fit one.
Tanuk made a sound that might have been laughter.
Did you think we expected you to outrun a persistent predator from a death world? No. The test wasn't about winning. It was about determining if you could keep up for a few minutes. More importantly, how you handled reaching them. You pushed yourself to exhaustion without complaint, maintained effort despite obvious distress, and showed admirable determination. These are the qualities that matter when working with humans.
Relief flooded through her, followed quickly by elation. She had passed. Despite her concerns, despite the seeming impossibility of the test, she had passed. Her tail unwound from her waist and swayed with happiness, a gesture she didn't bother to suppress.
Now then,
Tanuk continued, his head tilting to the other side.
Are you ready for the final test? This one won't involve robots, I promise you that. Instead, you'll finally get to meet Officer Ritchie, the human who you might, if all goes well, be working with. But there's one last evaluation that must be completed, and this one, well, this one is perhaps the most important of all.
Livila straightened her uniform and tried to calm her still racing heart. After mechanical handshakes that could crush stone and running tests that defied biological possibility, what could this final test possibly involve?
I'm ready,
she declared, hoping she sounded more confident than she felt. Tanuk studied her for a moment, then nodded.
Follow me then. It's time you learned what it really means to work alongside a human.
He turned and walked back toward the door, his taloned feet clicking against the floor in a rhythm completely different from the robot's mechanical precision. Livila followed, her mind racing with possibilities. What kind of being was this human? What made them so dangerous that 3 separate tests were required just to stand in the same room with one? And most importantly, what was this final test that Tanuk considered the most important of all? As they walked down a featureless corridor toward an uncertain future, Livila couldn't shake the feeling that everything she thought she knew about the universe was about to change. The journey through the station's interior was mercifully brief, and after a few turns that seemed designed more to confuse than to efficiently navigate, they arrived at a vertical elevator. The ride up was silent, and Livila found herself unconsciously flexing her still sore hand, remembering the crushing grip of the third robot. Tanuk noticed the gesture and made that grinding sound that passed for laughter among his species.
The handshake test,
he said.
Not only does it prepare you for the physical reality of human contact, but it also gives you a frame of reference. When you shake the human's hand, which you will momentarily, you'll understand that they are capable of restraint.
The elevator came to a smooth stop, and they stepped out into another corridor. This one, at least, showed signs of actual use. Scuff marks on the floor, a few notices attached to the walls in various scripts, and the general lived-in quality that suggested real people worked here rather than just machines. They stopped in front of an unremarkable door, distinguished only by a small placard reading Interview Room 2 in Federation Standard.
"Me human is inside,"
Tanuk announced, his head tilting to regard her with one bright eye.
"Officer Richard Russo. He's been informed of your arrival and the nature of this meeting. Time to put that handshake training to use, Enforcer."
Before Livila could respond, Tanuk activated the door control. The panel slid aside with a soft whisper, revealing the room beyond. The first thing she noticed was movement, a figure rising from a chair the moment the door opened. He had clearly been waiting, probably alerted to their approach, and stood with the kind of fluid posture that spoke of military experience. This was her first glimpse of a human, and her mind immediately began cataloging details. He was slightly taller than her, perhaps by 10 centimeters, with a build that suggested strength without bulk. Not disgusting in appearance like most species were, she'd never admit it out loud, but she found the majority of Federation species aesthetically unpleasant. The Groks with their gelatinous bodies, for example. This human, by contrast, was almost mundane in his form. His skin was a pinkish beige tone, completely smooth except for... was that fur? No, she realized, studying him more intently. He appeared to have no fur at all on most of his visible skin, which struck her as deeply weird. What kind of mammalian species had no fur? How did they regulate temperature or protect themselves from their environment? But then her eyes traveled upward, and she revised her assessment. There was fur. Hair, she corrected herself, remembering something from the news, concentrated on the top of his head. It was dark brown, cut short but still present, and it made for a much better first impression than the typical bald green heads with antennae that seemed so common among other species. At least this one part of him looked properly mammalian. The human approached with confident strides, and then did something that made Levila's muscles tense involuntarily. He bared his teeth. The expression pulled his facial features into a configuration that exposed 2 rows of white teeth, including what appeared to be vestigial canines. Among her people, baring teeth was a threat display, a warning that violence was imminent. But something in his body language didn't match. His posture was open, non-threatening. His eyes, strange eyes with visible white around colored centers, seemed warm rather than aggressive. And when he extended his hand toward her, the gesture was clearly peaceful.
Officer Levila, I presume. I'm Richard Russo, but please call me Richie. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The handshake, when it came, was almost anticlimactic after her experience with the robots. His grip was firm but gentle, with none of the crushing force she'd been trained to expect. It was actually pleasant.
The pleasure is mine, Officer Russo,
she replied, defaulting to formality despite his invitation to use his casual name. He was the senior officer, after all, with a bit more experience in the Galactic Law Enforcement Division.
Excellent!
Tannock's grating voice interrupted.
You didn't even flinch at the smile. That would have been an entirely separate test if the Council had listened to my recommendations. Some species find human facial expressions deeply disturbing. All those mobile features and exposed teeth. But you handled it well.
Levila's ears flattened slightly.
If that wasn't the actual test, then what is?
Tannock waddled further into the room, his taloned feet clicking on the floor.
Now we come to the interesting part. You see, different species produce different chemical signals. Pheromones, scent markers, various airborne compounds. Usually, these are simply ignored by other species as background noise. But occasionally, very occasionally, they can cause unexpected reactions.
The human, Richie, shifted uncomfortably.
You're talking about the smell test.
Precisely!
Tannock seemed delighted that the human remembered.
It's quite important that we ensure you two can share an environment for extended periods without any adverse reactions. Allergies, psychological discomfort, involuntary aggressive responses. All have been documented when certain species combinations work together.
Levila felt her ears flatten completely.
You want me to smell him? Standard procedure,
Tannock assured her, though his tone suggested he was enjoying her discomfort.
Of course! We need Officer Russo's permission as well. Humans have some degree of taboos about personal space, I'm told.
Richie rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture Levila couldn't interpret.
I mean, it's weird, I'm not going to lie, but if it's necessary for the partnership to work.
Finally,
Levila muttered.
someone else who thinks these tests are weird.
She turned to Tannic, her tail lashing once before she controlled it.
Why is this necessary for humans specifically? I've never had to do this with other species.
Tannic sighed, the sound like air escaping from a punctured pipe.
2 reasons. First, humans are new to the Federation. We're still learning about potential interaction issues. Second, you are both convergent mammals. Avians like myself don't have to deal with this nonsense. We don't rely on that weird mammalian quirk of unspoken chemical communication, so we're immune to most scent-based incompatibilities.
He began pacing, his wings rustling slightly.
You'd be surprised how many partnerships have failed due to olfactory incompatibility. The Renaki incident 3 years ago. Partners couldn't stand to be in the same room after 2 weeks. The Deltran Mog pairing last year. One partner's natural scent triggered hibernation instincts in the other. We cannot afford such failures in law enforcement. Lives depend on partners who can work together without distraction.
So,
Levila said slowly,
we need to ensure we can tolerate each other's scent.
For several hours, ideally,
Tannic confirmed.
Long enough to be certain there are no delayed reactions. I'll leave you two to get acquainted. Use the time wisely. Learn about each other. Establish communication patterns. And please, do let me know if either of you experiences sudden urges to flee, fight, or hibernate.
With that remarkably unhelpful advice, Tannic clicked his way to the door.
I'll return in a few hours. Try not to kill each other.
The door whispered shut behind him, leaving Levila and Richie in suddenly awkward silence. They stood there for a moment, 2 predators from different worlds, trying to figure out how to navigate this bizarre situation. Levila decided to take the direct approach. It had served her well so far.
So,
she said, her ears twitching with embarrassment,
I apparently need to smell you. How would you prefer to proceed?
Richie's mouth quirked, not the full teeth-bearing smile from before, but a smaller expression.
I guess just go for it? I showered this morning, if that helps.
She stepped closer, noting how he held himself still, clearly trying not to make any sudden movements. Professional, she thought approvingly. Up close, she could see more details, the fine lines around his eyes, the way his chest rose and fell with steady breaths, the subtle play of muscles under his uniform as he maintained his relaxed stance. Leaning in, she inhaled carefully through her nose. The scent was unusual. Not unpleasant, but not particularly pleasant either. There was a bass note that was distinctly familiar but foreign. Something like metal mixed with salt and a hint of something sweet she couldn't identify.
Well,
Richie asked after she stepped back.
Do I pass?
You smell like you,
she said, realizing how inadequate that sounded.
Neither good nor bad, just different. I don't feel any urge to flee or attack, so I suppose that's positive.
High praise, he said with another of those small mouth quirks.
Should I?
He gestured vaguely at her.
Unnecessary. I heard your species has a remarkably poor sense of smell compared to most mammals. You wouldn't be able to detect anything meaningful.
Ouch, but fair. They stood there for another moment before Richie gestured to the chairs around the small table.
Since we've got a few hours to kill, might as well get comfortable. Tell me about yourself. Your world?
Levila settled into a chair, noting how it adjusted automatically to accommodate her tail.
My world is classified as Category 2 on the danger scale. Moderate predators, some environmental hazards, but nothing compared to...
She paused.
I'm told Earth is Category 4.
Richie nodded, leaning back in his own chair. First Category 4 Death World to join the Federation, yeah. Though honestly, most of us think the classification system is pretty arbitrary. I mean, Australia alone probably qualifies for Category 4, but places like Europe, they're practically paradise.
You don't believe in the classification system?
Levila's ears perked forward with interest. Oh, I believe it exists, Richie clarified. I just think it's kind of stupid. You can't reduce an entire planet danger level to a single number.
My people feel the same,
Levila admitted, warming to the topic.
Though most other species just call us too narrow-minded to understand science.
Richie laughed, a warm sound completely different from Tannock's grinding noise. Sounds about right. They continued talking, trading stories about their respective worlds. Richie told her about Earth's vast oceans and how humans had explored less of them than they had of space. Levila shared tales of her world's crystal forests, where there was a mushroom life form that sang in the wind. Time passed without either of them noticing. The conversation flowed from professional topics, patrol routes, arrest procedures, Federation law, to more personal ones. Richie mentioned his family back on Earth, 2 sisters who had followed him into law enforcement. Levila found herself telling him about her clutch siblings and how she was the only one to leave their world. They were deep in a discussion when the door suddenly opened. Tannock stood there, looking somewhat disheveled. One of his wings was held at an odd angle, and there were suspicious stains on his usually pristine feathers.
My apologies for the delay,
he said, his voice even more grating than usual.
A Sagogi in detention decided to have a digestive episode. Acid everywhere. The corridor will need to be replaced.
Levila blinked, suddenly aware that significant time had passed. The chronometer on the wall showed they'd been talking for nearly 4 hours. How had that happened?
So,
she asked, trying not to sound too eager.
Did I pass? Is this finally over? No more surprise tests?
Tannock's head tilted, studying them both with those bright orange eyes.
You two didn't even notice I was gone, did you? Yes, Enforcer Levila, you pass. No allergic reactions, no aggressive responses, no hibernation triggers. You're hired.
Relief and joy flooded through her in equal measure. She had done it. Despite the bizarre tests, the mechanical handshakes, the impossible running challenge, and the deeply weird requirement to smell her partner, she had succeeded. Her tail unwound from her waist and swayed with happiness.
You are certain?
She pressed.
This is the last test? No more surprises? I won't show up next week to find out I need to wrestle a robot or prove I can digest human food?
Tannock made his grinding, laughing sound.
I have a good feeling about this pairing. You two have compatible personalities, complementary skills, and no biological incompatibilities. Though...
He paused, seeming to consider something.
Normally, we would have additional tests when pairing males and females of the same species. But since you're from entirely different planets, romance is completely off the table for sure.
He delivered this with such matter-of-fact certainty that Levila found herself suppressing an amused ear twitch.
You'll both receive briefing packets for your first case,
Tannock continued.
Report to Conference Room 6 next week, 7th day, morning shift. It's a smuggling ring. Nothing too complex for your first assignment together.
Richie stood and Levila followed suit. He extended his hand again, and this time she didn't hesitate before taking it. Looking forward to working with you, partner, he said, his grip warm and steady.
Likewise,
she replied, meaning it. Despite all the strangeness of the day, she had a good feeling about this human. Tannock watched them with what might have been satisfaction. It was hard to tell with avian expressions.
Excellent! Don't disappoint me. The last human paired team managed to cause a diplomatic incident within their first month. Try to do better!
As they filed out of the room, Levilah caught Richie's eye.
Diplomatic incident?
I'll tell you about it over lunch sometime,
he promised.
Plenty of opportunities next week.
She found herself looking forward to that lunch and to whatever challenges their partnership might bring. Their initial patrol routes would be challenging, but Levilah now felt ready. She was strangely confident that nothing about the human would surprise her now, though she knew better than to voice that aloud.
The Galactic Council Chamber was the most impressive room in the known universe. That was not a boast. It was a fact written into the founding charter of the Interstellar Accord, carved in 47 languages across the entrance arch. The chamber floated inside a hollowed-out asteroid at the gravitational center of the Orion Arm, and every species that had ever touched the stars had a seat inside it. The air smelled different depending on which section you sat in. Thick and warm near the Vorkai delegation, cold and metallic near the Sindari, and faintly like ocean salt near the humans. Ambassador Elena Vasquez had served as Earth's representative for 11 years. She was not the loudest voice in the chamber. She was not the most decorated diplomat humanity had ever produced. But she had a quality that her colleagues in the foreign ministry had noticed early in her career. She never reacted the way people expected her to. When things got loud, she got quiet. When others rushed, she waited. It had made her difficult to read, and in diplomacy, that was worth more than a fleet of warships. The session had started normally enough. The Vorkai hegemony was presenting a territorial expansion proposal, their fourth in 6 years, and the usual arguments were being made across the chamber floor. Trade routes, resource rights, navigation corridors. Elena had her notes open, her earpiece translating the layered clicks and harmonics of Vorkai speech into clean English. She was sipping cold coffee and making small margin annotations when High Speaker Draven Koss stepped to the central podium. Koss was the Vorkai's chief diplomat. He was also, by the understanding of most species in the chamber, something of a bully dressed in formal robes. He had 7 feet of gray-plated natural armor for upper arms, and a mouth that never seemed to close fully even when he was not speaking. He had been in his position for 30 years and had spent most of that time treating the council like his personal audience. He began his presentation calmly. Resource scarcity, he said. Population pressure. Historical claim to the disputed corridor near the Ash Veil Nebula. Standard talking points. Elena kept taking notes. Then he turned. He turned toward the human section and pointed one of his upper arms directly at the delegation. And let it be formally noted, Koss said, his translator casting his words in crisp tones across the chamber, that humanity's presence in this corridor is not merely inconvenient. It is illegitimate. Humans are a young species. Untested. They stumbled into space barely 4 centuries ago and have been granted protections and courtesies far beyond what their development warrants. They are not peers. They are guests who have forgotten how guests are supposed to behave. The chamber went very, very quiet. It was the kind of quiet that happened when something crossed a line that everyone had privately known existed, but no one had ever dared to cross openly. 47 delegations held their collective breath. Several of the smaller species representatives looked immediately at their senior diplomats for guidance. The Sindari ambassador, a creature of polished chrome and cold intelligence, turned one of its optical sensors toward the human section with something that might have been curiosity. Elena Vasquez set down her coffee. She looked up at Koss. She looked at him for a long moment, long enough that several members of her own staff leaned slightly toward her, waiting. Her junior attaché, a young man named Torres, had his hand halfway to his translation pad, as if ready to help her draft a response. She said nothing. She picked up her coffee again, looked back at her notes, and made another small annotation in the margin. The silence stretched. Koss blinked. His translator had worked correctly. He knew the words had landed. He had expected an objection, a formal protest, perhaps a raised voice, a demand for retraction, a motion to censure. Those were the responses the council rules were designed to handle. He had a counter-argument ready for all of them. He had no counter-argument for silence. The council president, an elderly Farathi with 4 eyes and 60 years of procedural experience, cleared his throat carefully. The chair notes the statement by High Speaker Koss and invites any response from the human delegation. Elena looked up. She smiled politely at the president, the exact smile she used when someone asked if she needed anything, and she was about to say no thank you. Earth passes at this time, she said. Her voice was calm and even. She said it the way someone says it in a card game. Not a retreat, a choice. And then she went back to her notes. The chamber buzzed. Not loudly, not openly, but in the way that 47 alien species make noise when they are deeply confused and trying not to show it. The Vorkai delegation huddled briefly among themselves. Koss returned to his seat with the particular stiffness of someone who had thrown a punch and hit air. After the session, in the wide marble corridor outside the chamber, the Sindari ambassador fell into step beside Elena without invitation. The Sindari did not typically initiate social contact. It was considered beneath their diplomatic culture, so the fact that Ambassador Sakharoth had done so meant something. That was unexpected, Sakharoth said. Its voice was a precise, measured tone that always sounded faintly like a formal announcement. What was? Elena asked. Your non-response. Koss insulted your entire species in front of the council. Convention required a reply. Convention recommended one, Elena said. There's a difference. Sakharoth was quiet for a moment, processing. He will interpret your silence as weakness, as confirmation that his assessment was correct. Maybe, Elena said. She had reached the door to the human delegation suite. She paused with her hand on the panel and glanced back at the Sindari ambassador. Or maybe he'll spend the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what we're planning. Sleep well, ambassador. She went inside. The door closed. In the corridor, Sakharoth stood still for a moment longer than necessary. Its optical sensors tracked the closed door with an expression that, in any species with a face, might have been called unease. Back on Earth, in the quiet offices of the Ministry of Interstellar Affairs, the session footage had already been reviewed. No emergency meetings were called. No statements were drafted. The minister herself watched the clip of Koss's statement 3 times, then watched Elena's non-response twice, and then closed the file and went back to her other work. In the various news streams that covered council activity, there were thousands across human space, ranging from dry procedural coverage to dramatic real-time commentary. The moment caught fire slowly at first, then all at once. Not because humans were angry, but because they were calm. Commentators across the alien networks had expected outrage. They had models for outrage. Humans had a reputation, earned over 4 centuries of interstellar contact, for emotional volatility. They argued loudly, protested energetically, and had a documented cultural tendency toward what the Vorkai academic literature called performative indignation. It was one of the reasons Koss had made his move. He had expected to dominate a noisy exchange and walk away looking powerful. Instead, every broadcast covering the council session spent its time trying to explain what the silence meant. And the more they talked about it, the less certain anyone sounded. 3 days passed. No human statement came. No formal protest was filed. No motion was raised at the next session. Elena Vasquez attended the following council meeting in her usual seat, with her usual cold coffee, and participated in 3 routine procedural votes without mentioning Koss or his words at all. On the 4th day, the Vorkai diplomatic staff quietly requested a private channel with their counterparts in Earth's foreign ministry. The request was acknowledged. A meeting time was proposed. Human ministry officials agreed to the time, suggested a neutral platform, and confirmed the channel in 4 sentences. They did not ask what the meeting was about. They already knew. Koss had insulted humanity in front of the galaxy, and humanity had not flinched, had not shouted, had not demanded apology or satisfaction. They had simply waited. And that patient, knowing, unbothered silence had frightened the Vorkai more than any protest ever could have. Because silence, when it came from something that knew exactly what it was capable of, was not the sound of weakness. It was the sound of a decision being made somewhere you could not see. The private channel meeting between the Vorkai diplomatic staff and Earth's foreign ministry took place in a data-secure conference format, hosted on a neutral Farathi communications node. It was a small meeting, 2 officials from each side, no aides, no recording unless both parties agreed. The Vorkai sent sub-speaker Varek and senior attaché Lorne. Earth sent Deputy Minister Harlan Cho and a career diplomat named Priya Nair, who specialized in Vorkai cultural analysis. The Vorkai opened by discussing trade route adjustments. Small items. Procedural things. Cho listened politely. He had a talent for listening that looked almost identical to boredom, which was intentional. He let Varric finish his prepared remarks, waited a beat, and then said, "We appreciate the technical discussion. Was there something more specific that prompted the request for contact?" Varric was quiet for a moment. The High Speaker's remarks at the last council session were characterizations of policy, not personal commentary. "We understand that," Cho said. Varric waited for more. None came. He adjusted his posture slightly, the Vorkai equivalent of a nervous gesture. "Earth has not responded formally. We wanted to ensure that the lack of response was not indicative of a communications breakdown. Our communications are functioning perfectly," Priya Nair said. It was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was light and pleasant, the voice of someone discussing something unremarkable. Another silence opened up. The Vorkai officials filled it the only way they knew how, with more talking. They cycled back through the trade discussion, raised a minor point about navigation beacon maintenance, and eventually, cautiously, circled back toward the subject they had actually come to address without ever naming it directly. Cho and Nair answered every question fully and specifically and gave absolutely nothing about what humanity was thinking. When the meeting ended, Varric and Lorne sat in their private channel node for a moment before disconnecting. Lorne spoke first. "They know something. They always know something," Varric said. "That is not useful analysis. They know something specific," Lorne clarified. The deputy minister brought Nair. "She studies us. She knows our escalation thresholds, our internal political structures, our pressure points. If this was a routine reassurance call, they would have sent someone junior." Varric thought about that. "They wanted us to notice who they sent." "Yes," Lorne said. "They wanted us to think about what it means that they sent someone who understands us very well to a meeting where they said nothing useful at all." Varric closed the channel without another word. He was already composing his report to High Speaker Koss. Koss read the report in his private office aboard the Vorkai delegation vessel, a massive ship that stayed parked near the Council asteroid rather than returning to Vorkai space between sessions. He read it twice. He was not used to being uncertain. He had spent 30 years in galactic diplomacy operating on a simple principle. You pushed until you met resistance, and then you measured that resistance to know how hard to push next. It was a reliable model. It had worked against the Farathi, the Ashvale Collective, the various small independent systems that dotted the Middle Arm. It was not working against humanity. He pulled up the historical archive his staff had prepared after the council session. 400 years of human interstellar history. He had read summaries before. Most senior Vorkai diplomats had. But he read more carefully now, looking for the pattern he had missed. What he found was strange. Humanity had a long record of conflict. They had fought wars among themselves for most of their documented history. Violent, costly, often destructive wars over land and belief and resources and pride. This was well known and had been used by multiple species, including the Vorkai, as evidence that humans were too primitive for full council status. What Koss read more carefully now was what had happened after those wars. Humans had a habit, after being pushed far enough, of responding not with equal force but with disproportionate, overwhelming, and often unexpected force applied in directions that their opponents had not anticipated. They did not mirror threats. They escalated in ways that restructured the entire situation. And before they did any of that, they went quiet. He found the pattern across centuries of their own history. A border skirmish would be absorbed. An insult would be absorbed. A provocation would be absorbed. And then, without clear warning, humanity would act, and the action would not be the protest or confrontation everyone had expected. It would be something structural, something that changed the rules, something that made the original provocation look very, very small. Koss set the archive down. He called his senior staff together. Meanwhile, the galaxy was watching. The council session clip had spread across every connected network in the Orion Arm. The image of Elena Vasquez setting down her coffee, looking up at Koss, and then simply continuing her work, had been viewed, shared, and analyzed billions of times. The commentary was remarkable for one thing. Almost nobody, across 47 species, knew what to make of it. The Sindari ran an internal analysis through their political modeling systems and produced a report that their council ambassador found troubling. The model assessed human behavior as following a pattern the Sindari called controlled delayed response, a strategy where a party absorbs an aggressive move, allows the aggressor to settle into their assumed victory, and then acts from a position of composure rather than reaction. The model gave a confidence rating of 78% that humanity was preparing a response. It could not model what that response would look like because, as the AI noted with clinical precision, insufficient data. Human strategic behavior in high-stakes scenarios shows consistent pattern divergence from established galactic diplomatic norms. The part that troubled the Sindari ambassador most was the footnote. The AI had flagged the human response pattern as the most unpredictable category in its system. Not unpredictable like random. Unpredictable like something that was making choices according to a logic the model hadn't encountered before. On the human colony world of New Carthage, a retired admiral named Siyun Park was watching the council feed in her kitchen when her granddaughter, 7 years old, sharp as a blade, pointed at Elena Vasquez on the screen and said, "Why isn't she yelling?" Park smiled. "Because she doesn't need to." "But he was really mean," the girl said. "Yes, he was," Park agreed, wrapping both hands around her tea. "When someone's really mean and you yell at them, they get to feel like they caused something, like they mattered enough to make you lose control." She glanced at the screen. When you stay quiet, they don't know what to do. And not knowing what to do is the most scared a person can be. Her granddaughter thought about that. "Is Auntie Elena scary?" "Terrifyingly," Park said, and took a sip of tea. The council met again 5 days after the private channel exchange. It was a routine session, a scheduled review of navigation corridor agreements in the middle arm. Elena attended. She sat in her usual seat. She had new coffee this time, hot rather than cold, which her junior attaché Torres noted with the private observation that this was either meaningless or significant, and he could not tell which. Koss was present. He did not look at the human section directly. He participated in the session with his usual volume and confidence, but his senior staff noticed that he had not prepared any new territorial expansion motions for this meeting. His schedule, which had previously mapped 3 months of aggressive corridor proposals, had been cleared of anything that touched human space. After the session, one of the Farathi observers, a retired diplomat who now wrote political analysis for a widely read interstellar commentary network, published a piece with a title that spread across the connected galaxy within hours. The title was a question: has Koss just made the worst mistake in a generation? The piece did not have an answer. That was, perhaps, the point. What it had was a careful review of humanity's last 4 centuries of behavior. The author, old enough to have been present at humanity's first council admission, wrote about a concept he had observed in human behavior that he had never seen adequately translated into any other galactic language. He called it strategic patience. He defined it as the ability to absorb damage, to sit with anger, to let an adversary believe they had won, and then, from a position of calm clarity rather than hot reaction, to respond in a way that was precise, structural, and lasting. He noted that the one consistent mistake other species made about humans was confusing their silence for absence. Humans were not quiet because they had nothing to say. They were quiet because they were deciding exactly how to say something that would only need to be said once. The piece ended with a single line that Koss's staff reportedly read 4 times. High Speaker Koss has given humanity a reason. The galaxy should spend less time wondering if humanity will respond, and considerably more time wondering what responding looks like when they decide they are ready. Koss was ready when the communication came, but not for what it contained. The communication that arrived in High Speaker Koss's office did not come from the human military. It did not come from Earth's foreign ministry. It did not come from Ambassador Vasquez or Deputy Minister Cho or any of the diplomats Koss had been watching and studying since the council session. It came from a human woman named Dr. Amara Osei, and her title was Chief Economic Architect of the Terran Development Initiative. The message was 3 paragraphs long. It was written in clean, polite language, the kind that said nothing threatening in any individual sentence, and yet left the reader feeling like the floor had shifted slightly under their feet. Dr. Osei was writing to notify the Vorkai hegemony that, effective in 60 days, humanity would be initiating a comprehensive review of all Terran infrastructure contracts currently servicing Vorkai space. The review was described as routine. The language was courteous. The timing was not accidental at all. CASA's economic advisor, a thin and usually unshakable analyst named Garrett, read the message and went pale in the specific way that Vorkai go pale, which involved a color change in the plates around the neck. He explained what the message meant in practice. Humanity had, over the past 2 centuries, quietly become the primary infrastructure partner for 11 of the Vorkai hegemony's 17 core systems. Not through aggression or negotiation leverage, through the simple fact that human engineers, construction firms, and logistics networks were reliable, affordable, and honest about their timelines. The Vorkai had never thought much about this. It was background noise, the operational reality of a functioning civilization. Power grids, communication relays, atmospheric processors, transit systems, deep space docking infrastructure. A significant portion of it was designed, built, or maintained by human contractors. A comprehensive review could delay maintenance cycles, delay contract renewals, pause new projects, all of it completely within legal operating parameters. None of it would be described as retaliation. Every piece of it would be described as due diligence. They are not threatening us, Garrett said carefully. No, Koss agreed. They are simply reviewing. At an extremely well-chosen time. Garrett was quiet for a moment. Hi, Speaker. What did you say to them at the council session? Koss did not answer that question. What made it worse, truly worse, was that this was only one communication. Over the following 48 hours, Koss's staff identified 7 other quiet, polite, completely non-threatening actions that the human government had either initiated or were clearly positioned to initiate. A research partnership with the Ashvale Collective, humanity's proposed development of a new navigation relay station near the disputed corridor, a round of diplomatic outreach to 4 of the 6 smaller species that habitually sided with the Vorkai on council votes. Each item, taken alone, was ordinary. Taken together, they formed a shape. They were the early geometry of a world being rearranged. None of it was loud. None of it was angry. None of it could be formally protested. It was also impossible to respond to effectively, because any public response would require Koss to explain what had prompted it. And the only honest explanation was that he had publicly called humanity illegitimate guests in front of the entire council, and they had looked up from their coffee, said nothing, and then spent 3 weeks quietly restructuring the landscape around him. The Sindari ambassador Sakharoth monitored all of this from the careful distance of a species that was constitutionally allergic to making other species mistakes. Sakharoth had been in galactic diplomacy for 40 years. It had watched empires bluster. It had watched alliances collapse. It had watched species overplay strong hands and underplay weak ones. What it was watching now was something it could not cleanly categorize, and that bothered it in a way that it found professionally useful. It requested a social meeting with Elena Vasquez. Not a formal diplomatic exchange. Those had procedures and records. A social meeting, the kind that happened at the hospitality lounges adjacent to the Council Asteroids residential levels. The kind where 2 people could speak without anything being attributed or logged. Elena agreed. They met in a lounge that smelled like recycled starlight and whatever the Farathi staff used to clean the floors, which was faintly aromatic and completely unidentifiable. Sakharoth ordered a mineral compound it favored. Elena got tea. You are making Koss uncomfortable, Sakharoth said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation made with genuine curiosity. We're reviewing contracts, Elena said. Several of us have noticed that the contracts being reviewed share a geographic pattern that correlates rather precisely with the infrastructure dependencies of Vorkai core systems. Infrastructure reviews are complicated, Elena said. The scope tends to be comprehensive. Sakharoth was quiet for a moment. This was, Elena knew, the Sindari equivalent of a long, meaningful look. You are also extending development partnerships to 3 systems that border contested Vorkai territory. And your proposed relay station in the Ashvale corridor would, when operational, provide navigation advantages to human vessels that currently do not exist. Navigation infrastructure is important, Elena said pleasantly. You know how we feel about reliable transit. Yes, Sakharoth said. I do. Another pause. Elena, I am asking, not as a formal inquiry, but as someone who has watched you for 11 years. How far does this go? Elena held her tea with both hands and looked at the Sindari ambassador with the expression she used when she was deciding how honest to be. She decided on mostly honest. as far as it needs to. And if COS issues a formal apology, if the territorial expansion proposal is withdrawn, then the contract's review concludes without significant findings, Elena said. The relay station project stays because it's genuinely useful infrastructure. The partnerships stay because they're mutually beneficial. But the pressure, the specific pressure, eases. She paused. We don't want his destruction. We just needed him to understand something. What did you need him to understand? Elena set her tea down. That calling us guests was a mistake. Not because it was offensive, though it was, but because it was factually wrong. We are not guests. We have been here for 4 centuries. We built half of what this corner of the galaxy runs on. We are woven into the operational fabric of this region of space. COS treated us like newcomers who could be publicly embarrassed into accepting a smaller seat at the table. We needed to demonstrate, clearly and without drama, that the table itself has quite a lot of our fingerprints on it. Sakharoth processed this for a long moment. You are not angry. No, Elena said. But you are serious. Completely. The Sindari ambassador reached for its mineral compound and regarded Elena with its optical sensors. Most species, when insulted publicly, respond with public anger. It is predictable. It is manageable. It creates an argument that can be won or lost. What you have done instead is, it is harder to counter. There is nothing to argue against. There is no noise to drown out. There is only the quiet, steady demonstration of what you are. That was the intention, Elena said. It has been noticed, Sakharoth said. Not only by COS. By everyone. Elena smiled. Good. That night, in his private office, COS composed a message. It was addressed to the full council. He called it a clarification of terminology from his remarks at the prior session. In it, he stated that his use of the word guests had been intended in the historical developmental sense and not as a commentary on humanity's standing or legitimacy in the council. He noted that humanity's contributions to interstellar infrastructure and diplomatic process over 4 centuries were well established and valued. He did not use the word apology. He did not need to. The council had read enough diplomatic language to understand what the message was. 3 days later, the Vorkai territorial expansion proposal for the Ashvale corridor was formally withdrawn from the session agenda, pending further internal review. Garrett, COS's economic advisor, marked the infrastructure review communication from Dr. Osei as resolved in the Vorkai diplomatic tracking system. He noted it with the code his department used for situations that had been carefully, silently, and effectively neutralized. Then he sat back in his chair and thought about a species that had been insulted in front of the known galaxy, had responded with complete stillness, and had moved every piece on the board before anyone had noticed the game had started. He updated his personal file on human diplomatic methodology. He added 1 sentence to the summary at the top. Do not provoke without understanding what provocation costs. He underlined it twice that COS's clarification message spread through the council networks faster than his original insult had. That was interesting in itself. The original remark had traveled through interstellar channels as a curiosity, a piece of political theater from a species known for that kind of theater. The clarification moved faster because it carried something the original had not. It carried the weight of consequence. It was, in the language that the galaxy's diplomatic class read fluently, a message from a powerful actor admitting, without admitting, that he had miscalculated. 47 species watched this and drew their own conclusions. The Ashvale Collective released a brief, formal statement congratulating humanity on its continued constructive engagement with the council process. The statement was 5 sentences long and somehow managed to compliment humanity while very gently reminding COS that the collective had been considering his corridor proposal for 6 months. The implication was quiet but clear. If COS could misread humanity this badly, perhaps the council should be careful about accepting his assessment of other territorial matters. The Farathi Council President, at the next session opening, made a procedural announcement that the Council's Infrastructure Dependency Registry, a document that tracked which species provided core services to which others, would be updated and made publicly accessible for the first time in 40 years. He described it as a transparency initiative. Nobody in the chamber believed that was the only reason, but nobody said so out loud. Elena Vasquez attended the session, made 3 procedural contributions, voted on 2 resolutions, and at no point mentioned anything that had happened over the past month. Torres, her junior attaché, had started keeping private notes. He was 26 years old and had been assigned to the delegation 8 months ago, fresh from the diplomatic academy, under the impression that interstellar diplomacy would be loud and dramatic and would look like the historical feeds he had grown up watching. He was revising that impression rapidly. He wrote in his notes, in the plain language of someone trying to understand something clearly. It was never about the insult. It was about what we did after the insult. Koss expected a reaction he could manage. He got stillness he couldn't read, and while he was trying to read it, we just kept working. He read it back to himself. Then he added, "The scariest part isn't what we did. It's that we do this naturally, like we've always known this is how it works." He saved the file, labeled it Observations, and kept it private for 2 years before it became part of his published memoir on Terran diplomacy in the Council era. On Earth, the response to the whole affair was characteristically uneven. Most citizens had followed the story at a medium level of engagement, interested but not consumed by it. Editorial boards in major cities wrote about diplomatic composure and strategic patience. Some commentators were less academic about it. A columnist in New Mumbai wrote a piece with the straightforward headline, "We did not need to yell." That became one of the most widely read pieces of political writing that year. Her argument was simple. Humanity had grown up. Not in the way the Vorkai had meant. Not in the developmental, we're still learning to walk sense. Grown up in the way that any civilization grows up when it has survived long enough to know the difference between power and noise. The Vorkai had noise. What humanity was demonstrating, she wrote, was power exercised in a way that left the other party uncertain rather than wounded. Wounds healed. Uncertainty compounded. The retired Admiral Park read the column over breakfast on New Carthage and sent a short message to her old colleague in the ministry. "They're finally writing it down." Her colleague wrote back, "They've always known it. They're just less shy about it now." Park sent a single punctuation mark in response. A period, which, in the context of the exchange, meant exactly. Sekaratha's internal report to the Sindari Council of Voices, their equivalent of an internal intelligence brief, was classified at the highest level and remained so for decades. Portions of it were eventually quoted in academic works on galactic power dynamics. The sections that were quoted most often were not the political analysis or the strategic assessment. They were from the final summary, where Sekarath wrote about what, in 40 years of diplomacy, had most surprised it about humanity. The section read, in translation, "We modeled human responses using frameworks built from every other species in the Council. All those frameworks assumed that an insult of this magnitude would produce measurable heat, raised voices, formal protests, public demands. Instead, humanity produced cold, deliberate, patient, entirely self-possessed cold. The most unsettling aspect is that they did not appear to calculate this response. They appeared to simply be this way. What Koss encountered was not a tactical choice. It was a character, and character, unlike tactics, cannot be countered or anticipated. It can only be understood, but only if you are paying attention before you make your mistake." The report recommended that the Sindari update their behavioral models for humanity. The new model had a flag at the top that had not existed before. It read, "High Unpredictability Index. Not chaotic, disciplined. Treat silence as active, not passive." Koss served 3 more years as High Speaker. During those 3 years, he did not raise any proposals that affected human space. He did not speak directly to Elena Vasquez in council session. He was not, technically, diminished in his role. He still commanded the respect of the Vorkai political structure and continued to push other proposals on other corridors with other species. But anyone watching carefully could see the boundary he had drawn around himself. The line he did not cross again. He retired at the end of his term and returned to Vorkai Prime. His memoirs, published 2 years later, contained a chapter on the Ashvale corridor affair that was widely discussed. In it, he described the month after his council remarks as a lesson in the difference between a species that reacts and a species that decides. He did not name Elena Vasquez specifically. He did not need to. Everyone knew who the chapter was about. Elena served 4 more years as Earth's council ambassador after the affair, then moved to a senior advisory position in the foreign ministry. On her last day in the council chamber, she packed her notes, took her coffee thermos, She had never stopped bringing her own coffee and made a quiet round of personal goodbyes. Sekhiroth was the last to receive one. They stood in the marble corridor where they had walked together the day after Kossa's original statement. 11 years, Sekhiroth said. 12, Elena corrected. You are, in my assessment, the most effective diplomat I have observed in 4 decades of council attendance. That's very kind. It is not kindness. It is data. The Sindari ambassador's optical sensors tracked her with something that had evolved, over years, into something resembling warmth. Can I ask, and you may decline to answer, was the silence after Kossa's statement planned in advance? Did you know you would respond that way? Elena considered the question. She gave it genuine thought, which was itself an answer of sorts. Not in the sense of a formal strategy, she said finally. I just looked at him, and I thought about what he was hoping I would do. And I thought, I'm not going to give him that. She paused. The rest of it, the infrastructure review, the relay station, the partnerships, that was planned. Carefully. But the silence? That was just knowing what we are. Sekhiroth was quiet for a moment. That is the part that frightens people, I think. The silence being natural. I know, Elena said. She smiled. Good. She walked down the corridor and out through the main entrance of the council asteroid, past the arch with 47 languages carved into it, and into the docking bay where the human transit shuttle was waiting. She was the last one aboard. She sat by the window. The shuttle lifted off from the asteroid and turned toward human space, toward Earth, toward a civilization that had been called young and untested and had responded not with anger, but with the quiet, comprehensive, unshakable demonstration of exactly what 4 centuries of work looks like when you finally stop explaining yourself. The stars outside the window were familiar. They were the same stars that had watched humanity stumble into space, build and fail and build again, argue with itself for generations, and eventually arrive here. Not at perfection, not at peace in every corner of the galaxy, but at something harder to achieve and harder to destroy. The knowledge of what it was. The patience to let that knowledge speak for itself. Elena Vasquez closed her eyes. The galaxy, she thought, would be fine. It had been paying attention.
Reconnaissance Dossier, The Basement Chronicles. Log entry, Post-derelict salvage, Sector 4 grid. Status, operational, unsanctioned. The shift changes in the lower bellows of a colony ship don't come with a sunrise. They just come with a louder hum in the structural heat pipes and a heavier taste of recycled grease in the oxygen scrubbers. Flubber Lane didn't mind the dark. The basement of the colony was where the real work got done anyway, far below the clean, pressurized observation decks where the high-tech elite spent their days analyzing stellar charts and looking down on the maintenance crews. In the first rotation, Lane had cemented his status among the pipe fitters and deckhands by pulling off an operation that the command deck called a suicide run and the basement called Tuesday. When a band of rogue scrap pirates tried to breach the primary air intake valves of the bellows, Lane hadn't waited for tactical authorization or the clean-suited security details to finish their briefings. He had dropped into the primary launch tube, strapped his modified magnetic skater boots to the rusted casing of a live, outdated Mk7 propulsion torpedo, and ridden the high-yield explosive straight through the pirate vessel's primary shield generator. It was raw grit, zero calculation, and absolute basement-level brilliance. That stunt had earned him an unrequested promotion to head of maintenance, a title that came with a larger toolbox, a slightly cleaner pair of coveralls, and the distinct misfortune of being called first when things went wrong in the black. His second rotation had proven that the promotion wasn't a fluke. When a high-tier corporate research vessel went completely dark after an unmapped structural failure, the elite rescue squads refused to dock, citing unstable gravity wells and volatile hull metrics. Lane had gathered his crew, loaded up a standard utility transport with conventional hydraulic jacks, manual plasma cutters, and old-school mechanical intuition, and cut his way into the listing derelict. They bypassed the fried digital security grids by simply unhinging the bulkheads by hand, pulling out a dozen trapped survivors while the command deck was still trying to calibrate their diagnostic scanners. Now, the utility transport was finally limping back toward the home colony's lower docking slips. The engines were vibrating at an uneven frequency that suggested a worn thruster bearing, and the crew was exhausted, smelling of spent coolant and dried sweat. Lane was leaned back against a crate of salvaged titanium fasteners, his worn boots propped up on a portable welding rig, his eyes half closed as he listened to the predictable, comforting rhythm of the ship's internal life support. The piece lasted exactly 12 minutes. The automated proximity alarms didn't chime, they groaned, a low-frequency static hum that indicated the forward sensor dishes had just taken a direct hit from localized space debris. Before the bridge crew could even log the trajectory error, the utility ship shuddered violently, the artificial gravity pitching 5 degrees to the port side as the hull skidded against an unmapped cloud of localized matter. "Lane, we've got a problem with the forward visibility," yelled Big Meech, the chief welder, his massive hands gripping the frame of the engineering console as the structural monitors began flashing an angry amber color. "Sensors are showing an unmapped debris field, but the trajectory isn't linear. It's a localized meteor storm, and the rock density is tight enough to shred our forward plating." Lane didn't blink. He slid his boots off the welding rig, reached for his custom-weighted pneumatic torque wrench, and adjusted the strap on his coveralls. "I got this. Sit this one out," he muttered, his voice level and entirely devoid of the panic currently vibrating through the ship's internal comms. He stepped up to the forward manual piloting station and slammed his palm onto the primary defense lever, raising the transport's high-frequency thermal particle shields just as the core cluster of the storm arrived. Under normal operational circumstances, space debris hitting a thermal shield resulted in a series of clean, kinetic deflections, bright blue flashes of energy where rock and ice were instantly vaporized and bounced away into the vacuum. But these meteors weren't normal stone. The moment the first wave impacted the energy grid, there were no clean deflections. Instead, a sickening, wet thud echoed through the structural framework of the hull. Through the forward reinforced viewing ports, the crew watched in horror as the meteors literally splatted against the invisible shield wall. They weren't solid rock. They were organic, porous hulls encased in a thick, gelatinous layer of biological sludge, frozen methane grease, and deep space mud. Within seconds, the continuous impact of hundreds of these organic meteors created a thick, opaque, disgusting layer of brownish-purple gunk that flattened out against the energy shield, completely sealing the ship inside a horrific, vibrating cocoon of space filth. The shields are holding the weight, but the thermal grid is cooking that sludge. Meech shouted, coughing as the ship's external intake vents inadvertently sucked in the faint, scorching odor of burnt organic matter through the hull seams. "It's baking on, Lane. If the power grid fluctuates and we drop the shields even for a fraction of a second, that entire unholy mess of melted gunk and compressed mud is going to collapse directly onto the hull plating. It'll weld itself to our emergency release valves, freeze inside the thruster nozzles, and seal our primary airlocks permanently shut. We'll be buried alive in space grease." The ship's automated diagnostic system began to chime, suggesting a complicated, 3-day chemical wash protocol that required docking at a high-tier military facility that was currently 3 solar systems away. Lane looked at the thick, bubbling layer of space muck pressing hard against the energy barrier just inches from the glass. The heat from the shields was turning the sludge into a tar-like paste. He rubbed his chin, looked down at his utility belt, and walked over to the galley supply locker located in the rear maintenance bay. He bypassed the high-tech toolkits and reached into the deep storage bins where the galley crew kept the bulk provisions for long-haul voyages. His hand wrapped around a heavy, industrial-sized crate of cooking supplies. He pulled out 12 aerosol cans of PAM, the cheap, commercial-grade non-stick cooking spray used to keep industrial baking sheets from gumming up with synthetic protein paste. "Meech, get the tether lines and 2 pressurized pneumatic spraying rigs from the paint locker," Lane ordered, tossing a can of non-stick spray to the giant welder. "Lane, you can't be serious," Meech said, staring at the yellow can in his hand. "The manual says we need an exterior laser abrasion team to clear biological hull fouling." Lane was already buckling himself into his worn, scratched pressure suit, bypassing the digital heads-up display helmet for an old-fashioned manual view port model. "I got this. Sit this one out," he said, slamming the visor shut with a sharp metallic click. The airlock cycled with a heavy hiss of pressure. Stepping out onto the exterior maintenance catwalk, Lane was greeted by the eerie, silent vibration of the transport ship fighting the weight of the debris cloud. The shield layer was a shimmering blue wall of energy holding back thousands of gallons of boiling, synthetic mud just 3 feet above his head. Working with practiced, rhythmic efficiency, Lane and Meech loaded the bulk non-stick fluid into the pressurized paint rigs. Moving along the safety tethers like deep-sea divers on a coral reef, they systematically coated every square inch of the ship's raw titanium hull plating, the thruster cowlings, the intake valves, and the airlock seals with a thick, slippery, greasy layer of industrial cooking spray. The vacuum of space instantly chilled the oil, creating an incredibly slick, microscopic barrier between the metal of the ship and the void. Lane signaled the bridge through the manual cable comms. "Drop the forward shields on my mark. 3, 2, 1, cut power." The blue energy grid vanished. With a massive, silent rush, the compressed mountain of disgusting organic sludge and frozen mud collapsed inward, slamming directly onto the hull of the utility transport. For a second, the ship went completely dark as the filth covered every viewport. But the Anunnaki engineering properties of the non-stick spray held flawlessly. The moment the ship's forward thrusters fired, creating a sudden kinetic jolt, the entire unholy mess of deep space gunk found absolutely nothing to cling to. The tar, mud, and frozen grease slid off the slippery titanium plating like water off a duck's back, peeling away in huge, solid sheets and drifting harmlessly into the dark void behind them. As the viewports cleared, revealing the stars once more, the crew expected to see nothing but empty space. Instead, the floodlights illuminated a surreal, drifting collection of wreckage just 50 yards off the starboard bow. Several of the larger organic meteors had cracked open upon impact, revealing that they weren't rocks at all. They were primitive, hollow biological transport pods. And drifting among the fragments were dozens of living creatures. They were roughly 5 feet tall, human-shaped in their torsos and limbs, but equipped with massive, leathery, biological wings that folded neatly along their backs. Their bodies were covered in a fine, slate-gray membrane, and their heads featured large, intelligent, nocturnal eyes and pointed ears. They were spacefaring bats, an intelligent, non-verbal but highly advanced migratory species known in the outer rims as the Chiropterans, though the basement crew immediately just called them the bats. They had survived the destruction of their organic transport pods due to the instantaneous activation of their deep space survival suits, primitive but effective biological skin-tight membranes that ballooned up to maintain pressure. But the impact had caught them completely off guard. The survival suits had deployed erratically, many didn't fit properly, and several of the creatures were floating helplessly in space, unable to navigate. One particularly stocky bat was floating completely upside down inside an overinflated survival suit, his wings tangled in the safety seals, his large eyes blinking in absolute panic as he drifted toward the transport's primary intake manifold. Lane didn't hesitate. He hooked his skating boots to the exterior guide rail, drifted out into the open pocket of space on a long retrieval line, and grabbed the upside-down bat by the shoulder seals. Using a manual utility knife, he carefully sliced away the tangled, overinflated sections of the biological suit, freeing the creature's wings without puncturing its primary breathing bladder. He hauled the bat back to the airlock, while Meech and the rest of the crew used cargo nets to scoop up the remaining 14 survivors before their oxygen bladders decayed. Once inside the pressurized warmth of the maintenance bay, the bats deflated their survival membranes, revealing themselves to be remarkably calm, highly intelligent, and entirely non-aggressive. Through a series of high-frequency clicks, sonar pulses, and primitive handheld data pads, their leader communicated that they were a migratory engineering collective on their way to a nearby star system in Sector 7 to repair a deep space communications array. Their biological transport ship had been pulverized by the meteor swarm, leaving them stranded. Lane, looking at the shivering, gray-winged engineers crowding his maintenance deck, pointed toward the storage bays. "We're heading past Sector 7 anyway. We'll give you a ride to the drop-off point. Just keep out of the main gear assemblies." To show hospitality to their new spacefaring passengers, Big Meech rummaged through his personal locker and pulled out a large, bulk-sized plastic bag of commercial gummy worms, the cheap, neon-colored, gelatinous sugar candies that the maintenance crews chewed on during long, 16-hour pipe welding shifts. He pulled out a bright green and red translucent worm and offered it to the bat leader that Lane had rescued. The bat leader sniffed the gelatinous candy with its sensitive snout, its ears twitching at a frantic pace. Then, it took a single bite. An immediate change swept through the room. The bat's large eyes widened to twice their original size, its wings extended in a sudden, dramatic flourish, and it let out a series of ecstatic, melodic sonar chirps that caused every other bat in the room to crowd forward. To a species that had spent millennia consuming nothing but raw, synthetic protein paste and frozen algae bricks during deep space migrations, the combination of high fructose corn syrup, artificial cherry lime flavoring, and the chewy, gelatinous texture of a human gummy worm wasn't just food. It was an absolute, transcendent biological revelation. It hit their neural pathways like a high-grade cognitive stimulant. Within an hour, the 15 bats had completely consumed Nietzsche's personal supply, licking the sugar crystals off the plastic packaging with meticulous devotion. They didn't just want more. Their entire societal framework, which was built on the immediate calculation of material value in engineering trade, instantly recalibrated. They looked at the remaining bags of gummy worms stored in the maintenance galley and recognized them as the most valuable asset in the known universe. By the second day of the journey towards Sector 7, the bats had established a temporary habitat in the mid-deck storage rooms, and the gummy worm economy officially began. It started harmlessly enough when one of the bats offered a high-grade, precision-machined titanium fuel coupler, a part that would normally cost 3 months of a maintenance worker's salary, to a crew member in exchange for a single, sour-coated blue gummy worm. The human crew quickly realized they could trade their cheap galley snacks for incredibly advanced deep space technology. But the bats took it to an entirely different level. Because they were an intelligent, highly structured society that used material exchange to determine status, they immediately transformed the gummy worms into their official, ironclad currency. They didn't trust digital credits or human paper vouchers. They trusted the tangible, chewy, neon-colored weight of the worms. To facilitate this new economy, the bats set up a makeshift coffee and trade counter in the main corridor of the cargo bay, using salvaged metal sheets and discarded pipe frames. They learned to brew an incredibly potent, high-pressure espresso using the ship's industrial steam lines, a drink that the human crew desperately needed during the late-night shift rotations. But when Big Meech went to buy a cup of coffee, the bat behind the counter refused his digital credits, clicking its teeth and pointing to a small, handwritten sign on a piece of cardboard. The only cash accepted at the counter was gummy worms. A standard cup of coffee cost exactly 1/4 of a standard yellow and red worm, carefully severed with a precision plasma cutter to ensure exact weight distribution. Within 48 hours, the presence of the currency introduced a dark, volatile element to the ship's lower decks: gambling. The bats discovered human dice and card games, and because their advanced sonar capabilities allowed them to calculate mathematical probabilities at lightning speed, they began organizing high-stakes poker tournaments in the dark corners of the cargo hold. The stakes weren't credits. They were full, unsevered, premium-grade neon worms. Disreputable things began to happen in the shadows of the bellows. Bats were caught sneaking into the primary agricultural bays, trying to reverse engineer the gelatinous compound using synthetic starches and recycled nutrient fluid. Fights broke out over the value of a sour-coated worm versus a standard sugar-glazed worm, with the bats establishing a complex fluctuating exchange rate based on the color density of the candy. A single, rare, triple-colored promotional worm was suddenly worth an entire set of replacement thruster seals. Then, the fundamental flaw of a biological currency system hit the community with devastating force: consumption. Unlike human gold or digital coins, the currency tasted incredible. Under the intense stress of the high-stakes gambling rings and the long, boring hours of deep space travel, several of the younger bats succumbed to temptation. They began eating their profits. A bat would win a massive pile of 20 worms in a poker match, retreat to his nesting corner, and sleep-eat 5 of them in the middle of the night. This led to a sudden, catastrophic deflationary crisis on the ship. The total supply of gummy worms on the utility transport was strictly limited to what was available in the crew's personal lockers and the galley's dessert rations, a grand total of roughly 300 worms. As the bats continuously ate the currency, the circulating supply plummeted. Because the supply was running out due to literal consumption, the value of a single remaining worm skyrocketed to an absurd degree. By the 5th day, the economic math had become completely broken. A single gummy worm was now worth an entire month's rent for an entry-level worker's apartment back at the home colony. The bats at the coffee counter were now demanding a microscopic sliver of a worm, no larger than a grain of sand, for a full gallon of fuel espresso. The entire trade network began to freeze up because no one wanted to spend their worms, knowing that by tomorrow, the remaining candy would double in value. The bats grew irritable, their ears drooping from sugar withdrawals and economic stress. The gambling dens turned sour, with accusations of currency hoarding flying between the different nesting groups. One bat tried to pass off a piece of flexible, insulated electrical wire that had been dyed red with food coloring as a legitimate worm, nearly triggering a full-scale riot in the cargo bay that threatened to breach the main coolant lines. Lane walked into the cargo hold on the 6th morning to find the entire operation at a complete standstill. The bats were sitting on their crates, refusing to perform any maintenance assistance, their arms crossed over their wings, staring at a single, pristine green worm sitting inside a reinforced glass security case in the center of the room. "Lane, we've got a total economic collapse down here," Meech said, holding up an empty plastic bag. "The worms are gone. They ate the money. If we don't fix this shortage before we reach the Sector 7 array, these guys are going to strip our ship for parts just to see if there are any stray sugar crystals hidden behind the control panels." Lane looked at the depressed, shivering bats, then at the empty packaging scattered across the floor. He tapped his torque wrench against his palm. "I got this. Sit this one out," he said, turning on his heel and walking straight toward the ship's primary manufacturing lab, a small, grease-stained room containing an ancient, industrial-grade 3D chemical synthesizer used for replicating spare plastic gaskets and nylon washers. The solution required entering the final quarter of the journey with a radical approach to industrial food production. Lane didn't try to synthesize sugar. The ship's chemical banks didn't have the organic compounds for high-fructose corn syrup. Instead, he looked at the raw materials they did have in abundance: bulk industrial collagen used for hydraulic seals, medical-grade gelatin used for skin grafts in the emergency bay, and 300 gallons of highly concentrated, synthetic citrus-flavored cleaning solvent used to wash the grease off the engine blocks. Working through the night while the crew slept, Lane completely reprogrammed the 3D synthesizer's physical output parameters. He bypassed the safety templates for mechanical parts and designed a brand new, customized structural blueprint file named WORM01. The action he took was pure mechanical subversion. He mixed the heavy industrial collagen with the medical gelatin to perfectly replicate the precise, chewy, elastic texture of a premium human gummy worm. To solve the flavor crisis without real sugar, he infused the mixture with a highly diluted version of the citrus cleaning solvent, adding a heavy dose of synthetic glucose from the medical bay's IV fluids to mask the chemical aftertaste. The machine began to hum, its extrusion nozzles clicking rhythmically as it pumped out long, translucent, neon orange and bright yellow lengths of perfectly formed, industrial-grade synthetic gummy worms. They looked identical to the real thing. They chewed exactly like the real thing. And because of the citrus solvent infusion, they possessed an incredibly sharp, sour kick that hit the bat's sensory organs with absolute precision. Best of all, because they were made from high-density structural collagen, they were completely indigestible. The bats could chew on them for weeks to satisfy their neurological cravings without actually destroying the physical currency. Lane walked into the cargo bay on the morning of the final approach to Sector 7, carrying 2 massive, industrial metal barrels filled to the brim with over 10,000 freshly minted, sparkling, sour citrus synthetic worms. He dumped the barrels onto the center of the deck, the neon candies cascading across the metal floor tiles in a massive, glittering wave of absolute abundance. The bats froze. Their ears stood completely straight up, their large eyes tracking the glittering mountain of wealth. The leader of the collective stepped forward, picked up one of Lane's newly minted collagen worms, and bit into it. The sour citrus solvent instantly triggered his sonic chirps, and he realized that this money was indestructible. It could be chewed, traded, gambled, and passed down through generations without ever losing its structural integrity. The economic shortage vanished in an instant. With an unlimited circulating supply of high-density collagen worms, the hyperinflation collapsed, and the value of the currency stabilized at a perfect, functional equilibrium. The bats returned to the coffee counter, joyfully serving up gallons of high-pressure espresso for a flat rate of 3 full worms per cup. They organized massive, orderly trading markets across the mid-deck, using their advanced engineering skills to completely rebuild the transport ship's internal wiring grids and upgrade the thruster systems as an expression of immense financial gratitude. When the utility transport finally pulled into the docking grid of the Sector 7 communications array, the ship was running smoother, faster, and cleaner than it ever had in its operational history. The 15 spacefaring bats lined up at the primary airlock, their wings neatly folded, their survival suits fully repaired and packed with thousands of Lane's synthetic collagen worms stored in their utility pouches. The bat leader turned to Lane, letting out a soft, respectful series of sonar clicks, and handed him a master key data pad that contained the complete, unredacted structural schematics for every corporate vessel operating in the quadrant, a tool that would allow the basement maintenance crew to bypass any security grid in space. Lane slid the data pad into his coverall pocket, picked up his torque wrench, and gave the bat a sharp nod as the airlock doors began to hiss open. "Keep your boots tight and your currency chewy," Lane said, stepping back onto the maintenance deck as Big Meech waved goodbye to the winged crew. The journey was done, the gunk was cleared, the basement had stabilized the economy of an entirely alien species, and the transport ship was already turning its nose back toward the dark, familiar hum of the home colony slips. Reconnaissance Dossier, The Basement Chronicles. Log entry, Post-derelict salvage, Sector 4 grid.
The War Council had been droning on for what felt like 6 stellar cycles, though my internal chronometer insisted it had only been 43 minutes. Commander Vextal was mid-sentence about honor and glory when the proximity alarms started screaming. "Hostile fire detected," the tactical officer announced, which was perhaps the most unnecessary statement in the history of unnecessary statements, given that our ship was currently being torn apart. I gripped my seat restraints as the Crimson Talon lurched sideways. Sparks erupted from 3 different consoles. Someone was shouting about shield failure. Another voice mentioned something about a hull breach, the usual end-of-battle soundtrack. "All personnel to escape pods," Vextal bellowed, finally saying something useful. I unbuckled and ran, my combat boots clanging against metal floors that were rapidly becoming walls as the ship tilted. Behind me, the bridge exploded in a spectacular display of fire and depressurization. Definitely not going back that way. The escape pod bay was chaos incarnate. Warriors were shoving each other, screaming coordinates, arguing about seating arrangements while the ship literally disintegrated around us. Peak military efficiency, truly. I dove into Pod 17, slamming my fist against the launch button before anyone else could pile in. The door hissed shut. The explosive bolts fired. And then I was spinning through space like a very expensive, very poorly designed carnival ride. Through the viewport, I watched the Crimson Talon break into 3 distinct pieces, each one trailing atmosphere and debris like morbid party streamers. Somewhere in that wreckage were 47 of my fellow warriors. I'd probably liked at least 3 of them. The pod's navigation system beeped helpfully. Gravitational pull detected. Trajectory locked. Impact in 90 seconds. "Oh, good," I muttered. Just enough time to reflect on my life choices. The planet below was blue and green, and entirely too peaceful looking for something I was about to crash into at terminal velocity. The pod started shaking as we hit the atmosphere. Heat shields engaged with a whine,